Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 551-600. Chapter 551 Near the Sea Dock. These charred corpses smelled of burnt stench. Some of the corpses were completely charred and some were partially charred, but they all looked extremely tragic. We still have many enemies. Rog stood up and looked at the remnants of the security forces. Although the huge flame just now killed more than 300 security forces, there were still nearly 900 security forces. However, the biggest result of the explosion just now was not only killing more than 300 enemies directly, but also having a great deterrent effect on the remaining enemies. Rog and Luffy looked at the remaining enemies, ready to continue fighting. Well, we still have a lot of enemies, Roger said. Beat them up, Luffy said even more aggressively. The two would continue to fight hard against Korath and the remaining vigilante forces under his command. At the time of such a fierce battle near the Grandit Mansion, in the sea area off the port of Magic Valley City, the command of Mont Blanc Kulik, the huge marine dock traveled to the western coast of Jaya Island. Magic Valley City is located on the western coast of Jaya Island. The huge sea dock slowly sailed to the west of the port of Magic Valley City. On the top deck of this behemoth, Mont Blanc Kulik and the orangutan, as well as Zoro and the Ninja King, Nami and Usopp, Chopper and the Izumi Water Goddess are all standing on it. A large number of crew members are also standing here. Now it is quite clear that Jaya Island and the face of Magic Valley City can be seen. Finally arrived, our destination, Mont Blanc Kulik said looking at the port of Magic Valley City. Rog and Sanji are fighting in this city. Usopp looked at Magic Valley City and said. They seem to have built a lot of fortifications, Zoro said. Others also looked and saw that there were many fortifications built in the port area of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline. It seems that they want to welcome us well, said the orangutan. Wait and let them taste the power of our super cannons, said the gorilla. In the command room of the maritime dock, the crew members who were responsible for manipulating and commanding this behemoth at sea continued to issue orders. The sea dock continues to drive towards the port of Magic Valley City. The crews in the 4 super turrets in the offshore dock are also highly prepared. Those triple-mounted superguns are ready to fire deadly heavy shells. There are also patrol boats and supply ships of the security forces patrolling near the port of Magic Valley City, and they also found the marine dock that was constantly approaching. After all, this behemoth is too conspicuous, and it is still daytime. The siren sounded loudly in the port of Magic Valley City. The sea dock is here. The Tsuruyama coalition is here. Emergency alert. At this time, General Duran, the commander-in-chief of the security army, sat in the port area of Magic Valley City to command the battle. He observed the scene with the senior officers behind the fortifications in the port area. They are finally here, General Durham said in a heavy tone. The reason why he ordered the security forces to build a coastal fortification group here is that he considered that the Tsuruyama Allied Army might attack. Now, the Tsuruyama Allied forces really came here with the sea dock. Okay, now order the rest of the 1st Army and 4th Army stationed in the port and coastal fortifications to preemptively bombard the enemy with artillery batteries. At the same time, the main part hides in the tunnels to reduce casualties. General Durham issued the order. Yes, said a communications officer. He immediately communicated orders by telephone to the rest of the 1st and 4th Corps of the fortification group. The 4th Legion originally annexed the remnants of the previously destroyed 3rd Legion, with more than 2,800 people. More than 500 of them were sent to the Grandit Mansion to guard. Just now, the commander of the Korath army rushed to the Grandit Mansion and took away more than 1,000 people. There are 1,300 people in the rest of the 4th Corps currently defending the fortification group. However, the 1st Army Corps with the most powerful heavy firepower among the security forces is guarding the fortification group. The commander of the Ludwig Legion personally led 2,000 elite officers and soldiers to guard here. The 1st Army was originally a heavy-armed attacking force for siege, equipped with a large number of heavy artillery and a lot of heavy weapons. Although it was a defensive operation, the First Army just placed a large number of heavy weapons that were originally used for attacking the fortress in the fort. The heavy artillery in these turrets are no less powerful than those on heavy warships, and some are even stronger. As for some other smaller bunkers other than the battery, they were mainly equipped with weapons such as machine guns and mortars, as well as field guns. There are more than 3,300 security forces guarding the fortifications in the port area of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline. Inside a fort in the port area, a middle-aged man with curly blonde hair uses binoculars to observe the ever-approaching marine dock in the sea. "What a behemoth," said the middle-aged man. An officer on the side said, "Lord Ludwig, the enemy's sea docks are constantly approaching. General Durham has instructed us to reduce casualties." Commander Ludwig took down the spyglass and said, "Since the enemy is coming, we will make it impossible for them to approach here. Order the battery to aim at the target and prepare to fire." "As ordered," said the officer. The order was quickly conveyed. The artillery turrets in the port area of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline were quickly preparing for battle. Inside the fort, the soldiers of the First Corps loaded heavy artillery shells with a diameter of 1 meter into the heavy artillery. Heavy artillery was aimed at the approaching sea dock. As long as there is an order from the phone bug, the heavy artillery will fire. The commander of the Ludwig army in the fort in the port continued to observe the approach of the sea dock. As the dock at sea kept approaching, he also listened to the officer's report at the same time. "Report to the commander of the Ludwig army, our battery is all ready." The officer reported. Army Commander Ludwig said to him, "Bring the telephone bug." The officer respectfully handed him the phone bug. Army Commander Ludwig took the phone bug, and he glanced at the two heavy attack artillery with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 8 meters in the fort he was in. "Hey, I'm the commander of the Ludwig army. All troops are now targeting the sea docks. Fire." The commander of the army of Ludwig gave the order. The phone bug's order spread to all the turrets. The troops in these forts were all affiliated with the First Army. Because the First Army has a powerful heavy attack artillery. Boom, boom. The two heavy attack artillery in the fort where the commander of the Ludwig army was located took the lead in starting the shelling. The other turrets also opened fire. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy attack artillery fired violently. Chapter 552 The Mighty Firepower of the First Corps. On the top deck of the sea dock, Usopp and the others saw the turrets in the port area and the nearby coastline twinkling. Then the roar of cannons that shook the world sounded. Swarms of heavy artillery shells shot over. My God! Usopp was so frightened that he shivered all over, and quickly hid behind Zoro. "Looks like we're really unpopular," Zoro complained as he looked at the incoming cannonballs. The heavy artillery shells finally hit the sea dock after flying. Boom! The massive hull of the offshore dock was hit. Boom, 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 boom. Heavy artillery shells kept hitting the massive bodies of the docks at sea. Although the sea dock is huge and has a shell made of sturdy steel and high-quality wood, Mont Blanc Kulik and the others who are standing on the top deck can still feel the violent tremor under their feet. There were also some heavy shells that flew above the top deck and hit the expansive top deck. Boom! The heavy shell hit the top deck, and even the hard top deck was dented. Boom, 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 boom. More and more heavy shells hit the top deck. It is also rapidly becoming unsafe here. A heavy artillery shell with a diameter of 1 meter flew towards Zoro and Usopp. Wow! The cannonball fell. Usopp was so frightened that he was lying on the deck, trying to insert his head into the deck like an ostrich. Yi Dao Lu, Crow, Demon Hunter. Zoro jumped up quickly and delivered a powerful blow when the heavy artillery shell was only 10 meters away from the deck. This blow split the heavy shell in two, and the powerful force of the beheading knocked the two halves aside. Boom, boom. The two halves of the shells landed on the deck and exploded violently. Zoro also landed on the deck. Ah, I'm not dead. Usopp stood up again, looking at Zoro. Zoro, you are amazing. No shells could hit us without you, Usopp said with admiration. Zoro didn't respond to the compliment. He was still very vigilant to pay attention to every heavy artillery shell that fell. These heavy artillery shells are really powerful, Zoro said calmly. At this moment, another heavy shell hit Nami and the Ninja King. Ah, help! Nami hugged her body into a ball and cried out in fear. Phantom Blade Technique. Thrust. The King of Ninja jumped up, waving the ninja knife in his hand and aiming a stab at the center of the heavy shell. This thorn has an extremely powerful force, piercing the middle of the heavy artillery shell. Then heavy artillery shells exploded in midair. However, the impact of the explosion was still very large, and the King of Ninjas who jumped up was also affected. He fell quickly, but with that kind of nimble skills, the King of Ninjas successfully landed on the deck. Nami looked up and found that she was saved. She looked at the King of Ninjas and said, "Fortunately I have you." At this time, another heavy artillery shell flew over. But Nami's face turned pale when she saw it. This heavy artillery shell flew at a much lower angle, and whether the King of Ninjas could successfully intercept it was also a question. Be careful, the Ninja King quickly rushed to Nami's side, picked her up and took her away. The heavy shell landed where Nami had just been. Boom! There was a violent explosion on this deck, and flames and gunpowder were scattered. The Ninja King finally stopped after bringing Nami to a safe position. He put Nami down. The two of them looked at the location just now. I saw a large concave pit on the deck there. There are also cracks from the inside out. It's really scary, Nami said with a sigh. If it can't be blocked, dodging is also a good way. The Ninja King said. A heavy shell hits Chopper and Izumi, the water goddess. Chopper's eyes popped out of their sockets when he saw the rapidly approaching heavy shell. It's going to fall, Chopper said. At this time, the water goddess Izumi raised the golden axe and chanted an ancient magic incantation in her mouth. Sparks formed around the golden axe, then flames ignited, and finally turned into a fire phoenix that one could ride on. Go, Fire Phoenix! Izumi, the water goddess, controlled the fire phoenix and flew towards the incoming heavy artillery shell. The fire phoenix had a harsh chirping, which sounded both like bird chirping and the sound of flames burning violently. The fire phoenix finally hit the heavy artillery shell. Boom! There was a violent explosion in midair for a while. The heavy shells turned into explosive flames along with the fire phoenix. Even in the daytime, the light of this explosive flame is still dazzling. Chopper lay on the deck and said with tears and snot on his face, "Saved." Izumi looked at him and said softly and calmly, "Okay, it's too dangerous here. Hurry up and get to the back position." Okay. Chopper hurriedly left here and retreated further back on the deck after hearing Izumi's warm, spring-like voice. But others are not so good. Many of the crew on the top deck were killed by heavy artillery shells that fell. Not even Mont Blanc Kurik, the orangutans could stop these heavy artillery shells. Although they are the three giants of the Tsuruyama United Army, they are powerful. But they are all good at hand-to-hand melee combat. Lack of long-range countermeasures against these heavy shells. Even if it is blocked with brute force, I am afraid it will be either death or injury. The core purpose of this battle is to contain the large forces of the security army. How can you fight if you are injured? It's terrifying, said the orangutan as he stepped back. Boss, retreat quickly. The more forward you are, the easier it is to be hit by these heavy artillery shells, said the orangutan as he retreated. Mont Blanc Kurik hurriedly ran to the rear area of the top deck together with the orangutan and the orangutan. The enemy's firepower is far beyond our imagination, Mont Blanc Kulik said solemnly. He turned his eyes to the super battery in the sea dock again. Our hope of victory is all on you. Mont Blanc Kulik took out the phone bug again. The two super turrets at the front of the maritime dock were also hit by some heavy shells. However, these two heavy turrets are made of a lot of steel and high-quality wood, and their strength is stronger than the shell of the Sea Dock. The heavy shells caused some lacerations and wounds, and exacerbated the rifts from the previous engagement with the vigilante fleet. But the 2 super battery is still basically intact. The 3 huge super guns were still aimed at the front. Chapter 553 The Super Cannons Counterattack. With these super artillery, no matter how powerful the enemy is, it is also a cloud. Attention super battery, prepare to fight back against the enemy. Montblanc-Kulik gave an order to the phone bug. The super battery in the front left and the front right of the current position of the Sea Dock can attack the fortifications of the security forces at the port and coastline of Magic Valley City. The super battery in the front right has received an order. The front left super battery received an order. Soon the 2 super turrets responded. Montblanc-Kulik and the others continued to retreat to the rear area of the top deck. The next battle is all handed over to the 2 super turrets in front of the Sea Dock. Inside the super turret on the right front. In the firepower room on the top floor, after the commander decided the bombardment target, he used the phone bug to give orders to the power room at the bottom and the ammunition room in the middle. Power room, aim the turret at 1 o'clock. Ammunition room, use heavy high explosive shells. The super battery has 3 layers, and the bottom layer is the power room responsible for the steering of the entire battery. In the middle is the ammunition compartment for storing ammunition. At the top is the fire room for command and targeting. In the power room at the top of the super turret, the crew steered the giant mechanical shaft together. The huge mechanical shaft turned to 1 o'clock in the sound of mechanical friction. The super turret can only be aimed when it is rotated, and the power room plays an extremely important role. Outside, the super fort began to turn in the direction of 1 o'clock. The 3 super cannons were 20 meters long and 2 meters in diameter, aiming at the security military fortifications on the coastline. Inside the ammo chamber in the middle of the super turret. The crews here are trained to transport heavy high explosive shells. A 2-meter diameter heavy high explosive shell was hoisted by a hoisting tower, and then began to be transported to the fire room above. The first one has been delivered, hurry up with the second one, and prepare the third one. 3 heavy high explosive shells with a diameter of 2 meters were successively sent to the fire room above through the lifting tower. In the topmost fire room, the crew opened the breech lids of the 3 superguns. The 3 heavy high explosive shells were loaded from the rear chamber loading of the 3 superguns. The superguns are fully loaded, reported Gunner's Way. The commander gave another order. The 3 superguns are tilted upwards 60 degrees together. The gunner quickly adjusted the tilt with the wheel mechanism of the supergun itself. In order for the 3 superguns of the super turret to hit the target, it is necessary to adjust the direction of the entire super turret and the inclination of the 3 superguns. The inclination of the superguns is all 60 degrees upward, reported Gunner's report. The commander looked at the fortifications on the distant coastline and gave an order. Super cannon, fire! The triple-mounted super cannons on this super turret fire together. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 loud bangs sounded almost simultaneously, and the huge 2-meter diameter muzzle of the super artillery ejected an amazing fire. Whether it was USOP on the top deck or the security forces at the port and coastline of Magic Valley City, they all saw this earth-shattering scene clearly. Especially on the side of the security forces, many people saw the super artillery salvo for the first time. 3 2-meter diameter heavy high explosive shells flew towards the fortifications on the coastline at an alarming speed. Or more directly, a reinforced concrete fort. The security forces built a large number of fortifications in the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline. Most of them are reinforced concrete fortifications. The reinforced concrete fortifications are also divided into size and firmness. Among them, the reinforced concrete fort is the most sturdy fortification, and it is also equipped with a powerful heavy attack artillery. The security officers and soldiers in this reinforced concrete fort could only see 3 astonishingly huge artillery shells flying towards them in less than a few seconds. 3 heavy high explosive shells hit the reinforced concrete battery. The huge explosion and impact shattered the structure of the reinforced concrete turret, and the sturdy heavy turret began to crumble. The huge flames melted the reinforced concrete. The officers and soldiers inside were basically killed in the initial shock, and the flames completely burned them into coke. Boom! The astonishingly violent explosion blew the reinforced concrete fort into a pile of huge pieces, flying to the surrounding land, sea and even the sky. A single salvo of 3 super guns destroyed a heavy reinforced concrete battery. The security forces guarding the fortifications at the port and coastline of Magic Valley City felt extremely frightened whether they saw or even heard the huge explosion. The security forces were so terrified that they couldn't even speak. General Duran, who was watching the battle in the area behind the fortifications, was also terrified. Some of the senior officers around him were even frightened to the ground. "This is really a weapon like the Doomsday," General Durham said convulsively. General Durham has also seen many fierce battle scenes. Before being recruited into the security army with a lot of money, he was an officer of a kingdom in West Blue, and he has been tested on the battlefield in the tragic war with neighboring countries. But the shock of the super artillery salvo just now made him feel that everything was pale and insignificant in front of the power of these terrifying artillery. At the port of Magic Valley City, in the fort where the commander of the Ludwig army is located. The commander of the Ludwig army also saw the shocking sight of the 3 super artillery salvos in the sea dock. "How can there be such a weapon that shakes the world?" the commander of the Ludwig army said in shock. The commander, known for his harshness, was extremely frightened at this time. Some residents in the urban area of Magic Valley City also heard the terrifying sound of shelling. Some residents in the city of Magic Valley observed this shocking battle from higher buildings. Even the tops of some buildings were filled with people. Is this the security army fighting the Tsuruyama combined army? What a horrific sight! Is the sound of the cannon really made by a human-made weapon? The thunder in the sky is not as shocking as those cannons. Is this war at its climax? Are the security forces and the Tsuruyama combined army going to fight to the death? Residents in the city who observed the shocking battle were all talking about it. However, there are also some residents who are worried that the battle will affect the urban area, so they hurry to hide, or hide in their basement, or flee to a deeper urban area. On the top deck of the sea dock, Montblanc Couric observes the effects of the super battery shelling. The shock was as if the sky was torn apart. But even this powerful weapon requires restraint. Chapter 554 Principles of War. Montblanc Couric picked up the phone bug and issued a new order to the super battery. Be careful with the super cannon, because the super cannon is very powerful. So you need to avoid affecting the city. You must be precise when you attack. The phone worm responded quickly. The super battery in the front right has received an order. The front left super battery received an order. The Tsuruyama allied army was aimed at overthrowing the rule of Grandit. The principle is to resolutely do not harm civilians. Therefore, the Tsuruyama coalition army with Montblanc Couric and the orangutan as the core will definitely not harm the common people. This is also the reason why the Tsuruyama United Army can grow. In fact, General Durham on the side of the security forces also has his principles. The security forces can completely build the fortifications closer to the city. However, most of the fortifications are still in the frontier area, but they are very strong. There are 2 real reasons for this. One is that many of Grande's industries are located in urban areas, so in order to avoid disasters, the fortifications had to be built in more advanced areas. But another reason is the quality of General Durham himself. Unlike other cold-blooded legionnaires and high-ranking officers in the security forces, General Durham really implemented the principle that war should not affect civilians. For him it was the glory of a general. It is also a principle that any soldier should abide by. When he was at war with enemy countries for his own country in the West Blue in the past, he gave full preferential treatment to prisoners and warned soldiers not to harm civilians. But General Durham's own country was destroyed by the war. General Durham was also forced into exile here on the Great Route. finally joined the Magic Valley City Security Army. It is precisely because of the strength and integrity of the soldiers that General Durham was able to shoulder the responsibility after the fiasco of the security forces and became the mainstay in Cherokee column. And the stingy and cunning Grandit also admired him very much. People with a certain integrity will be appreciated and loved everywhere, whether it's someone with good intentions or someone with bad intentions. The super battery on the left front of the marine dock also fired huge shells at the same time. The super battery in the front left is aimed at the fortifications at the port of Magic Valley City. The triple-mounted super cannons fired together. Boom, boom, boom. 3 2-meter diameter heavy high explosive shells were fired. The 3 heavy high explosive shells flew together to a reinforced concrete fort in the port of Magic Valley City. Boom. Earth-shaking sounds, as well as gunpowder smoke and flames rising into the sky. Reinforced concrete shells were blown to pieces and flew towards the surroundings and the sea and the sky. The 2 super fortresses at the front of the maritime dock are constantly bombarding the port of Magic Valley City and the security military fortifications in the nearby coastline area. Although they attacked at long intervals, each salvo would deal a heavy blow to the security forces. Moreover, the psychological deterrent effect produced by the shock of super artillery shelling far exceeds the lethality of strength. In the face of this powerful force, only those reinforced concrete turrets are still stubbornly resisting. The security forces in the other small fortifications were so frightened that they quickly hid in the tunnels below. Of course, the reinforced concrete turrets are still fighting back. These heavy turrets housed heavy attack artillery. The power of these 1-meter caliber heavy artillery shells is also very huge. They add up to a lot, and they can also cause some damage to the solid hull of an offshore dock. The commander of the Ludwig Army continued to command the battle from a reinforced concrete battery in the port of Magic Valley City. The current battle seems to be a battle between the Tsuruyama Union Army in the sea dock and the security forces guarding it. But in fact, the two sides only fought with the heavy artillery of the turret. The troops in the reinforced concrete fort of the security army are all officers and soldiers of the 1st Army Corps under the command of the commander of the Ludwig Army. Therefore, it is now completely the 1st Legion to fight against the opponent. Hurry up and report our losses, Commander Ludwig ordered. An adjutant quickly reported the situation after summarizing the situation. Our army has 40 reinforced concrete forts. 80 heavy attack artillery pieces are placed inside each fortress as standard. 14 reinforced concrete forts have been destroyed. 26 remain. The reinforced concrete turrets are still fighting hard, the adjutant reported. Ludwig's face was ugly, but he still insisted on fighting. The adjutant in charge of reporting looked at the huge maritime dock on the sea, and suddenly the super battery in front of the right front of the maritime dock fired another salvo. The earth-shattering sound made him tremble. He didn't even dare to look at the tragic situation where he was bombarded. The adjutant said to the army commander Ludwig, "Commander, we are under great pressure now. We are in danger, so the command should retreat to a safe area first. Commander, please make a decision." The army commander Ludwig turned his head slowly towards him. The grim regimental commander looked at the adjutant with a look of disgust. "You mean, we're going to retreat?" Ludwig said with bloodshot eyes. After seeing such eyes that hated life, the adjutant was so frightened that he quickly said very seriously, "The command is very important, once it is destroyed. To decide." Quote. The commander of the Ludwig army flicked his hand to the side of his waist, and a pistol was taken out. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at the adjutant's head. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced the adjutant's head. A bullet hole in the center of his forehead spurted out brains and blood, and his body quickly fell on his back. Some of the other lieutenants stepped back quickly. They looked at the adjutant who was executed with horrified expressions, and that face had an extremely terrifying expression until death. The Ludwig army commander swept the group of adjutants with his eyes. On the battlefield, anyone who dares to talk about escaping for their lives will rectify the FA on the spot. Army commander Ludwig said sternly. Army Commander Ludwig was a war madman, extremely harsh. He is not only stern to his subordinates, but also ruthless to himself. In such a dangerous battlefield, he was on the front line with the members of the command. However, fighting on the front line is indeed very risky, which has nothing to do with courage. The super battery in the front left of the marine dock. This time the commander ordered the gunners to aim at the reinforced concrete fort where Commander Ludwig was standing. Heavy high-explosive shells were also loaded into the barrels. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 super guns fired together. 3 heavy high-explosive shells quickly flew towards the reinforced concrete fort in the port of Magic Valley City. The commander of Army Ludwig and his lieutenants saw the last super artillery salvo they could see. Before they could fear, 3 heavy high-explosive shells hit the reinforced concrete battery. Violent shaking and explosions reduced them to charred mince. The reinforced concrete fort was also shattered, and huge fragments were everywhere. Chapter 555 Advantage. The commander of the army of Ludwig and his lieutenants perished together. News of the death of Army Commander Ludwig quickly spread throughout the First Army. Even General Durham, who was watching the battle behind the fortifications, got the information. After receiving the news of the death of Army Commander Ludwig, General Durham's face was very ugly. Lord Ludwig actually died in action, General Durham said in surprise. The current fighting situation is very harsh. The 1st Legion is the combat force that carries the tripod. Once the commander of the Ludwig Legion dies, the 1st Legion also quickly falls into a state of leaderless. But now the top priority is to remedy, General Durham quickly ordered his senior officers. We are now facing an unprecedented crisis situation. The headquarters of the 1st Corps has been destroyed. Then quickly broadcast to the entire army. Use telephone bugs to issue orders to various grassroots combat units. General Durham said urgently. The situation is very chaotic now, so I still ask you, General, to give the order in person. Only in this way can it have appeal to the remaining troops of our army, said a senior officer. General Durham looked at him, then nodded. The current situation can only do so. Okay, tune the phone bug channel to an army broadcast. General Durham ordered. The senior officer turned the phone bug into an army-wide radio dial. All officers and men, I am General Durham, the commander-in-chief of the Security Army. Now the enemy is attacking us with their powerful firepower. But don't waver, our troops have the advantage. As long as you fight bravely and persevere, the enemy will definitely be defeated. Now I am on the front line and join everyone in this battle. Now I order all security officers and soldiers to preserve their strength first. But attack in the interval between enemy attacks. After weighing it, General Durham used the telephone bug to broadcast the order to the whole army. The situation is very unfavorable now, so General Durham allows the preservation of strength. That also meant that the security forces had to withdraw into the tunnel first, including the artillerymen in the reinforced concrete turrets. But the battlefield situation was chaotic. Only a portion of the grassroots troops had access to his information. The artillerymen in the reinforced concrete turrets killed Yuhi, and most of them continued to load heavy artillery shells for heavy attack artillery. Most of the other security forces were already scared and hid in the tunnel. The super turrets in the sea dock still give priority to bombarding the reinforced concrete turrets. After constant bombardment, only 12 of the original 40 reinforced concrete forts were bombed. The rear area of the top deck of the marine dock, Montblanc, Kuruk and Usopp took refuge here. Even here, you can see the shocking sight of the launch of the 2 super turrets at the front of the marine dock. Usopp looked towards the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline, where most of the reinforced concrete fortresses of the security forces were destroyed. Thick black smoke billowed up. The shelling of the security forces was also much smaller. Because the fort was destroyed more, the firepower of the security forces was also reduced. What a terrible battle, Usopp said with emotion. Have you never seen a terrifying fight like this before? Chopper asked suddenly. Usopp's expression changed immediately, his face became very serious. This battle is indeed fierce, but Captain Usopp has seen a battle 10 times fiercer than this before. Usopp said very proudly. Really? Chopper said in shock. Usopp began the recount of those glorious experiences. Let me tell you, I used to. Mont Blanc Kuruk was watching the bombardment of the super battery while thinking about the most important battle at the Grandit Mansion. The battle at the Grandit Mansion is very important. If Grandit himself is captured, then the evil forces in Magic Valley City will quickly disintegrate. You must succeed. Mont Blanc Kulik prayed for Rog and Sanji. In the Grande Mansion in the central area of Magic Valley City. The fierce battle is still going on, and Rog and Luffy continue to fight the remnants of the security forces after the previous huge flames have raged. The commander of the 4th Legion, Karas, personally commanded the remaining security forces to fight against the two men. However, it was affected by the tragic destruction of the huge flame just now. The fighting spirit of the officers and men of the 4th Army was greatly reduced. They fully appreciate the horror of battle. However, commanded by the commander of the Korath Army himself, he was still able to restrain these officers and soldiers and drive them to continue their desperate efforts. Everyone is on, you can't back down. The commander of the Korath Army commanded loudly. Kill. Luffy, wielding guns and sabers. What stubborn guys, if you want to die, then let them do it. Rog wielded the iron birch tree sword and beheaded the security officers and soldiers. Kill. Luffy threw a fist at the security guards. Puff, 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 puff. Boom, 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 boom. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of hacking, beating, gunshots, explosions, and shouting were all mixed together. Blood continued to splatter in the huge courtyard of the Grandit Mansion, which was already very messy. At the entrance of the huge courtyard of the Grandit Mansion, Eugenie, Steward Seal, and the servants all looked at the tragic battle with complex expressions. Eugenie's originally beautiful face was filled with complex expressions. Fear, disgust, sadness, and pain are all indescribable. What is this battle for? Eugenie said in pain. Butler Seal on the side didn't know what to say to comfort her. The battle was unimaginable, and Eugenie had seen such a tragic battle for the first time in her life. She couldn't understand at all what caused so many people to kill each other, and what caused so many people to lose their precious lives. Inside the Grande Mansion, Sanji and Robin, after scouting the situation on the 3rd floor of the mansion, are going to attack the 3rd floor. However, according to Robin's reconnaissance results, there were a lot of security forces gathered in the corridors on the 3rd floor. To deal with the enemies in those corridors, some explosives are needed. Sanji began to collect explosive weapons from downed enemies in this 2nd floor corridor. Mainly long-handled lead grenades. The power of these long-handled lead grenades is still good. If you use it, you can give the enemy a lot of damage. You collect these, and I'll help you. Robin used the ability of flowering fruit to remove the long-handled lead grenade from the dead on the ground and transport it for collection. Sister Robin, thank you. Sanji said with love. About 140 long-handled lead grenades were collected. Chapter 556 Sanji's Way of Fighting. After collecting these long-handled lead grenades, Sanji used some rope to tie them together every 7 or 8. In this way, bundles of long-handled lead grenades are thrown out, which can effectively kill the enemy. Sanji said while doing it. 20 bundles of long-handled lead grenades were finally bundled up. Finally, Sanji said, looking at the bundled long-handled lead grenades. Robin looked at the bundled long-handled lead grenades and asked, how the hell are they going to be used? Sanji looked at the stairs at the end of the corridor leading to the 3rd floor above. Reward them, of course. Let's start with the enemy at the entrance. Sanji picked up 2 bundles of long-handled lead grenades, and walked up the stairs. When Sanji reached the entrance of the stairs, he pulled the leads of the 2 bundles of long-handled lead grenades together. Zitza, zizi, 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 zizi. 2 bundles of long-handled lead grenades burst into sparks and white smoke. Go. Sanji used his feet to kick 2 bundles of long-handled lead grenades into the stairs. In the corridor on the 3rd floor of the mansion, a large number of security forces are guarding here. And the stairs that can reach the 3rd floor from the 2nd floor are guarded by the security forces. These security forces set up 5 machine guns aimed at the place where the stairs came up. Suddenly 2 objects flew up and then landed. Boom, boom. Many security forces saw the 2 objects that flew up. It was the 2 bundles of long-handled lead grenades, and what was even worse was that their leads were pulled apart. It's over. A security officer said in horror. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion covered more than a dozen vigilantes who were guarding the entrance to the stairs. These vigilantes were wiped out with those machine guns. We're under attack. Don't panic, shoot where the stairs enter. The security forces behind quickly recovered and shot with firearms. Da 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 da. Bang, boom, 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 boom. Submachine guns and rifle bullets poured forward. However, it was on the 2nd floor of the mansion at this time. Sanji and Robin did not continue to charge. Sure enough, they started shooting. Sanji said. Sanji expected that once he attacked the enemy who entered the 3rd floor guarded above the stairs, every enemy killed in the back would continue to attack with firepower. So in this case, blindly rushing up is just to be a hornet's nest. And more importantly, Sanji didn't want to take the stairs. It's just a feint attacking the stairs to contain the enemy. Sanji walked to the middle of the corridor on the 2nd floor of the mansion, and he looked at the roof above. Sanji twisted his ankle and moved his body to prepare for a shot. Kick-shoot against etiquette. Sanji gathered amazing power with his right leg and kicked it violently towards the roof. This move is even more powerful than an ordinary kick that violates etiquette. Because the building of this mansion is relatively solid, Sanji used the maximum force. Boom. With a loud bang, Sanji kicked a big hole abruptly at the top of the floor. The 4 enemies in the corridor on the 3rd floor above were also kicked away by the huge force. Sanji retracted his foot, but also felt pain for a while. The structure of this mansion is beyond imagination, Sanji said, looking at the big hole above. Now the 2nd floor of the mansion and the 3rd floor of the mansion have been opened up. This kind of power can only be achieved by the fists and feet of the elite warriors among the giants. And Sanji's feet are comparable to this powerful force. The security forces in the corridor on the 3rd floor of the mansion looked in horror at the large hole in the middle of the corridor that was broken from below. What's the matter? Was it bombed? A security guard said in surprise. But then they quickly saw 3 bundles of long-handled lead grenades with their leads pulled out from the big hole. Mom! Run away! Get down! The security forces were terrified. But the leads of the 3 bundles of long-handled lead grenades were also burned to the end. Boom, 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 boom. A powerful explosion filled the corridor with fire and gunpowder. Flocks of the security forces flew through the blood. Among the harsh explosions, those screams were also drowned out. Sanji and Robin on the 2nd floor of the mansion could also feel the state above from their voices. Robin used the dazzling skill again in order to better observe the situation. After observing through the eyes of creation, Robin said, "Well, the casualties of the enemies above are really heavy." She looked at Sanji again and said, "I really admire you, you really want to come up with such a way of fighting." After Sanji heard Robin's compliment, he said happily, "Sister Robin, you have won the prize." Sanji continued to fight in this way. He kicked several big holes from bottom to top one after another, and pulled more than 10 bundles of long-handled lead grenades away and threw them up. In the corridor on the 3rd floor of the mansion, the sound of explosions was deafening, and the security forces were flying with flesh and blood. Coupled with the poor ventilation, it was like hell. Robin didn't give up the fight in this case either. Dazzling. Second round of flowers. Borrowing a knife to kill. Robin crosses his arms and uses both skills of the blossom fruit at the same time. In the third floor of the mansion, Robin created a lot of eye observation. After being able to observe the enemy, Robin created 2 more arms around the enemy's waist. These arms pulled the long-handled lead grenades carried by the security forces away, causing the men to self-detonate. In the corridor on the 3rd floor of the mansion. Wow, what's going on here? A security guard was shocked to see 2 arms suddenly growing from both sides of his waist, and these 2 arms quickly pulled away the lead of a long-handled lead grenade he was carrying. Zitza. Sparks and white smoke came out from the Nagahama lead grenade that was still hanging on him. His whole body trembled with surprise and fear, but when he realized that it was too late to take off the Nagahama lead grenade quickly. Boom. This vigilante was blood and blood. The remaining enemies that were not killed by the bundles of long-handled lead grenades sent by Sanji were eliminated by Robin in this way. In addition to growing arms on vigilantes and pulling long-handled lead grenades on vigilantes, Robin also kills enemies by creating arms on their bodies and then pulling out pistols, or slashing their throats with daggers and sabers and pierced heart. The security forces on the 3rd floor of the mansion were gradually killed amid all kinds of screams, explosions, and gunfire. Gudong. The last security guard on the 3rd floor of the mansion also fell to the ground and died. Chapter 557 Robin is injured. Robin used his dazzling skills to look inside the 3rd floor of the mansion. Okay, the enemies on the 3rd floor have been eliminated, Robin said. Then let's go up, Miss Robin, Sanji said. Sanji and Robin walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor of the mansion together. The 2 walked in the corridor on the 3rd floor of the mansion. This is the room. Robin led Sanji to the door of a room. Sanji looked at this room, where the mayor of Grandit and his bodyguards were. The mayor of Grandit is here. Okay, ready, Sanji said. Sanji looked at the door, and his feet concentrated a surprising amount of power. Clang. Sanji kicked up and kicked the heavy door of the room open. Sanji rushed inside quickly. There were 5 people inside, and I saw 4 people wearing suits, and the middle one was an old man. The old man had gray hair and sharp cheeks. It was Grandit. Sanji and the others had also seen Grandit's appearance from the photos before. You are Grandit, right? Sanji said, looking at the other party. Grandit's heart thumped when he saw Sanji rushing in. But the elite bodyguards around gave him courage. Grandit looked at Sanji, and saw that the blonde young man in a black suit with curly eyebrows on the right had a powerful aura. Grandit had also seen the photos of Sanji and others. However, Grandit was really surprised when he saw it at this time. It was a young man like Sanji who beat his powerful security forces to pieces. So what? Grandit said boldly. The 4 bodyguards were all wearing suits. One was tall and thin, the other was burly and tall, the other was average but his arms were exaggeratedly strong, and the other was short and stocky. Sanji glanced at the 4 of them quickly, and he vaguely felt that the 4 of them had extraordinary skills. Robin also entered the room behind Sanji. She looked at Grandit and the 4 surrounding bodyguards. These bodyguards were Grandit's last barrier. Sanji has not yet shot. Robin decided to preempt. She felt that these enemies were difficult to deal with, especially the tall and thin man. When she used the created eyes to observe here just now, she was discovered by the other party and destroyed the eyes. Robin quickly crossed his hands across his chest. But find a tall and thin man one step faster, and he quickly waved his arms. A short sword flew out of each sleeve. The dagger is amazingly fast. Sanji reacted suddenly and quickly kicked one of the daggers. Chong. The dagger was kicked away. But another short sword flew towards Robin, and this short sword stabbed Robin's left chest. PFF'd. The dagger pierced into Robin's right lung. Robin's face stiffened. She felt these surprises. Sanji looked at Robin in surprise. Miss Robin. Sanji growled in shock. Robin was hit by a dagger in his right chest and lung, and blood splattered. She tilted her head to the ground behind her. Sanji charged forward with incredible speed, quickly holding Robin before she was about to fall to the ground. The dragged Robin barely opened his mouth. Cough cough. Blood spurted out of his mouth for a while. Sanji looked at Robin and said, "Sister Robin, cheer up." Robin's beautiful face twitched. She looked at the dagger that had been stabbed into her right chest and lungs. She bit Kiba and said to Sanji, "Sanji, please help to pull out this short sword. I brought Chopper's special medicine." Sanji looked at the dagger, bit Kiba, grabbed the hilt of the dagger and yanked it out. PFF'd. The dagger was drawn. Sanji threw the dagger away and quickly suppressed the wound. Robin's face was pale, and he had lost a lot of blood just now. She took out the special medicine Chopper had been carrying with her and stuffed it into her mouth. Chopper gave the 4 people who infiltrated Magic Valley City special effects medicine. The pill reduces blood flow and relieves pain for a short period of time. Sanji also quickly took out the simple bandage he was carrying and quickly helped Robin to bandage it. "No, I'll do it myself," Robin said. Robin reluctantly used the ability of the flowering fruit. 2 arms grew out from the side of the chest, and wrapped himself with bandages. Sanji looked at Robin's wound, heartbroken. The 2 daggers thrown out by the opponent just now flew towards Robin's left and right chests. Fortunately, he kicked the dagger on the fly's left chest, otherwise the stab in the heart would be fatal. Robin was seriously injured now, and Sanji didn't want to fight anymore. He looked at Mayor Grandit and the 4 bodyguards viciously. Especially the tall and thin bodyguard. "Remember me." Sanji picked up Robin and hurriedly left here. Sanji entered the corridor on the 3rd floor and rushed to the 2nd floor. In the end, he went to an empty room to help Robin with further treatment. Grandit and 4 bodyguards stood in this office. Grandit panted and looked at the door where Sanji and the others had disappeared. "It's terrifying. Didn't expect them to be so young," said Grandit, panting. "Although I saw Sanji with a bit of sunshine and handsomeness and Robin who was tall and mysterious, it was only one side." But Grandit felt the murderous aura of the other party. "Magath, your shot is really timely," Grandit said to the tall and thin bodyguard. Captain of the bodyguard guards Magath looked at Grandit and said, "Well, my shot is quite timely. According to the previous report of the guards in the mansion, that woman can create an arm. So I must get rid of her as soon as possible." Quote. Because he was worried about the threat of Robin's powerful abilities, Magath took the shot immediately. Magath continued, "But what surprised me was that the blonde man with the curly eyebrows cared so much about the woman. It was unexpected. I thought he would continue to attack us desperately." Grandit looked around, and there was a thick net of thorns outside the window. "This is a weapon created by Roger for blockade before. Hard as steel, almost indestructible. Air raids are also only allowed in small cats and dogs." Grandit said to the 4 bodyguards, "We can't stay here any longer. It's better to get out of here. But now we can't get out of the window. This place is covered with this strange thorn-like thing." Magath looked at the thorn nets and said, "That's right, we can't get out. But we should hide in a higher place. This mansion has 5 floors, and we'd better be able to go up." He looked at the tall and burly man and said, "Jet, you are in charge of the rear of the palace. Guard on the 3rd floor, and kill him if you find him coming up." Burly tall man said, "Yes, Captain." He said to the strong man with exaggerated arms, "Sargris, you go and guard the 4th floor." The strong man with exaggerated arms said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely let him go." Chapter 558 Sanji, Target. Magath looked at the short and stocky man again and said, "Oh Kuro, you and I will personally guard the mayor of Grandit, and we will go to the 5th floor together. By the way, you will set up various traps on the 5th floor." Quote. "Okay, let's go," said the short, stocky man. Just like that, Magath and the others covered Mayor Grandit to the 5th floor of the mansion. In the room where Sanji gave Robin emergency treatment on the 2nd floor of the mansion. Robin reluctantly used the arms she created to continue to heal herself. Sanji took out all the medicines he carried. Sister Robin, feel free to use it, Sanji said with concern. Robin's face was still pale, but fortunately he saved his life for the time being. She said softly, fortunately there are these medicines from Chopper. Robin ate several of the painkiller pills Chopper had given him, then drank the antibiotic capsules. Cough. Ah. Robin's face was very complicated and he looked very painful. Sanji said nervously, Sister Robin. There was a smile on Robin's face. Sanji, don't be like this. I'm much better. Now at least I can live. After all, it's not the point of injury. Robin comforted him. Sanji clenched his fists and slammed into the ground. They were all hit in the lungs, and they said it wasn't the point. Sanji said in pain. Sanji felt extremely uncomfortable at this time, and Robin was hurt, which was 10,000 times more painful than his own injury. Robin stroked Sanji's short blonde hair with his hand. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm just a little tired and want to rest in peace for a while, Robin said. Sanji looked at Robin and held Robin's slender hand. Robin's body is even more fatigued because he takes Chopper's special medicine. On the one hand, those special drugs need to use all the functions of the body. In addition, the pills used for hemostasis and pain relief can produce a certain anesthetic effect, which makes the blood circulation of the human body slow down and the nerve pain is relieved, which makes the human body want to rest more. So Robin didn't want to rest because the injury was too bad, it was because the drugs did do the trick. Sanji looked at Robin with emotion. Sister Robin, don't worry. I'll take you out safely, Sanji said. Robin looked at him with deep eyes, as if peeping into Sanji's heart. Sanji, you can continue to deal with Grandit and the others. I can protect myself here. And you can also see from the window that Rog and Luffy are in a hard fight and can't help us. The surrounding net of thorns can't be lifted. So now instead of staying here, it's better to accomplish the goal. Robin said meaningfully. Sanji looked at Robin, his heart was twitching and he was crying. Robin was seriously injured and still did not forget what he was going to do. Okay, Miss Robin, you stay here. Be careful, Sanji said. Robin nodded. She used her two created arms to look at it, and said, I can't help you fight. But if something goes wrong, you can deal with it. Sanji stood up, looked at Robin, and said, that's what I want. Sanji swept his eyes to the door and said, I'm going. Beat those bastards to death. Robin instructed again, Sanji, you must return safely. Sanji looked at Robin, his eyes full of determination. Sure, Miss Robin. After Sanji finished speaking, he walked out of the room, and then he closed the door. Robin breathed softly in the room, she was waiting for the victory of her partners. Luffy fighting in the huge courtyard of the mansion, or supporting everyone in the marine dock of the Tsuruyama United. And Sanji who was continuing to accomplish his core goals. After Sanji left the room where Robin was resting and recuperating, he quickly started rushing to the third floor. As he ran, he secretly made up his mind, he must destroy all enemies who dare to hurt Robin. Sanji rushed all the way to Grandit's office room, which he had visited once before. Near the door, there are bloodstains left by Robin just now. Sanji glanced at everything in the room. Suddenly a meteor hammer flew over. Ah! Sanji jerked his upper body back. With just his legs, he was able to support this almost right-angled body. The meteor hammer passed over Sanji. You are so quick. A thick voice sounded. Sanji stood up again. He looked behind the oak desk and saw a burly man standing there, holding the meteor hammer tightly in his hand. The meteor hammer is 1 meter in diameter. It turned out that this strong man had been hiding behind the oak desk just now, and then suddenly shot. Sanji looked at each other, it was one of the previous 4 bodyguards. But Grandit and the other 3 were not there. Sanji looked at the strong man with the meteor hammer and said, just you. Where did Grandit go? And what about that tall and thin bastard? The strong man had a fierce aura on his face. You ask Captain Magath and Mayor Grandit. Humph, it's a pity that you can't see him at all because of your ability. Because I, Jet, will take care of you here. Tell you, the blonde with curly eyebrows. Boy, I'm a strong man. When I was in North Blue, I was quite a famous martial artist. The strong man named Jet said fiercely. Jet slammed the meteor hammer up and threw it at Sanji again. Sanji quickly jumped to dodge. Boom! Sanji dodged, a big hole was smashed into the ground, and there were cracks all around. Sanji, who regained his footing, said, "You are also from North Blue, and I was born in North Blue. But I have never heard of an unknown junior like you." Jet's face changed, and he said angrily, "You bastard. You were still breastfeeding when I was famous." After speaking, Jet pulled the meteor hammer back, and then spun and threw it again. Boom, 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 boom. The items in this room were smashed a lot by the meteor hammer. Sanji is also constantly using jumps to avoid. Finally Sanji got to a sofa, he kicked up the sofa and flew to Jet. Jet was spinning the meteor hammer at this time. Go! The meteor hammer was thrown at the sofa that Sanji kicked over. Boom! The sofa was shattered by the meteor hammer, and the remaining force behind the meteor hammer continued to fly in the direction of Sanji. At the last moment, Sanji dodged abruptly and jumped aside. Boom! The meteor hammer hit the wall of the room hard. The wall of the room was quickly smashed into a big hole, and the surrounding was full of cracks. Sanji looked at the attack effect of the opponent's meteor hammer, and was amazed. Only if he uses his foot skills with all his strength can he penetrate the inner structure of this mansion. This mansion is really solid. Jet can throw objects with such force, which is also very powerful. However, he is still slightly inferior to Sanji. Chapter 559 Jet is defeated. Jet pulled the meteor hammer back again. Boy with curly eyebrows, are you still quite agile? Jet said, already sweating profusely. After a while of fighting, Jet ripped off his upper body suit, showing off his strong muscles. This burly man is covered in exaggerated muscles, and his face and forehead are swollen because of the muscles. Jet continued to swing the meteor hammer, and then threw it at Sanji. Sanji dodged quickly, then quickly approached Jet. Sanji's speed is still very fast, he can sprint like a horse. Sanji rushed in front of Jet. It was too late for Jet to retrieve the meteor hammer. Sanji kicked Jeter's chin with his foot violently. First meet. Jet's head was kicked off his chin. Crack. Kiba's teeth cracking can be heard for a while. Jet was kicked and opened his mouth, and several bloody Kiba teeth flew out. This is not over. Sanji continues to perform a series of consecutive kicks. Breast meat. Belly. Calf meat. Sanji kicked Jet's chest, abdomen and calf with 3 consecutive kicks. Sanji jumped up, then kicked Jet violently with alternating legs. Superlative ground meat. Sanji kicked out dozens of kicks at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. The dozens of kicks rolled Jet to the ground, before hitting a wall. Because the force was too great, the wall was smashed into some concave. Jet was so embarrassed that he fell to the ground. Damn! But this strong man was really strong, and he stood up hard. Jet looked at Sanji viciously, he opened his mouth, blood was also flowing out, and he took the initiative to spit out 2 Kiba teeth that were not spit out. Bastard! You actually beat me like this. It seems that I have to tear you into pieces. Jeter said sternly. Sanji looked at Jet. He had finished smoking the cigarette during the battle just now, and he took out another one and put it in his mouth and lit it. Really? Come on. Sanji said calmly. This time, Jet took out 2 very strong steel gloves from his waist and put them on his hands. Jet looked at Sanji and put on a fighting stance like a boxer. Okay, look at my iron fist. Jeter said fiercely. Jeter clenched his fists and charged towards Sanji. He jumped up all at once. This burly and strong man is about to smash Sanji. Sanji quickly dodged. Jet slammed heavily on the ground with his fist as the guide. Boom! The floor of the room was shattered by the violent earthquake. Sanji felt his feet tremble for a while. Jet pulled his fist out of the ground again and continued to attack Sanji. Heavy iron fist. Jet attacked with his right fist, really hitting Sanji like an iron fist. Sanji evaded abruptly, but Jet's punch was extremely fast. Sanji quickly blocked the opponent's punch with his left leg. Boom! Sanji's leg hits Jet's fist together. At the moment when Sanji was fighting with the opponent, he suddenly felt the huge strength of the opponent. Moreover, because Sanji was temporarily resisting, he was almost knocked out in the face of the enemy's full-strength blow. Ah, let you taste my heavy iron fist. This time, Jet attacked with 2 fists in a row. Heavy fists like iron armor kept hitting Sanji. Boom, 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 boom. Sanji's legs kept blocking Jet's heavy iron fist. The more Jet attacked, the more passionate he became, and the burly man had turned into a ferocious beast. Go to hell. Jet finally succeeded in hitting Sanji with a punch. Boom. Sanji was knocked flying, and the whole person spun and flew out. Sanji finally slammed into the wall. Sanji finally bent his legs sharply, and finally his more gentle legs hit the wall. Then Sanji used his strength to kick and bounce himself back. Sanji's final successful somersault fell to the ground. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Sanji looked at Jeter and said. Jet continued to clench his fists and rushed towards Sanji again. Sanji also continued to dodge. Sanji saw the object in this office and decided to use it to attack his opponent. Sanji came to the huge oak table, aimed at Jet who was rushing over, and kicked the oak table with all the strength of his feet. Boom! The huge oak table was kicked away. The huge oak table flew towards Jet. Jet slammed his fist and aimed at the flying oak table, which was a hard punch. Boom! The punch shattered the oak table into several large pieces. Jet continued to charge towards Sanji. Sanji looked at Jet who was rushing over, and he jumped over quickly. Jeter suddenly prepared to punch his fist forward again. Sanji just noticed how Jet attacked. Jet's way of attacking is to aim his punches in front of him. When attacking the front, the speed and strength are very strong. But the opponent obviously has a weakness, that is, the side. Sanji quickly rushed in front of Jet, jumping up just as the opponent was about to punch. Die! Jet's heavy iron fist punched out. Sanji had already jumped above Jet. At this time, Sanji suddenly spun around like a wheel in midair. Crush! Sanji slammed into Jet's head like a spinning wheel. Jet found that the situation was not good, and quickly retracted his fist above his head for defense. But it was too late. Crack! Sanji's foot hit the top of Jet's head in a rough state, and there was a piercing sound of bone shattering for a while. Jet quickly felt a shock in his head for a while. Although Jet's body is very strong, his head is also a weak point. Sanji's blow directly shattered Jet's skull. His brain was also severely damaged. Jet's burly body, who was hit hard, trembled for a while. Sanji also fell behind Jet. Then Jet's trembling body fell forward, and bursts of blood flowed from his head. Sanji turned to look at the burly man. It is true that you have some skills, but you are still too cumbersome. The main thing in combat is flexibility and explosive strength. You cannot defeat a real powerful enemy with brute force and burly. Sanji said to the fallen Jet. Jet was severely injured, and his life and death were unknown, so naturally he couldn't hear Sanji's words. Sanji then left the room. Only Jet fell to the ground. After walking out of this room, Sanji checked the other rooms on the 3rd floor of the mansion again. There were no enemies in the other rooms. Of course, there are also the corpses of the vigilantes who were killed before in the corridor. Seeing that there were no enemies, Sanji went up the 4th floor of the mansion from the stairs at the end of the corridor. Chapter 560 Sagres. The sails on the Explorer's main mast were pulled to the max. At the same time everyone is ready to fight. The sea breeze is getting stronger and stronger, and the fog begins to be blown away on a large scale. At the same time, the sky was gradually raining. It's finally here, Zorro said. Leo and the four brothers of the great King Seagull in the sky looked down at the sea. The fog was blown away, and the Discovery revealed its hull. After seeing it, Leo said happily, "It's great. I can finally attack. Although the stormy weather is coming, it is finally able to attack without the fog." Leo didn't want to wait any longer. After all, the longer it took, the worse things might get. "Okay, let's start bombing," Leo said. Leo and the four brothers of the great King Seagull began to bomb the Explorer below. On the deck of the Explorer, everyone could see Leo and the four King Seagulls clearly. Everyone in Leo has seen it. But what really shocked everyone was the King Seagull. The giant seagull has more than 20 meters of wings outstretched. Flying in the sky is like a giant. "OMG," said Usopp. "What is this?" Chopper said. "How can there be such a huge seagull?" Sanji said in surprise. "This is really a monster," Roger said. "Wow, I really want to ride on it," Luffy said. Robin looked up at the sky and felt that these giant seagulls were huge. "I have no choice but to fight," Zoro said calmly. Izumi Water Goddess and Ninja King are also ready to fight. Leo was the first to fly above the Discovery. "Go to hell, you stinky man." The two heavy bombs Leo was carrying were dropped. Two heavy bombs hit the Explorer below. "The bomb is coming, the right rudder is full," Commander Nami said. "No problem, Miss Nami." Sanji quickly completed the right full rudder. The huge hull of the Discovery turned to the right. As soon as the hull turned around, two heavy bombs hit the sea, and suddenly a violent explosion splashed an astonishing amount of water. The Discovery managed to dodge two heavy bombs. "Good job," Luffy cheered. "Sanji, great work." Nami also praised Sanji. After hearing this, Sanji said with love on his face, "Miss Nami, listen to your orders." There is another very important reason why Sanji is at the helm. That was Nami's order, and Sanji tried desperately to do it. In this way, Sanji can perform exceptionally at critical moments. This makes the Explorer more likely to survive. After Leo's attack failed, he looked towards the Explorer. Now the Explorer has increased in speed due to the storm's sea winds. And it seems that the helmsman is also a master at the helm. It seems that blowing them up is much harder than you imagined. "Next, it's up to you, the four brothers of the great King Seagull," Leo said to them. The four great King Seagulls all made amazing calls, and then began to bomb the Explorer. The great King Seagulls began to lower their heights. They aimed at the Explorer for a dive. On the deck of the Discovery, Nami saw these giant seagulls diving. "Sanji, irregular sailing," Nami ordered. "Okay, Miss Nami." Sanji is now a 500% fighting man. With Sanji's swift steering changes, the Discovery veered erratically from left to right across the sea. The King Seagulls have already started throwing heavy bombs. Each one drops 4 heavy bombs. A total of 16 bombs fell on the Explorer below. The heavy bomb hit the sea behind the Discovery and quickly exploded in the sea, setting off a Jinchuriki column of water. There were also some heavy bombs hitting the sea on the side of the Explorer. The towering water Jinchuriki column was created by the explosion. On the deck of the Discovery, it was originally rained because of the storm, but now the water waves generated by the water Jinchuriki column are scattered on everyone. "It's spectacular," Luffy said excitedly. "Idiot, how can you be like this?" Usopp and Chopper said. Rog saw this shocking sight. If it hit the sea, it would be nothing. It would be a disaster if such a heavy bomb hit the deck. Rog felt unprecedented pressure. Now need to figure out how to avoid being hit by these heavy bombs. That's why Rog spent an astonishing amount of energy researching and transforming new plant weapons last night. Roger put a stake around his right arm, which wrapped around his wrist. "Okay, it's time for you to show your power," Rog said. This stake is not the stake air cannon that has been used before, but a powerful weapon with amazing power. The power of the plant fruit in Rog's body was continuously injected into the stake. The front end of the stake began to expand rapidly. A hand, and then an arm, grew out of the front of the stake. It's just that this arm is made of trees. The shape is just like an arm. Okay, hand of the giant tree. The arms on this stake continue to grow longer and get bigger. Eventually it grew into a huge arm big enough to grab a cow. Usopp said in surprise when he saw Rog's giant wooden hand. Is this the arm of the giants? You'll know right away, Roger said. In the sky, the king seagull kept dropping heavy bombs. Another heavy bomb was not dodged and was about to hit the deck. At this time, Rog's right arm manipulated the hand of the giant tree to quickly catch the heavy bomb, and then quickly thrown to the side of the sea. Boom! The sea exploded violently. Amazing water Jinchuriki columns splash up. Rog successfully evaded the heavy bomb with the hand of the giant tree. After Rog used the giant wooden hand to successfully evade the attack, Usopp said, "It's amazing." Chopper also said, "So cool." Luffy said, "Have fun." Zoro is always paying attention to those giant seagulls in the sky. Always get some weird weapons, Zoro said. The King of Ninja also admired Rog's ability in his heart. The great King Seagull continued to drop heavy bombs. This time, 5 heavy bombs were dropped in a row, 3 of which were evaded by Sanji's rudder. But after all, the Explorer is a 100-meter warship with a huge hull, so that there are still some heavy bombs that can hit this heavy warship. 2 other heavy bombs crashed into the deck of the Discovery. Rog quickly grabbed one of the heavy bombs with the hand of the giant tree and threw it into the sea. But there is also a heavy bomb. Zoro waved his swords at this time. Knife flow, rhinoceros. Zoro used his dual swords when the heavy bomb was only more than 10 meters away. The resulting cyclone deflected the heavy bomb. Heavy bombs also hit the sea beside the Discovery. Under the cover of Rog's hand and Zoro, the Discovery managed to evade 2 heavy bombs. Chapter 561 Battles inside and outside the mansion. Sargeras clenched both hatchets, ready to strike again. Since one can't work, then attack both at the same time. Sargeras suddenly threw the 2 hatchets he held in both hands at the same time. The 2 hatchets spun as if flying back and forth and attacked Sanji in an arc. Sanji looked at the 2 hatchets that were approaching quickly. 2 hatchets flew from left and right. Oops! Sanji stepped back sharply, using the reaction force of his feet against the ground to bounce himself off. Chong! The 2 spinning hatchets collided at the end. Sargeras rushed forward and picked up the 2 hatchets again. How could Sanji miss the perfect opportunity for this attack? Single cut, cross cut. Sanji jumped over quickly, cutting his right leg straight from right to left like a huge kitchen knife. Sargeras quickly blocked with 2 hatchets. Clang! Sanji was enough to kick Pegasus' legs with Sargeras's 2 hatchets. It's really powerful, Sargeras said with a stressful expression on his face. His arms used enough strength, but the whole body was still a little tilted to the side. After all, Sanji's kick was too powerful. You're not bad, enough to be worth 100 of those kind of miscellaneous soldiers, Sanji said to Sargeras. Sargeras looked at Sanji and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Sanji bounced his right leg away, and then kicked several times in a row. Sargeras also swung 2 hatchets in both hands to block constantly. Clang, 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 clang. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Sanji and Sargeras fought fiercely, and after a fierce battle, the bedroom was already in a mess. The surrounding walls were littered with slashed cracks, or shattered parts. The originally gorgeous bed and tea table were turned into a pile of broken pieces and placed on the damaged floor. The 2 continued to fight, and Sargeras finally rushed out of the door of the room, and Sanji chased after him. In the end, the 2 went to the corridor on the 4th floor to fight together. In the corridor, the 2 of them fought fiercely, and Sanji's leg and Sargeraz's hatchet were fiercely handed over. The space in the corridor is wider, and the battle between the two is more intense. Just as Sanji and Sargeras were fighting fiercely in the mansion. In the huge courtyard of the Grandit mansion, Rog and Luffy continued their fierce battle with the vigilantes of the 4th Legion, commanded by the commander of the Corps of Korath. Da. Several security army submachine guns fired dense bullets at Rog. However, the walnut armor on Rog resisted these bullets and sputtered countless sparks. Die. Rog swung the iron birch sword at the head of a security soldier and slashed it down. PFF'd. The head of the security guard was chopped off, and his body clenched his submachine gun and fell to the ground. Since these security forces were wearing steel helmets, Rog only slashed diagonally or horizontally. If you cut off the top of the head directly, it is difficult to cut off the helmet. Several other security forces were so frightened that they quickly retreated when they saw that their partners were killed. Rog continued to charge, meeting the submachine gun bullets of the enemy soldiers and slashing the enemy with an iron birch sword. Rog rushed to the front of a security soldier, wielding the iron birch sword and aiming it at the opponent's abdomen, which was a slash. PFF'd. The security soldier's abdomen was cut open, and the intestines and stomach were all leaked out, and those body fluids were mixed with blood. Ah! The vigilante collapsed, his body continuing to twitch on the ground. This blow did not kill him directly, but mortally wounded him, waiting for the blood to flow for a certain period of time before he died. Seeing this tragic situation, the other security forces were even more terrified. They quickly continued to retreat, and at the same time took out the long-handled lead grenade, pulled the lead away and threw it at Rog. Zeetza, Zee. Sparks and white smoke were thrown at Rog from the 3 long-handled lead grenades that had been pulled away. Boom. With 3 loud noises, the 3 long-handled lead grenades beside Rog exploded. Rog's walnut armor was slightly damaged, but he was still able to fight. Rog continued to wield the iron birch greatsword to chop down these security forces. While Roger fought bravely to kill the enemy, Luffy also fought fiercely with the security forces. It is different from Rog's bloody, deadly style. Luffy's various exaggerated hand-to-hand combat. Rubber, pistol. Luffy punched out, and his arm lengthened. The fist hit a vigilante in the head, knocking him to the ground. 7 more vigilantes had their rifles pointed at Luffy. Shoot! 7 vigilantes pulled the trigger of their rifles. Bang! Boom! Bam! Bullets shot at Luffy. The caliber and power of these rifle bullets are to surpass submachine guns. 7 bullets hit Luffy. Luffy's body sank. Bounce! Luffy's body deflected 7 bullets. 7 bullets flew, hitting 3 of the security forces, knocking them to the ground. There were 4 other security guards who became very terrified when they saw it. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy used both fists together and punched more than 10 times in a row. Ah! So strong. 4 vigilantes were knocked to the ground by Luffy's fists. Luffy shook his fist and said, "Okay, go ahead." After seeing the vigilantes being knocked down continuously, a vigilante officer led more than 20 vigilantes to surround Luffy. Bullets don't work on him, this guy is made of rubber. We use bayonets and sabers against him, the vigilante officer ordered. The more than 20 security forces have bayonets inserted into their rifles, and those with sabers are ready to fight. Charge! The security army officer wielded a saber and led the security army soldiers to charge. The vigilante soldiers picked up their rifles, and the bayonets on them stabbed Luffy brightly. Wow, so many bayonets! Luffy said excitedly. The vigilantes raised their rifles and stabbed Luffy with the front bayonet. Luffy also knew the threat of sharp weapons to himself, and he hurriedly ducked back. After retreating more than 10 meters in a row, Luffy suddenly jumped into the air. Rubber, tempest. Luffy used both punches, hitting dozens of punches in a row. The fists hit the vigilante soldiers on the ground. More than a dozen security forces were knocked to the ground. Luffy attacked like this, he fell to the ground again. 11 officers and soldiers, including the security army officer, remained. The vigilante officer looked at Luffy with a terrified expression on his face. "It's really powerful. Such a powerful attack," the security officer said in horror. Luffy moved his arm and said, "Go ahead." The security officer was also frightened, and he dared not lead the soldiers to charge. Chapter 562 Fighting Situation. "Really?" Chopper said as he ate the cake. Usopp continued, "Of course it's more than that. Captain Usopp also rescued Marine's warship with one hand inadvertently." Usopp gushed about his glorious deeds. Just as dinner was being held on the deck of the Discovery. Above the sky, Leo, who had transformed into a seagull, spread his wings and flew. Only the moon and stars shine in the dark night. But it wasn't a problem at all for Leo. The eyes of seagulls can also clearly distinguish objects on the sea below at night. Behind Leo are 4 gigantic seagulls. These 4 are the great king seagulls that Leo invited. The king seagull is more than 20 meters long with its wings outstretched. These great king seagulls are actually 4 brothers. They were formerly giant seabirds that lived in the windless zone and fed on sea kings. But Leo found them once, and there was a conflict. But Leo won the recognition of the 4 brothers of the great king seagull with his strong ability and the spirit of defending the seagull race. They also went to live on the cliffs above Seagull Island, the great route where Leo is located. In the past, many ships traveling in the waters of the great route were attacked by Leo, and the 4 brothers of the great king seagull often helped. They hunted and killed humans, while Leo took all kinds of weapons and supplies from ships. This time Leo personally invited them to go out together. The 4 brothers of the great king seagull were furious when they heard that the seagulls were slaughtered and even used as food. They came with Leo to attack the explorer and the crowd. But they didn't come empty-handed. A lot of heavy bombs were tied to the torso of the 4 brothers of the great king seagull. 30 heavy bombs were strapped to the torso of each great king seagull. The shape of these heavy bombs is exactly the same as the heavy bombs used by Leo's daytime raid on the explorer. The king seagulls were carrying heavy bombs, and under the guidance of Leo, they were preparing to attack the Discovery. Leo himself only carried 4 bombs. He's mostly guiding and revenge this time around. "These stinky humans, I must destroy you," Leo said fiercely. After constant flight, Leo and the king seagulls finally flew to the sea area where the explorer was. In the sea below, the Discovery is driving. Although it was night, Leo and the king seagulls were still able to see the explorer below clearly. Leo's sharp eyes saw the faint firelight on the deck of the ocean explorer below for a while. "Damn, killing so many seagulls. How dare you have a comfortable dinner like this? However, you will soon feel what it is called terror," Leo said. Leo was the first to fly towards the explorer below. The king gulls followed, but they flew higher. Leo flew above the Discovery and aimed at the front of the deck. That's where Rog and Zoro had their dinner. "Suffer it, bastards." Leo aimed at the deck and dropped 2 heavy bombs first. 2 heavy bombs hit the deck. The people who were dining on the deck were talking and laughing. At this moment, Rog, Zoro, and the King of Ninjas all felt something was wrong. A dangerous aura approached. Zoro induction is especially strong. Zoro and the Ninja King suddenly looked up and saw 2 heavy bombs falling. Although Gecko and the starlight were dim, they were still able to see the 2 heavy bombs. Seeing this, Zoro said, "Oops, hurry up and find a way to deflect the bomb." Rog quickly took out a cane whip. Quickly infuse fruit power into it. Vine whip. Super rattan net. Rog used the plant fruit ability to interweave the vine whip repeatedly, turning it into a huge net. A huge net shrouded the deck above. And quickly pounced toward the top. When the 2 heavy bombs were only 10 meters away from the deck, they were caught by the huge super rattan net. Okay, let's go. Zoro and the Ninja King jumped up quickly and grabbed one side of the super rattan net. The two worked hard together. The super rattan net and the two heavy bombs inside were thrown into the sea on the left side of the Discovery deck. After the two heavy bombs were dropped, they quickly exploded in the sea. Boom, rumble. Two explosions sounded, and the water Jinchuriki column sputtered dozens of meters high. Everyone on the deck was terrified. Usopp was terrified and lay on the deck. Chopper ducked behind Luffy in horror. Luffy also exclaimed the huge splash of water Jinchuriki column. Wow, that's cool. Rog, Zoro, King of Ninjas. Is this a show the three of you are doing together? Luffy said excitedly. Rog and Zoro said helplessly, what, we were attacked. The Ninja King was also shocked for a while, and then he quickly observed the surroundings. Now suddenly attacked, there is no one but Leo. And the heavy bomb used just now was also used by Leo. Usopp stood up immediately and looked around and at the night sky. My God, look. Usopp pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone looked up at the night sky. I saw a shadow like a seagull in the sky. The shadow is in the sky above the explorer. But judging the appearance, there is no doubt that it is Leo. But what really terrified and surprised everyone was that there were 4 giant seabird-like things flying higher in the sky. What's going on? Usopp said in surprise. I'm afraid we have more than one enemy, Roger said. There are a lot of monsters, too, Luffy said. In the night sky, the 2 heavy bombs that Leo first dropped were successfully blocked. What? It's like this, Leo said in surprise. On the deck of the Discovery below, Roger looked at the terrifying shadows in the night sky. It doesn't matter if you fight on deck or on land. But worst of all, the enemy is in the sky. The enemy is attacking here by taking advantage of the sky. At this time, the water goddess Izumi said, I'll try it. Izumi suddenly used an iron axe. She held up the iron axe and whispered a magic spell in her mouth. There is wind around the iron axe, and then a storm. After forming a storm, Izumi, the water goddess, shot the storm over the huge sails of the explorer's mainmast. Under the influence of this powerful storm, the Discovery accelerated and sailed forward. Wow, so fast, Luffy yelled. It's so exciting, said Usopp suddenly. Nami exclaimed, it's scary. Sanji quickly rushed to the helm of the Discovery and began to steer. Don't worry, ladies, I won't deviate from the ship with me, Sanji said. Sanji steered the rudder hard, allowing the 100-meter warship to stabilize its direction and continue going. Chapter 563 Sanji's Battle. Some of them were not directly collapsed, but the related passage collapsed, causing the security officers and soldiers in the passage to be suffocated to death because of suffocation. A large number of security forces were killed in the fortifications and tunnels. General Durham, who is behind the fortification group, has been observing the development of the battle. I saw that the security military fortification group was bombed into rubble. It's tragic. We really lost, General Durham said with emotion. Most of the fortifications of the security forces were destroyed. The current situation is a complete defeat for the security forces. The senior officers around General Durham looked at him with sad faces. General Durham, let's retreat. It's not very safe here, a senior officer said quickly. General Durham also understood that it was an irreversible rout, and in the final analysis, the root cause of this rout was the collapse of the previous security warships. This allowed the Sea Dock to approach here and conduct a heavy artillery bombardment. General Durham is also incapable of revolving heaven. Although he helped the building to fall, the building's foundation has been destroyed, and he can't help it up. Okay, everyone, we're going to evacuate first, said General Durham. The order was quickly communicated. The officers and soldiers of General Durham's Security Army headquarters and some remnants of the security forces retreated one after another. There were originally more than 3,300 security forces standing here, of course not including the part of the Fourth Army that was taken away by the commander of the Korath Army. Of the more than 3,300 security officers and soldiers, only 1,200 survived and fled. More than 2,000 elite security officers and soldiers were buried in the fortification group. This battle completely wiped out the main force of the Magic Valley City Security Army. Of course, there is also the troop reorganization of the 5th Corps under the command of the Droke Corps commander on standby. However, it did not participate in the fortification group battle. Moreover, it is inevitable that it will die in the face of the C-Doc to participate in the battle. The security forces have been beaten like this, and the most powerful armed force in Magic Valley City and Jaya Island is the real Jinchuriki column of Grandit's rule. Without the armed forces as a Jinchuriki column, Grandit's rule is also about to collapse. However, at the Grandit mansion, the battle between Rog and Luffy, as well as Sanji and Robin, was to directly capture the leader. Inflicts a fatal blow to the heart of the enemy. At the Grandit mansion, Rog and Luffy have been fighting fiercely with the vigilantes outside the mansion. Inside the mansion, Robin was still recuperating in the room on the 2nd floor. Sanji continued to fight with Sargeras in the corridor on the 4th floor of the mansion. The fierce battle between the two severely damaged the corridor on the 4th floor. The whirling axe. Sargeras bowed his arms and threw out 2 hatchets. The 2 hatchets spun and attacked Sanji in an arc. Sanji suddenly turned somersaults backwards in succession, dodging Sargeras's attack. "It's really good. You can fight with me for so long," Sanji said in admiration to Sargeras. Being able to continue fighting for so long, Sanji feels that Sargeras is much more difficult to deal with than the previous Big Jet. Sargeras was even more exhausted. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion, and his mouth was panting. After all, he was not strictly Sanji's opponent. It was incredible that Sargeras could fight to such an extent. "It's really powerful. I can understand that you have this kind of strength to dare to break into this heavily guarded mansion," Sargeras said. Sargeras continued to fight hard, wielding 2 hatchets violently against Sanji. However, Sanji's fighting state is still very strong, and the power of his foot kick has not weakened at all. But Sargeras became weaker the more he fought. His body is fighting desperately, which is already a serious consumption of physical strength. Sanji quickly approached Sargeras, aiming at Sargeras's head and kicking it with his legs. First meet, Sargeras hurriedly used 2 hatchets to cross in front of his head. But Sanji's legs suddenly changed direction. Sanji's leg kicked into Sargeras's stomach this time. Belly. Sanji kicked Sargeras in the stomach with his leg. After Sargeras was kicked in the abdomen, he fell backwards. After Sargeras fell, Sanji continued to attack. Kick against etiquette. Sanji kicked Sargeras's body from bottom to top. The kick was so powerful that it knocked Sargeras into the roof. Boom. With a loud bang, Sargeras's body hit the top of the corridor. Because Sanji kicked him too hard, the top of the corridor was smashed. After the roof of the hallway was smashed, Sargeras fell. He continued to grasp the 2 hatchets to continue the fight. Sanji jumped up quickly. Superlative ground meat. Sanji kicked dozens of kicks in a row. Dozens of feet are kicked into Sargeras. Sargeras was hit hard, and his whole body rolled several times in a row. Sargeras's body finally rolled to the end of the corridor. Sargeras was hit hard, and he crashed at the end of the hallway. The bones on his body were shattered, his internal organs were severely injured, and blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth. Obviously life is not long. "You won." Sargeras reluctantly said these words and then remained completely motionless. Sanji walked up to Sargeras, looked at him and said, "You are really good too." Although Sargeras failed, he fought bravely with Sanji. Gained the respect of Sanji. Sanji continued going and started walking towards the next level. Judging from the situation, Jet guards the 3rd floor and Sargeras guards the 4th floor, so in the end only the 5th floor is left. Then Grandit and the tall and thin bodyguard must be there too. Especially the tall and thin bodyguard made Sanji hate Kiba, teeth. How dare you hurt Sister Robin, I will never forgive you. Biting Kiba. Sanji took the stairs to the 5th floor of the mansion on the top floor. Just when Sanji was about to reach the 5th floor, an explosion suddenly occurred under his feet. Boom. Sanji was blown away by the violent explosion. He was rushed down the stairs by the explosion and rolled back to the 4th floor. Cough. How can this be? Sanji reluctantly stood up again. His black suit had not been damaged much, even in the fierce battles with Jet and Sargeras. After being hit by a hidden bomb just now, his black suit was badly damaged. After the black suit on Sanji was severely damaged, Sanji continued to look at the stairs. I didn't expect someone to plant a bomb here. Sanji looked at the stairs and said. I don't know how many hidden organs there are in the 5th floor. The other party must have wanted to assassinate Sanji in this way. Chapter 564 5th Floor Enemy. Really? Chopper said as he ate the cake. Usopp continued. Of course it's more than that. Captain Usopp also rescued Marine's warship with one hand inadvertently. Usopp gushed about his glorious deeds. Just as dinner was being held on the deck of the Discovery. Above the sky, Leo, who had transformed into a seagull, spread his wings and flew. Only the moon and stars shine in the dark night. But it wasn't a problem at all for Leo. The eyes of seagulls can also clearly distinguish objects on the sea below at night. Behind Leo are 4 gigantic seagulls. These 4 are the great king seagulls that Leo invited. The king seagull is more than 20 meters long with its wings outstretched. These great king seagulls are actually 4 brothers. They were formerly giant seabirds that lived in the windless zone and fed on sea kings. But Leo found them once, and there was a conflict. But Leo won the recognition of the 4 brothers of the great king seagull with his strong ability and the spirit of defending the seagull race. They also went to live on the cliffs above Seagull Island, the great route where Leo is located. In the past, many ships traveling in the waters of the great route were attacked by Leo, and the 4 brothers of the great king seagull often helped. They hunted and killed humans, while Leo took all kinds of weapons and supplies from ships. This time Leo personally invited them to go out together. The 4 brothers of the great king seagull were furious when they heard that the seagulls were slaughtered and even used as food. They came with Leo to attack the explorer and the crowd. But they didn't come empty-handed. A lot of heavy bombs were tied to the torso of the 4 brothers of the great king seagull. 30 heavy bombs were strapped to the torso of each great king seagull. The shape of these heavy bombs is exactly the same as the heavy bombs used by Leo's daytime raid on the explorer. The king seagulls were carrying heavy bombs and under the guidance of Leo, they were preparing to attack the Discovery. Leo himself only carried 4 bombs. He's mostly guiding and revenge this time around. These stinky humans, I must destroy you, Leo said fiercely. After constant flight, Leo and the king seagulls finally flew to the sea area where the explorer was. In the sea below, the Discovery is driving. Although it was night, Leo and the king seagulls were still able to see the explorer below clearly. Leo's sharp eyes saw the faint firelight on the deck of the ocean explorer below for a while. Damn, killing so many seagulls. How dare you have a comfortable dinner like this? However, you will soon feel what it is called terror, Leo said. Leo was the first to fly towards the explorer below. The king gulls followed, but they flew higher. Leo flew above the Discovery and aimed at the front of the deck. That's where Rog and Zoro had their dinner. Suffer it, bastards. Leo aimed at the deck and dropped 2 heavy bombs first. 2 heavy bombs hit the deck. The people who were dining on the deck were talking and laughing. At this moment, Rog, Zoro, and the King of Ninjas all felt something was wrong. A dangerous aura approached. Zoro induction is especially strong. Zoro and the Ninja King suddenly looked up and saw 2 heavy bombs falling. Although Gecko and the starlight were dim, they were still able to see the 2 heavy bombs. Seeing this, Zoro said, "Oops, hurry up and find a way to deflect the bomb." Rog quickly took out a cane whip. Quickly infuse fruit power into it. Vine Whip. Super Rattan Net. Rog used the plant fruit ability to interweave the vine whip repeatedly, turning it into a huge net. A huge net shrouded the deck above, and quickly pounced toward the top. When the two heavy bombs were only 10 meters away from the deck, they were caught by the huge Super Rattan Net. Okay, let's go. Zoro and the Ninja King jumped up quickly and grabbed one side of the Super Rattan Net. The two worked hard together. The Super Rattan Net and the two heavy bombs inside were thrown into the sea on the left side of the Discovery deck. After the two heavy bombs were dropped, they exploded quickly. Boom, rumble. Two explosions sounded, and the water Jinchuriki column sputtered dozens of meters high. Everyone on the deck was terrified. Usopp was terrified and lay on the deck. Chopper ducked behind Luffy in horror. Luffy also exclaimed the huge splash of water Jinchuriki column. Wow, that's cool. Rog, Zoro, King of Ninjas. Is this the show the three of you are performing? Luffy said excitedly. Rog and Zoro said helplessly, what, we were attacked. The Ninja King was also shocked for a while, and then he quickly observed the surroundings. Now suddenly attacked, there is no one but Leo. And the heavy bomb used just now was also used by Leo. Usopp stood up immediately and looked around and at the sky at night. My God, look. Usopp pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone looked up at the night sky. I saw a shadow like a seagull in the sky. The shadow is in the sky above the explorer. But judging the appearance, there is no doubt that it is Leo. But what really terrified and surprised everyone was that there were 4 giant seabird-like things flying higher in the sky. What's going on? Usopp said in surprise. I'm afraid we have more than one enemy, Roger said. There are a lot of monsters, too, Luffy said. In the night sky, the 2 heavy bombs that Leo first dropped were successfully blocked. What? It's actually like this. Leo looked at the other party in surprise and said. On the deck of the Discovery below, Roger looked at the terrifying shadows in the night sky. It doesn't matter if you fight on deck or on land. But worst of all, the enemy is in the sky. The enemy is attacking here by taking advantage of the sky. At this time, the water goddess Izumi said, I'll try it. Izumi suddenly used an iron axe. She held up the iron axe and whispered a magic spell in her mouth. There is wind around the iron axe, and then a storm. After forming a storm, Izumi, the water goddess, shot the storm over the huge sails of the explorer's mainmast. Under the influence of this powerful storm, the Discovery accelerated and sailed forward. Wow, so fast! Luffy exclaimed happily. It's so exciting, Usopp said excitedly. Nami exclaimed, it's scary. Sanji quickly rushed to the helm of the Discovery and began to steer. Don't worry, ladies, I won't deviate from the ship with me, Sanji said. Sanji steered the rudder hard, allowing the 100-meter warship to stabilize its direction and continue going. Chapter 565 Real Room. However, Sanji was very cautious and successfully avoided the first such strange mechanism. Sanji then searched the rooms more cautiously and slowly. Anyway, Grandit and the tall and thin bodyguard must be in the room on the 5th floor, and they can't escape. The turtles in the urn don't have to worry about them being able to escape, as long as they act cautiously. After successively searching 19 rooms on the left and right, 38 rooms in total. That is, to the last 2 rooms on the left and right. Sanji looked at the 2 rooms. There was no trace before, and it was impossible for them to escape. It seems that they really want to hide to the end. Sanji is now thinking about which room to open first. The opponent must also be paying attention in the dark. After all, the sound of Sanji's departure agency was still very loud. But the 2 final rooms are different. As long as one of the rooms is opened, the enemy is very likely to take the initiative to attack. Because if there is an enemy in the opened room, then it is natural to fight directly. But there is no enemy, so there must be no doubt in the other room. In this case, the enemy will not sit still, and will inevitably take the opportunity to shoot from another room. Which one? Sanji moved his arms and ankles extremely calmly, preparing for the final fierce battle. After choosing left and right, Sanji quickly kicked the door of the room on the right with his feet. Clang! With a loud bang, the door to the room was kicked open. There is nothing inside. But there was a quick burst of gas. PFF'd. A puff of gas mixed with mustard and chili powder spewed out. Very choking, enough to produce a tear gas-like effect. At this moment, the door to the room on the left suddenly opened. A figure rushed out, and his speed was astonishingly fast. And he held a sharp dagger in his hand. The dagger stabbed at the back of Sanji's neck. At this moment, Sanji slammed his body on the ground with both hands, and kicked the short sword with his feet in the opposite direction. Chong! Sanji's foot and the dagger met violently. The upside-down Sanji successfully blocked the attack of the dagger, which shocked Magath, who attacked. Sanji jumped to the side abruptly, turned his body back and looked at Magath. Sanji looked at the other party and saw that the other party was tall and thin with sharp eyes like those of an eagle. Plus the use of a dagger in the hand. No doubt it was the bodyguard who stabbed Robin before. It's really you, Sanji said calmly. Magath also looked at Sanji very strangely. It's really strong that you were able to catch my attack. And why are you immune to those tear gas? Magath looked at Sanji coldly and asked. Did you say these mustard and chili powders? What a shame, all I can tell you is this little trick, I've seen too many of them before. I know a man whose level of skill is somehow higher than setting this times. Sanji said disdainfully. In the past, Usopp often invented various weapons and tools, and the so-and-so star he destroyed was often used as a joke, and even used in battle. Sanji naturally knew how to prevent such weapons. In the past, Usopp had privately used the spicy seasoning that Sanji used for cooking to make a tear gas weapon, and was severely repaired by Sanji. But at this time in the room on the left, that is, behind Magath, who rushed out. Okuro was awkward for a while after listening to it. He thinks that the weapons of destruction he has made are very powerful. Moreover, the trap is specially arranged in the room on the right, which will be triggered once it is opened. But Sanji not only succeeded in cracking his tear gas weapon, but also claimed that his weapon was nothing compared to another. This made Okuro very annoyed and helpless. Sanji looked at Magath, and he hated Magath in his heart. Magath stabbed Robin and nearly died. This makes Sanji, who has always defended the safety and dignity of women, unforgivable. Especially Robin is Sanji's favorite lady. You dare to hurt my favorite lady, Sanji said to Magath with resentment. Magath naturally knew what Sanji was talking about. Your partner. She is very capable, so I have to take care of her first. Magath said grimly. Sanji glared at Magath and said, but I have to tell you that there is a price to pay for hurting the lady. Although Sanji was full of resentment, he was still calm in his heart. He knew very well what the main purpose was now. The main purpose now is still to arrest Grandit. Otherwise, along with Robin's injury, it's all in vain. Sanji shifted his gaze from Magath to his back. In the room behind Magath, there was also a short, stocky man and Grandit who was hiding at the back. At this moment, Grande, who was hiding behind him, shivered with fright when he saw Sanji. His heart was beating violently. Legs were shaking constantly. Okuro saw Sanji, although he was still calm, he was also very nervous. After all, the organs he carefully arranged before were all abolished. In this case, Magath is equal to the last line of defense for the three. Okuro and Grandit with 1 foot. Sanji looked at Magath again full of fighting spirit. Okay, the bastard who hurt the lady. Let's have a showdown. Being a knight will let you know what honor is. Sanji said seriously. Sanji is full of energy like a dueling knight. Magath looked at Sanji and really felt the combination of elegance and fighting in his bones. But for him, a cold-blooded killer, as long as the battle can be won, he can do whatever he can. Okay, let's get started then. Magath said coldly. Magath held his 50-centimeter-long dagger in his right arm. His left arm quickly threw a 50-centimeter-long dagger from his sleeve. Magath held a dagger in each hand and assumed an assassination posture. Cut the meat shoot. Sanji took the lead with his right foot, and his foot tore the air and quickly kicked to Magath's left hand. This blow was very fast, and Magath quickly blocked it with the short sword held in his left hand. However, Sanji's foot changed direction slightly midway, and he kicked the back of Magath's left hand. Boom! The back of Magath's left hand was hit like a heavy hammer, and the dagger in his hand flew out. Ah! The dagger in Magath's right hand quickly took the opportunity to attack Sanji's calf. Sanji quickly retracted his feet. Immediately after, Sanji quickly stood on his right foot, and his left foot immediately attacked. Loin! Sanji slammed his left foot into the right side of Magath's waist. Magath was caught off guard by this blow, and he was kicked on the right side of the waist and quickly fell to the left. Chapter 566 Sanji's plastic surgery. But Magath was a killer after all, and he quickly made a few somersaults to the far side of the corridor. Magath arrived at a position more than 10 meters away from Sanji, and he looked at Sanji. At the same time, quickly move the injured left hand. Sanji's meat-cutting shoot is a powerful move designed to attack the opponent's hand. This attack can knock out the opponent's weapon. Sanji continued to attack. Those feet were given to you just now for my partner, now is the real fight. Sanji approached Magath and kicked out consecutive attacks. Magath stepped back while blocking with his feet and arms. Sanji didn't expect that Magath was also capable. He managed to block the kick from his legs. As an assassin, Magath is quite powerful in his fists and kicks, and his body is also very flexible. He is completely able to resist Sanji to a certain extent through hand-to-hand combat. Your strength is really not bad. Sanji praised Magath during the battle. Although Magath resisted Sanji's fierce kick, he was still clearly at a disadvantage. After all, Sanji's leg kung fu is not a single star. Are you fighting with only your legs? Magath asked suddenly. Sanji continued to attack, and confronted his opponents with each other. I didn't tell you, I'm a cook. So I don't have to fight with my arms. My legs are capable of taking on any enemy I see, Sanji said. Sanji fights with only his legs, except in places related to the kitchen or restaurant where he fights with his hands. Also, I don't usually fight with my hands. But I can assist. Sanji said suddenly. At this time, Sanji suddenly put his arms on the ground and fell down. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji put his hands on the ground, spread his feet and started a spinning kick. Boom, 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 boom. Sanji's feet collided violently with Magath's arms. Many of these attacks, Magath did not resist. Magath was kicked in a row. Magath is now in a state of failure. In the hallway, in the room on the left at the far end. The small, stocky Okuro poked his head out, a pistol clenched in both hands. This pistol has been modified by him with a scope. Captain Magath is going to fail, and it's really time for me to show my power. Okuro Kuro carefully aimed at Sanji in the middle of the battle. Among the crosshairs of the scope, Sanji was aimed at the central cross. At this time, Sanji and Magath were fighting fiercely. Magath is a man who will do anything to win, and considering that Sanji can defeat Jeter and Sargeras in a row, Magath ordered Okuro to prepare to shoot secretly. After Sanji was aimed, Okuro Kuro pulled the trigger on the pistol. Bang! A shot went off. A bullet projectile was fired at Sanji's head. The time around Sanji and Magath, who were at war, seemed to slow down at this moment. A round finger-sized projectile flew towards Sanji's head. But the bullet didn't hit Sanji's head, but wiped from the hair in front of Sanji's forehead. The projectile continued to fly into the distance, and several hairs fell out. Sanji managed to dodge the bullet. It's dangerous. Sanji quickly ducked to the side against the wall. Here, Sanji caught sight of Okuro with a dart gun. Okuro clenched the pistol in both hands, shocked. It's actually dodging. Could it be that he was dodging when I pulled the trigger? Okuro said in disbelief. There are many people in this world who have strong senses and can sense the opponent's attack intentions. An ability called observation haki is that the user can feel everything around them through the power of hearing. Observation haki can sharpen the five senses, detect the breath of microbes, changes in emotions, and predict and avoid danger. As long as people are alive, they can make special sounds, and with these sounds, they can predict the opponent's next move and position. And can increase the range with exercise. Actually has the prototype of observation haki, so he can effectively avoid bullets in advance. But Sanji doesn't have a real master observation haki yet, just a little instinct at first. Otherwise, the bullet couldn't even hurt his hair. Here. Sanji looked at Okuro who was shooting the dart gun. Okuro found himself being discovered by Sanji. He was shaking all over and his back was cold. Rushed towards Okuro quickly, and Okuro hurriedly continued to aim at Sanji with his pistol and continued to shoot. Bang, boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. The bullets continued to shoot at Sanji. Sanji instinctively avoided these bullets. The bullets flew past Sanji one by one. Some even wiped off Sanji's black suit, but none of them could effectively kill Sanji's body. Sanji finally rushed to Okuro. The short and stocky man immediately felt incomparable fear when he looked at the handsome man with curly eyebrows full of anger. It was as frightening as falling into the abyss of hell. Cut the meat shoot. Right foot sharply, kicking the pistol in Okuro's hand away. Then the short, stocky man was kicked by Sanji as hard as ever. You look so wretched, let me help you with plastic surgery. Looked at Okuro and said. Okuro was terrified, but Sanji's foot was already kicking in the face. Eyes. Sanji kicked Okuro's eyes in the front, making Okuro's eyes sunken. The nose. Kuro's nose with another kick from the front, deforming Okuro's nose and the bridge of his nose. Cheeks. Kicked Okuro's cheek from the side, deforming Okuro's cheek. Mouth. Sanji kicked Okuro's mouth from the bottom up, causing Okuro's lips to sink inward. Kiba tooth. Kicked Okuro's kiba head on, causing Okuro's kiba to take a hit. Chin. Sanji kicked the opponent's jaw from the bottom up, causing the opponent to lose his balance and fall backwards. Final blow, shaping shoot. Sanji jumped up suddenly, and his feet kept kicking Okuro's facial bones at high speed, and Okuro's head shook violently. With Sanji's powerful continuous kicks, Okuro's face and appearance completely changed. After the last continuous kick, Okuro flew out and slammed into the wall heavily. The short and stocky Okuro knelt on the ground, covering his face with force. What's wrong with me? There is a mirror in this room. Okuro was apprehensive, thinking that his face was inhuman, but he still wanted to see what the injury was like. Huh, what? Chapter 567 Maggot's Last Shot. Seeing his appearance in the mirror, Okuro shouted in shock. In the mirror, I saw a face as delicate as a beautiful man in an oil painting. Seeing his beautiful face, Okuro was immersed in shock for a long time. He stroked his face with both hands in disbelief. Whether it was the tall bridge of the nose, the angular face, the beautiful eyes full of charm, the tightly closed lips and the perfect chin, they all confirmed a fact. Okuro turned into a handsome man. Looked at Okuro's complicated expression in the mirror. The plastic surgery package is a combat skill specially designed for those who are not good looking. To put it bluntly, this skill was invented when I was bored. And I will not attack women, so this kind of skills are only suitable for some men. Sanji lit a cigarette again and explained indifferently. Okuro continues to be engrossed in his new look. He turned his face to Sanji, not knowing whether it was gratitude or admiration. Sanji took a deep breath of the cigarette, spit out another smoke ring and said, "But this also has a disadvantage, that is." Okuro looked at Sanji with a radiant expression, trying to wait for him to say something. "That is, the height and body shape will not change," Sanji said calmly. Okuro looked at his own body again, and it was still the same. Now he has a delicate and handsome face, but his body is still short and stocky. This looks extremely incongruous, even more ridiculous than before. "I thank you," Okuro shouted loudly at Sanji. Okuro ran to Sanji, knelt down and kowtowed to him. Boom, 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 boom. Okuro's head hit the ground loudly. "Thank you for giving me a perfect look," Okuro said gratefully. Sanji looked at him and said helplessly, "I didn't help you on purpose, but I didn't expect you to be so happy. Then you should cherish your new face first. Don't break it." "Yes, yes." Okuro quickly stood up. He took out a small mirror and started taking pictures of his narcissistic self. Okuro is now reborn because of Sanji's plastic surgery package, and naturally he is very in love with his own appearance. Originally a wretched, short and stocky man, now with a handsome face, Okuro is naturally immersed in boundless intoxication. Sanji turned his attention to Grandit, who was behind Okuro. The cunning white-haired old man now looked at Sanji full of fear and shock. Grandmaster of money and power for many years, but he was shocked by a man like Sanji who had unimaginable fighting power. Sanji looked at Grandit and said, "Oh, you are Grandit." Grandit looked at Sanji in horror, and said tremblingly, "You don't hurt me, I'll give you as much money as you want." Sanji dismissed and said contemptuously, "Who cares about your money? What I want is to catch you, or you can be killed." Grandit looked at Sanji tremblingly. He was about to collapse to the ground. Grandit looked at Okuro and said, "Okuro, hurry up and protect me, I can give you as much as you want." Okuro has been immersed in his beautiful new face. Okuro said extremely narcissistically, "Money. I love my new face more now, the beautiful face given to me by this handsome guy with curly eyebrows, how can I fight him again? And I'm not his opponent." Grandit saw Okuro. He sat on the ground in complete despair. Sanji looked at Grandit and walked towards him. At this moment, Maggoth's figure suddenly moved over. Maggoth swung the dagger with his right hand and aimed it at Sanji's neck and stabbed it. "Cut the meat shoot." Sanji jumped up with his left foot and kicked at Maggoth's right hand. Boom. Maggoth's right hand was kicked by Sanji. The short sword he held in his right hand was knocked into the air. Sanji didn't stop, he continued to attack continuously with his feet. Shoulder tenderloin. Loin. Back rib. Belly. Upper thigh meat. Tail meat. Thigh meat. Shin meat. After the continuous kicks, Sanji jumped into the air and kicked Maggoth intensively with both feet. Val shoot. A stormy kick hit Maggoth's body. For Maggoth, Sanji has an unforgettable hatred. He hurt Robin, which Sanji absolutely cannot forgive. Maggoth's whole body trembled violently under Sanji's violent kick. The muscles of Maggoth, who was violently trembling under attack, were torn apart, and his bones shattered for a while. His internal organs were also severely hit, and the internal bleeding was violent. Boom. Maggoth's entire body flew out under the attack of Sanji's last kick. After Maggoth's body flew out, it finally hit the wall heavily. At this time, Maggoth was in a mess, obviously suffering from extremely serious trauma. Maggoth's body has been hurt so much that he can hardly move now. Grandit was not far away at this time, and he looked at Maggoth's bruised body. It's over, Grandit said desperately. Grandit is so desperate that he has now lost any bodyguards. And his money couldn't impress Sanji at all. It can be said that there is only a dead end in front of Grandit. Sanji looked at the defeated Maggoth. Huh. Sanji suddenly realizes that Maggoth seems to be able to move. The severely injured Magath reluctantly moved his arm. He now has fractures in many parts of his body, severe internal bleeding, and is already dying. But even so, this killer with a will to fight in his heart still moved his arms diligently. Magath looked at Sanji with a twitchy face. You won. But, we're all going to die. Magath bit Kiba and said. At this time, Magath suddenly unbuttoned the suit on his chest, revealing 2 rows of explosives. Sanji and Grandit, who were present, were shocked when they saw this. Even Okuro, who was immersed in his beautiful face, woke up like a dream. Dynamite. Sanji's expression also changed. Magath used his last strength to pull the leads of the explosives tied to his body away. Zitsa. 2 rows of explosives began to emit sparks and white smoke. Before long, these explosives will explode. Sanji turned around and ran away, quickly leaving the room. Grandit and Kuro quickly left. But the 2 were too slow. Magath looked at the 3 fleeing and closed his eyes. Go to hell together. Magath said the last word. The leads of the 2 rows of explosives burned to the end. Chapter 568 Grandit's Death. Boom. A violent explosion occurred. An astonishing blast of fire and impact covered the room and shattered the walls all the way down the hallway. Grandit, who ran the slowest, was the first to be engulfed by the fireball. The short and stocky Okuro was also buried in it. Sanji rushed out at an astonishing speed, but the blast and flames behind him still existed. Ah! Sanji was thrown away by the blast behind him, and finally rolled for more than 10 meters in the corridor before stopping. The explosion is finally over. It really hurts. Sanji struggled to get up again. He put out the flames on his tattered suit. If you look closely, there are multiple injuries on the body. Turn around and look into the corridor. After the explosion in the corridor, it was already a mess. Several consecutive rooms at the end were destroyed. Remnants of flames and gunpowder still exist. Are they all dead? Sanji walked over to check the situation. The first thing he saw was the small, stocky body of Okuro. However, Okuro is already bloody, and the face that has been plasticized is scorched and unrecognizable. Sanji took a few glances and continued to walk forward. He saw a lean corpse. From the clothes it was the same Grandit from before. And the left arm of Grandit's body was also blown off. This man who was good at money and power in his lifetime died so tragically now. This had to make people feel sad for a while. Sanji continued to walk inside, and finally arrived at the farthest room on the left. The room was already bombed with broken rubble everywhere. Magath had long been blown to pieces. This crazy killer didn't forget to drag his opponent to hell until the very last moment. Seeing the mess inside, Sanji left here. He walked over to Grandit's body again and took a few pictures with the camera phone bug he was carrying. The 5th floor was already very messy, and Sanji thought of Robin who was recovering on the 2nd floor. By the way, hurry up. Sister Robin is waiting for me. Sanji quickly left the 5th floor. Sanji quickly returned to the 2nd floor of the mansion. In the room where Robin was recuperating. Sanji pushed open the door. Miss Robin. Sanji looked at Robin in the room. Now Robin seems to be looking better after a while of rest. Robin's deep eyes also saw Sanji. Sanji, you're back, Robin said calmly. Robin saw that Sanji's black suit was very tattered, but Sanji's face was filled with a happy look. Sanji saw that Robin was better and said, Miss Robin, are you feeling better? Yes, I feel better, Robin said. Robin looked at Sanji's body repeatedly and said, did you successfully capture Grandit? Sanji said happily, you said him. It's a pity that I couldn't catch him alive. Grandit died, but he died anyway. Robin asked, so, did you kill him? Sanji said, nothing. I'll defeat the bodyguard who stabbed you first. He jumped over the wall and tried to drag me to hell with his own explosives. In the end, he just killed himself and Grandit. So that's how it is, said Robin. I will not let anyone who dares to hurt Sister Robin. Anyway, I have already helped Sister Robin to avenge her. Sanji said. Robin looked out the window again and said, Rog and Luffy are still fighting. Outside the window, the screams of killing continued to come. Sanji looked out the window and then looked at Robin's body. Sister Robin, we still need to evacuate. And we will inform everyone of the news of Grandit's death. The enemy will also stop fighting. More importantly, you need further careful treatment. Sanji said. Okay, Robin said. Inside the huge courtyard of the Grande Mansion, Rog and Luffy continued to fight hard against the 4th Legion, commanded by Captain Korath. During the fierce battle, the remaining nearly 900 security officers and soldiers commanded by Korath were consumed and only more than 500 people remained. These remnants of the security forces are almost on the verge of collapse due to continuous fighting and no results. Korath was fighting with a group of senior officers desperately suppressing the troops. Under the pressure of military law, the remaining troops fought feebly. PFF'd. Roger cut down another vigilante officer armed with a saber. It's really tiring. I'm tired after fighting for so long, Rog said, looking at the still large number of security forces. But Rog saw an officer on a strong horse. The officer was burly. The style of the military coat is like that of a high-ranking officer, and the other party's wearing reminds him of the first encounter with the commander of the Third Army, Mong Kuro. Is it the leader of the enemy army? After Roger judged, he started to kill the opponent. At this time, the commander of the Korath army was riding a horse, barely commanding the battle. Although his character is ruthless, the military command is vigorous and resolute. But in the face of the situation in front of him, he is also about to collapse. How? An enemy who can't be killed no matter what. The commander of the Korath army said with emotion. When Korath said this, he also noticed that Rog suddenly rushed in his direction. Could it be that? An extremely terrifying thought occurred in the mind of the commander of the Korath army. He quickly gave orders to the cavalry guards on the left and right. Hurry up and stop him. The commander of the Korath army ordered. The 4 cavalry dashed towards Rog on strong horses. Rog swung the iron birch greatsword against these enemies. PFF'd. Rog directly cut off the leg of a horse under the cavalry. With the remaining 3 cavalrymen, Rog didn't do too much entanglement, and directly slashed the legs of the opponent's horse with an iron birch sword. Rog quickly approached the commander of the Korath army. The commander of the Korath army looked at Rog who was approaching, and hurriedly rode his horse to escape. At the same time, he took out a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Roger. Bang! Colonel Korath pulled the trigger. A bullet hit Roger's walnut armor. The walnut armor has only a few more scratches, but it is still intact. The walnut armor on Rog's body has also become a lot damaged after a long and fierce battle. Numerous large and small cracks, blood and charred spots made the walnut armor look devastated. Bang! Boom! 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 The commander of Korath continued to shoot, but he was unable to destroy the walnut armor on Rog. Crap! Run fast! The commander of the Korath army hurriedly accelerated the running of his horses. Rog saw that the commander of the Korath army was running and accelerating, and it was difficult for him to catch up. Chapter 569 The Complete Collapse of the 4th Legion. Rog threw the iron birch sword with all his strength. Go! The iron birch greatsword was thrown. PFF'd. The iron birch sword stabbed the buttocks of the horse in the crotch of the commander of the Korath army. Hi! The strong horse quickly stumbled forward. The commander of the Korath army also fell to the ground. Rog rushed over quickly, reached the butt of the fallen horse, and pulled out his iron birch sword with a jerk with both hands. Rog raised the iron birch tree sword and looked at the commander of the Korath army again. The commander of the Korath army stood up from the ground in embarrassment. He saw Rog and understood that there was no way to avoid it. If you're still a soldier, let's have a showdown. Roger snapped. Okay. The embarrassed Korath army commander's last bloody blood that belonged to the soldiers was inspired. His right hand grabbed the sword at his waist. Chong! A sharp long sword was pulled from the scabbard at his waist. There are also some patterns engraved on the long sword, and the workmanship is very good. The blade is very sharp. It can even be said that from the outside, it is not inferior to Zoro's katana. The commander of the Korath army clenched the sharp sword in both hands. Rog held the sharp and heavy iron birch greatsword in both hands. Kill! Both sides shouted at the same time. The two ran towards each other. The great iron birch sword raised in Rog's hand fell. The long sword clenched in the hand of the commander of Korath slashed towards Rog's neck. PFF'd. Chong! Roger cut a huge incision in the chest of the commander of Korath. The walnut armor on Rog's neck was scratched a lot. But it's still a winner. The body of the commander of the Korath army fell down, and those eyes were full of last-minute madness and desperateness. Roger panted and looked at the fallen enemy. He observed the damage to the walnut armor on his neck. The opponent's long sword is indeed sharp, and it actually scratches the walnut armor. This is an effect that a lot of bullets and bombs don't have. If the commander of the Korath army was highly skilled in martial arts, then Rog himself would have died here. After killing the commander of Korath, Rog looked around. Many of the security officers and soldiers on the battlefield saw their army commander be beheaded. The commander of Korath is dead. For a time, the remnants of the 4th Legion were in chaos. Although there are still hundreds of people, but without the backbone, they do not have the desire and courage to fight. Chaos quickly affected everyone. The remnants of the 4th Legion began to fall into chaos. Many officers and soldiers began to flee the battlefield. The 4th Army was completely destroyed, and the remaining officers and soldiers quickly fled from the front. Rog and Luffy also stopped fighting, just watched the enemies flee. Since the enemy has already collapsed and fled, there is no point in fighting. At the entrance of the huge courtyard of the Grandit Mansion, Eugenie, Steward Charles and the attendants saw a large number of remnants of the security forces pouring in here. Miss Eugenie, beware. Butler Charles quickly took Eugenie and the attendants away from the gate. Then a large number of the defeated and remnants of the security army swarmed and fled from here. Eugenie looked at these defeated security forces and was very anxious. Father, how is it? Eugenie said worriedly. The huge explosion in the mansion just now was seen and heard by many people. Eugenie was very worried about her father's safety. Just when a large number of defeated security forces fled the Grandit Mansion and the surrounding area. A large group of security forces came to the vicinity of the Grandit Mansion. This group of security forces exceeded 1,000 people, but like the remnants of the security forces who escaped from the huge courtyard of the mansion, these more than 1,000 security forces also looked like they were defeated. Even they seemed to be more embarrassed mentally. In front of the more than 1,000 security forces is General Duran, the commander-in-chief of the security forces. When the defense line of the fortification group at the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coast was completely defeated, General Durham led the remaining more than 1,000 remnants to retreat to the Grandit Mansion. Because he also knew that the area of Grandit Mansion was in an emergency. Since the battle in the coastal area will be defeated, the remaining troops might as well support here. What's the matter? General Durham looked at the security officers and soldiers who escaped from the Grandit Mansion area in surprise. He looked at these rout soldiers who were fleeing frantically, and felt that the situation was extremely bad. In addition, when he retreated here, he couldn't contact the commander of the Korath army, and he now fully understands. The Grandit Mansion area was also defeated. The security forces are now in a disastrous situation. And the more than 1,000 security officers and soldiers he brought back to support saw this scene. They thought that the battle here would be better, and they instantly became desperate. What's wrong with us? General Durham said tremblingly. This is a majestic general who is now completely desperate in the face of a complete rout. The senior officers beside him were also disheartened. In this way, he led the remaining more than 1,000 security forces into the Granite Mansion area to fight, and it was not long before they were defeated. In the huge yard of the Granite Mansion, the surviving security forces have already run away quickly. Only countless corpses were left lying on the ground. And all those scorched earth and trees, all kinds of blown-up artillery and weapons. The wind blew up the charred plants everywhere. Rog and Luffy went to the gate of the Granite Mansion together. "I don't know what's going on inside," Rog said, looking at the huge mansion. "Let's go in and support, too," Luffy said. "Okay," Roger said. Rog walked to the gate of the Granite Mansion and grabbed the thorn net with both hands. The body uses the power of plant fruit. Green light flickered in the palms of Rog's hands. The thorn net at the gate of Granite Mansion was quickly opened. Now Roger and Luffy can enter the gate. Roger pushed open the door and walked in with Luffy. But as soon as they entered, the two saw Sanji and Robin sitting on a chair. "Sanji," Roger said in surprise. "Robin," Luffy said in surprise. Sanji looked at the two of them and said, "It seems that the outside is also victorious." Luffy's eyes quickly landed on Robin sitting in the chair. He saw Robin's right chest was visibly injured. "What's the matter, Robin?" Luffy said with concern. Luffy quickly came to Robin and looked at her with a serious face. "I got some injuries. It doesn't matter," Robin said calmly. "Why doesn't it matter? Hurry up and find Chopper for treatment," Luffy said with concern. Chapter 570 Eggplant Horse and Pumpkin Wagon. Rog also saw that Robin was injured. He walked up to Robin and said, "Let's find Chopper for treatment when we retreat." He looked at Sanji again and said, "Where's Granite? Has he been caught?" Sanji shook his head and said, "No, he was killed by a subordinate who wanted to die with me." After Roger heard it, he said, "Dead. That's fine. Anyway, we accomplished our goal. We can't catch it, but it's also good for him to be dead." Roger looked at Robin and said, "Now all the enemies in the yard have been cleared away. Let's quickly find a way to evacuate." "Okay," Sanji and Luffy said together. Roger saw that Robin could not move vigorously because of the injury. It is to find a way to quickly take out a plant tool for transportation. Rog removed the walnut armor on his body and removed it. Start to find transformed plants from clothes to use as means of transportation. Yes, eggplant horses and pumpkin carriage. Rog took out 2 eggplants and a pumpkin. Luffy looked at it strangely and said, "It looks delicious." Robin was also indifferent to Isho after seeing it. Sanji looked at the plant tool that Roger took out and said, "You are always able to come up with such incredible things every time." Rog first took out one of the eggplant horses, and then concentrated the power of the plant fruit in his body to further transform it. Although these are plants that have been transformed before, they need to be further transformed before they can actually be used. Rog's hands concentrated the power of the plant fruit in his body, and a green light appeared in his palms. Under the green light, the eggplant horse began to grow rapidly and acted like an animal. "It's amazing," Sanji said, looking at the eggplant horse. "Interesting," Luffy observed excitedly and said. Under the action of Rog's double-handed use of plant fruit power, the eggplant horse finally grew bigger and bigger, and became like a real tall horse. The most surprising thing is that this eggplant actually grew limbs like a horse, but it was thick. This eggplant actually grew into a strong horse. "Huh, it's finally done," Roger said. Roger then modified another eggplant horse. At this time, Luffy curiously observed the eggplant horse, which had grown into a tall horse. "It's really alive." Luffy jumped on the back of the eggplant horse excitedly, and the eggplant horse really made people ride on the back like a docile horse. Sanji also walked to the side of the eggplant horse and carefully observed the eggplant, which was the same as the real horse. "It's really shocking. What should have been ingredients turned into this kind of horse?" Sanji said with admiration. With Rog's efforts, another eggplant horse also grew into an eggplant like a tall horse. After transforming 2 eggplant horses in a row, Rog began to transform the pumpkin. Rog concentrated a lot of plant fruit power and hugged the pumpkin carriage with both hands. The green plant fruit power in Rog's palms began to be continuously transmitted to the pumpkin carriage. The normal-sized pumpkin started to grow rapidly, first as big as a barrel, then as big as a bear, and then as big as a real wagon. The final pumpkin carriage itself became a carriage with windows and doors, with 4 pumpkin-shaped wheels underneath. Okay, the pumpkin carriage is also formed, Rog said. After transforming the 2 eggplant horses and the pumpkin carriage, Rog tied the 2 eggplant horses with the vines of the pumpkin carriage. Rog looked at the pumpkin carriage pulled by 2 eggplant horses and said, "Okay, now we can leave here in this carriage." Luffy looked at the pumpkin carriage pulled by the eggplant horses. Such a peculiar carriage looked amazing. "Looks fun," Luffy said excitedly. Sanji looked at the carriage, and after observing it carefully, he said, "It's really good." "Okay, Sanji, let's help Robin go up," Rog said to Sanji. Rog and Sanji helped the injured Robin to the carriage. Robin walked to the door of the pumpkin carriage and looked inside. "It's really like in a fairy tale," Robin said with a smile. Sanji's eyes lit up after hearing what Robin said, and he said with love, "Really? Then I'm the knight who supports the princess." Robin smiled after listening for a while. Rog is also ashamed. Sanji is really an elegant playboy, always thinking about these romantic things. With the help of Rog and Sanji, Robin sat inside the pumpkin carriage. The interior of this pumpkin is completely the same as the layout of the carriage. Robin is quite comfortable sitting here. After sending Robin to the carriage, Sanji said to Robin kindly, "Sister Robin, you can rest here." "Thank you for your attention," Robin said politely. "You're welcome. Are we partners?" Roger said. "Don't worry, we'll be looking for choppers soon," Luffy said. Roger and Sanji and Luffy are about to drive the carriage out of here. "How to drive this carriage?" Sanji asked Roger. "This carriage, just drive 2 eggplant horses. Because I created them, they are very docile. I am the most flexible if I control them. But you can drive them if you want." Roger looked at this said the carriage. "Great, I'm going to drive this wagon," Luffy said excitedly. "No," Sanji yelled at him immediately. "Why not?" Luffy said with some dissatisfaction on his face. Sanji said solemnly, "Don't forget that Sister Robin is in there, you are too reckless. If you drive too fast or too bumpy or make a bad direction, the consequences will be serious. So for Sister Robin, we need to a cautious knight like me is still a coachman." Luffy looked annoyed. He was really reckless. Even if Luffy tried to control the carriage himself, he'd probably have a problem. Sanji quickly got into the driving position of the carriage, and pulled the pumpkin vine from here, which was tied to the 2 eggplant horses like a rein. "Okay, ready," Sanji said. Rog sat in the carriage in order to better protect Robin. And Luffy jumped to the top of the wagon. "Drive." Sanji pulled the vine, and the 2 eggplant horses began to move. The pumpkin carriage behind also began to move under the traction of 2 horses. Sanji rode the carriage and started heading outside from the gate of the Grande Mansion. Chapter 571. A meaningless fight is to give up. The carriage began to pass through the huge yard around the Grande Mansion. The huge yard, which had been fought so hard, was desolate, full of charred and damaged vegetation, and corpses everywhere. Sanji was driving the carriage and sighed when he saw this scene. When they came in before, the flowers, plants and trees in this huge yard were very beautiful, and it was peaceful and quiet, with green and bright colors everywhere. But now it's so messed up. He said casually, "You guys are fighting fiercely outside." Luffy looked at the mess in the huge surrounding yard and said, "There was a huge explosion at that time. It was shocking." Sanji drove the carriage to continue going. Along the way, I passed this huge yard, and finally reached the gate of the huge yard. This wagon of eggplants and pumpkins passed the gate of the huge yard. Just after driving out the door, Sanji and the others saw a group of people near the entrance of the huge yard. I saw a beautiful brown-haired girl in a blue dress staying here anxiously. There is also a middle-aged man and several people dressed up as attendants. When Sanji saw that beautiful girl, his heart pounded. He wanted to take a few more glances, but suddenly remembered that Robin in the car needed treatment as soon as possible. Is to continue to drive the carriage going. Why is there such a beautiful lady in such a place at this time? Sanji whispered to himself. Near the gate of the huge courtyard, Eugenie, Steward Charles and the attendants looked at the carriage strangely. The eggplant-like horses and the pumpkin-like carriages will be strange to anyone who sees them. But after watching the carriage go away, Eugenie's expression suddenly became complicated. He had never seen people like Sanji and the others in the mansion. Moreover, the security forces who fought here before fled in embarrassment, and then came out such a carriage made of strange plants, which is too strange. Could it be that they are from the Tsuruyama Union Army? Eugenie said with a complicated expression. Eugenie and Steward Seal watched Sanji and their carriage go away. Ah, father. Eugenie hurriedly turned her head into the huge yard. She hurriedly walked into the huge yard. Miss Shire's butler and attendants also hurriedly followed. Going in a carriage. Soon he left the area around the entrance of the huge courtyard of the Grandit mansion, but just as the carriage reached a wide road, he found that a large army appeared in front of him. What? Sanji rode the carriage to look at the army that appeared in front of him. Wow, there's another enemy, Luffy said after looking at the army. Rog, who was sitting in the pumpkin carriage, also stuck his head out and looked at the army opposite. Could it be that the security forces have support again? Rog said. I saw a large army in front of them blocking the center of the road ahead. This army is of course the security army, and the number is quite large, with hundreds or even thousands of people. And there are infantry, cavalry, and carriages. This opened up a difficult problem for Roger and Sanji. Under normal circumstances, he is not afraid of fighting, but now Robin is injured and sitting in the car. Once the battle starts, it will most likely affect Robin. They're here again, beat them up. Luffy threw up his arms and was ready to fight. You can't just fight in the current situation. Don't forget that Sister Robin is in the car. Sanji stopped him and said. Sanji looked at the security force and thought of a way. Sanji continued to drive the carriage in the direction of the security forces. The leader of this security army is General Durham, the commander-in-chief of the security army. General Durham saw the carriage approaching. What? General Durham was shocked. He saw that the carriages that were coming were actually eggplant-like horses and pumpkin-like carriages. Plants turned into carriages. He even wondered if his eyes were wrong. At the same time, his eyes caught sight of Sanji who was driving the carriage. The curly-browed man quickly reminded him of the previous combat data related to the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. This person is a member of that Straw Hat Pirates. General Durham recognized Sanji. In addition to General Durham, the senior officers around him also recognized Sanji. Many officers and soldiers in the rear saw peculiar eggplant horses and pumpkin carriages. Sanji naturally looked at General Durham and these senior officers. Sanji saw a burly-looking officer in a military coat leading a group of high-ranking officers and a large number of security officers and soldiers to occupy the center of the road. These security forces have prepared firearms and are always ready to fight. Although some of them were obviously full of fear. General Durham raised his hand to his opponent, indicating that he should not act rashly. Guys, I don't think we have to fight anymore. Sanji stopped the carriage first and said. General Durham looked at Sanji together with the senior officers and security officers. Sanji looked at General Durham and the security forces. I'm going to tell you all first. Grandit is dead, Sanji said in a calm and serious tone. This news was like a bolt from the blue, which shocked General Durham and the entire security force. Mayor Grandit, he died. General Duran looked at Sanji and said. The other senior officers were also shocked. A large number of security officers and soldiers were surprised and fearful. According to their logic, Sanji and the others who were driving this strange carriage were the ones who went to attack the Grandit mansion. General Durham then regained some composure. But it was reasonable for him to think about it carefully, otherwise how would Sanji and the others leave the Grandit mansion? This pumpkin carriage came from the direction of the Grande mansion. Sanji continued, but I want to state that the mayor of Grandit was not killed by us. He died because of his bodyguard detonating the explosives. General Durham and the surrounding senior officers had complex expressions on their faces. The mayor of Grandit is already dead, so the meaning of continuing the fight has vanished. And if they fought, this security force might not be able to beat Sanji and the others. Sanji looked at General Durham and saw that he was almost the leader of this security army. Well, we're all strangers. There's no point in continuing the pointless fight. Let's go our separate ways. Sanji said very seriously. After saying that, Sanji drove the carriage from the side of the road. During the march, the security forces were just watching from the sidelines, without any intention of hindering or attacking. After passing through the more than 1,000 security forces, Sanji also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we can speed up the going. Hurry up and meet Chopper and the others, Sanji said. Okay, let's go, Luffy said. Sanji said to Roger in the carriage, Roger, please communicate with Chopper and the others. Chapter 572 Communications and Trends. Okay. Rog took out a phone bug and started to communicate. In the carriage, Roger dialed the phone bug's number and started communication. Hello, Mont Blanc Curric, Rogue asked. Oh, Rogue, how are you there? Said Mont Blanc Culic on the opposite side. We won the battle, but Grandit died. We didn't capture him alive. Roger explained the situation first. It's very good. It's also very good that he died. In this way, the security forces and other remnants of the army are leaderless. The opposite Mont Blanc Culic said happily. But Robin was injured, and everyone else is fine. We will head to the port of Magic Valley City as quickly as possible, Rog said. Okay, I'll let the ship doctors go down, Mont Blanc Culic said on the opposite side. Then Rog and Mont Blanc Culic ended the call. Rog called Usopp again. Usopp was overjoyed on the phone after receiving the news of the victory. Great, you have won. You are indeed my Usopp's partner, Usopp said happily. Usopp, please tell Chopper to get him ready. Robin is injured, Roger said solemnly. What? Robin, is she injured? Usopp said in shock. Yeah, we're rushing to get to the port right now. So you tell Chopper to get him ready, Roger said. Okay, said Usopp on the opposite side. Then Rog and Usopp ended the call. Rog looked at Robin in the carriage, and Robin's expression was still calm now. Although he suffered some injuries before, he temporarily stabilized his physical condition with the special medicine he took. Chopper must be given regular treatment. Robin, just stick with it for a while, Roger said encouragingly. Well, thank you. My health is fairly stable now, Robin said calmly. Sanji, who is driving the pumpkin carriage, accelerates to make the carriage go fast. Of course, the speed can't be too fast, otherwise it may be harmful to Robin's wound in the car. The pumpkin carriage continues through the streets and the city, heading west towards the port area. On the sea outside the port of Magic Valley City, huge offshore docks began to approach the port. In the port and the nearby coastline, the security military fortifications that were destroyed by the super artillery before still emit thick smoke that has not been completely dissipated. On the top deck of the offshore dock, Mont Blanc Culic and the apes and orangutans and many other crew members were very happy. Hooray! Cried the orangutan. Grandit is dead at last, cried the gorilla. It's really a great victory, Mont Blanc Culic said happily. Many other crew members are also very happy. Many of the crew members joined the Tsuruyama Allied Army because of the persecution of Grandit. That old immortal is going to hell at last. Grande is on the west side, long live. That miser is finally done. After so many years, so many days and nights, I finally won. That bad old man is dead at last. Hard-won victory. Looking for the stars, looking forward to the moon, and finally looking forward to him to death. Our hero has won. It was an unparalleled joy. Many crew members cheered. Over the years, countless people have been brutally persecuted by Grandit. Some people lost property, some people lost their reputation, and some people even lost their relatives. But evil has its consequences, and everything has come to an end. Finally, Grandit got what he deserved and went to the west. This is one thing that makes Jaya Island and the surrounding waters happy enough. It's a feast of justice. But the huge part of the people on the sea docks is when they are immersed in unparalleled joy. But there is a small group of people who are not happy now. Usopp tells Zoro, Nami, the king of ninjas, Izumi the water goddess, and Chopper about Robin's injury. What? Robin is hurt? Nami and Chopper said in shock. Usopp nodded and said, yes, according to Rog and the others. Robin is injured, so. Usopp looked at Chopper and said, Chopper, you have to be prepared. Chopper looked worried too, but he became very serious in no time. Okay, leave it to me, Chopper said solemnly. Chopper quickly began to prepare his medical equipment and medicine, and Nami and Usopp also helped. The huge sea dock finally docked at the port of Magic Valley City. A huge ladder ran from the side of the sea dock to the port. Then Mont Blanc Kulik, the orangutan, and a large number of ship doctors all came down. Usopp and Chopper and Nami also came down. Everyone is ready here at the port to meet the four guys heroes. When the huge sea dock was docked at the port, many residents of Magic Valley City stood on the top of the building or observed the behemoth from a distance. Many people also know about the Tsuruyama United Army. People are talking a lot, and now not only the sea dock is docked here, but the Tsuruyama Allied forces have all landed. Is this Mont Blanc Kurik and the Tsuruyama combined army he led? Did you see it? They defeated the extremely powerful security army. In terms of momentum, it is beyond ordinary people. It is really awe-inspiring. This huge sea dock is really invincible. The artillery that is enough to shake the world is still fresh in my memory. For a time, the docking of the huge sea dock became a lively thing for people in Magic Valley City to discuss and watch. In the urban area of Magic Valley City, Sanji drove the pumpkin carriage with a fast and steady going, passing through various bustling urban areas and finally approaching the port area. Along the way, the pumpkin-like carriage drawn by eggplant-like horses attracted a lot of attention. After all, this carriage is so strange. Today, there was a fierce battle between the security forces and the Tsuruyama Allied forces. Now that someone saw this strange carriage again, many people suddenly wondered if they were still sleeping today. The pumpkin carriage moved quickly in the city, while Sanji chose the road carefully. Rog is using the map to help guide the best route. Now he needs to avoid detours and reach the port area as soon as possible. Well, I can see the port there. Luffy said from the top of the pumpkin carriage looking out. Drive. Sanji drove the carriage to continue going. Roger also stuck his head out of the car to observe. The carriage was constantly approaching the port with it. The huge sea dock can also be seen by Rog and Sanji. Chapter 573 Hero Guy Spins and Heals Wounds. A sea dock comparable to a small city is docked in the port area, and it is simply a giant. Other ships, even 100-meter-long heavy ships, were like toys in comparison. Finally it's almost here. Sanji said excitedly. The pumpkin carriage made its final journey to the port. Well, everyone is waiting for us. Luffy said as he saw the people waiting at the port. At the port where the huge sea dock was docked, Mont Blanc Kulik and Usopp waited expectantly for Sanji and Rog. When Usopp saw a peculiar carriage approaching, he said happily, "Here they are." Everyone saw two eggplant-like horses running and pulling a pumpkin-like carriage behind them. The carriage that this strange plant turned into surprised everyone who was waiting. However, Usopp and the others thought about it, because Rog was there, and it was not surprising that all kinds of strange things appeared. "It's actually an eggplant-like horse," the orangutan said in surprise. "And the pumpkin-like carriage," the orangutan said in surprise. In the eyes of everyone, under the control of Sanji, the pumpkin carriage finally arrived on the land of the port. Sanji saw the people waiting, and moved the carriage to a suitable position. Sanji grabbed the vines that were equivalent to the reins and stopped the carriage. "Welcome back the hero Gaizan." Deafening cheers erupted from the orangutans, as well as the numerous Tsuruyama crew members. Without saying a word, Sanji quickly jumped off the pumpkin carriage. Luffy also jumped down quickly. Roger opened the carriage door. Sanji and Rog helped the injured Robin down. "Hurry up and heal Sister Robin," Sanji said loudly. "Chopper!" Roger exclaimed. Chopper rushed over quickly and said, "Here I am." Usopp and Nami also followed. The crowd helps Chopper to heal Robin. Seeing that everyone cared so much about him, Robin's deep eyes became a little touched. "Thank you for your concern," Robin said, a little touched. "Don't say anything else, you hurry to that simple bed." "Are you stabbed here?" Chopper asked urgently with a serious face. Robin was first placed on a bed, and Chopper began to give Robin further treatment with the help of others. Because Robin's body parts are afraid of exposure and the wind may be harmful to bacteria, everyone also helped to set up a tent urgently. In the tent, Chopper urgently gives Robin further treatment. Inside the tent, Chopper performed intensively with the help of Nami. "Anesthetic," Chopper said to Nami. "Chopper, a tube of narcotics." Chopper drained the tube of anesthetic medicine through the syringe. Chopper then aimed the needle near the wound on Robin's right chest. He stabbed the needle near Robin's wound and injected the anesthetic into it. Nami was constantly comforting Robin at this time. "Don't worry, Robin. Chopper's medical skills are amazing." Nami comforted Robin. Robin's face was calm. "I trust Chopper's medical skills," Robin said softly. After the injection of anesthesia, Robin gradually felt sleepy. After a while, she went to sleep first. Robin falls asleep, and Chopper gears up for surgery. "Nami, antibiotics," Chopper continued. Nami kept handing Chopper all kinds of medicines. After injecting enough of the various drugs, Chopper used the scalpel to start cutting open the area of Robin's right chest to examine the injured part. Robin's right lung lobe was punctured, and Chopper helped to sterilize it and sutured it very carefully. After the right lung lobe was sutured, Chopper sutured the outer skin of Robin. Chopper's surgery was done very carefully. Nami on the side trembled after seeing the bloody operation. But Chopper seemed to be repairing a very delicate item, neither timid nor contemptuous. Exhausting his own medical skills will dry up the treatment in one breath. Outside the surgery tent, Rog and Luffy and Zoro and Usopp were all waiting. In this case, Chopper and Robin were very afraid of being disturbed during the operation. So both Rog, Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp are guarding outside the tent. Not only do not go in, but also prevent others from disturbing. Sanji is cooking in another tent in the port area. By the hot stove, Sanji meticulously cooks the soup. For the sake of Sister Robin, it must be done very fully. Sanji looked at the soup in the pot and said, "Chopper has also previously taught sanctuaries how to eat liquid foods. Because many of the injured people who have been seriously injured have a weakened immune system, their gastrointestinal function also declines. In this case, if you eat normal food such as bread and meat, it will cause serious physical burden due to digestion. Therefore, cooking liquid food for the wounded at this time can not only meet the nutritional needs of the wounded, but also not cause a physical burden." Sanji stirs together milk, flour and butter to make a thick soup for protein and calories. Because the injured need vitamins, Sanji squeezed a lot of strawberry juice and apple juice, as well as orange juice and Yuhi persimmon juice. Of course, Roger used the power of plant fruit to help grow a lot of fruits and vegetables. Taking into account that the injured need to eat meat containing minerals such as iron, Sanji ground beef into a very fine meat filling, and then mixes the ground pineapple fiber to make soup. The soup made in this way is rich in the nutrition of meat. People are so busy. It's already dusk. On the sea west of Jaya Island, the sun of Kai Yuhi is slowly setting above the sea level. The king of ninjas was also waiting near the surgical tent. He is also constantly aware of movements in the surrounding area. After all, the danger of Magic Valley City has not been completely eliminated. Izumi is standing by the sea, from where she can better understand the elements between the sea, sky and land. Although she came from a magic island, she is good at magic, but the real source of magic is to mobilize the elements and power of heaven and earth to activate effects. So being a magician is to always pay attention to the elements of feeling everything around you. Together with the orangutan, and the orangutan is the core, commanded the crew of the Tsuruyama Combined Army. After all, although Grandit has been eliminated, there is still a lot to do. The first is the need for supplies. The orangutan and the orangutan each led their men and horses, and hurried to the city to purchase. In any case, the Tsuruyama United Army is full of energy, and victory brings strong hope. Chapter 574 Sadness and Joy. At this time, at the Grandit Mansion. On the flat ground in front of the mansion, a stretcher was lifted out. But it was covered with white cloth. On the side is the burly and dignified General Durham, as well as a large number of security officers and soldiers. And Eugenie and the Shire butlers and squires. Woo, father. Eugenie knelt down, covered her face and cried in pain. Miss, sir, he's gone, but you must pay attention to your body. On the side, Butler Seal also said with grief and tears. The stretcher covered with white cloth is the broken body of Grandit. Eugenie saw her father's broken body with her own eyes. The man she hated and resented, who was stingy, but was her father in the end, passed away completely like this. General Duran, who was also standing near the corpse, had a gloomy expression. He has now also confirmed Grandit's death. When Grandit died, the powerful forces that belonged to Grandit in Magic Valley City also collapsed. Although there are still some remnants of the security forces and some other security forces, without Grandit, there is no one to dominate the overall situation. Where is the future going? General Durham was also at a loss. He looked at Eugenie, who was crying. Although Grandit still has a daughter, she cannot be the real heir at all. Even if Eugenie can inherit the property, can she take over the military and political power of Magic Valley City? Although Grandit was stingy and mean during his lifetime, his pursuit of money and power was beyond ordinary people. For some confidence, he also pays equal attention to both favor and power, and is good at recovering. Of course, the main force of the security army has already been destroyed, and even if Grandit is reborn, it will not be able to reverse the situation. Commander-in-Chief, what are we going to do? A senior officer beside him asked General Durham. General Durham sighed and said, the rest of the men stand by first. Let everything take its course. General Durham was helpless in the face of the current situation. Although he is a somewhat courageous soldier, he is not good at and has no interest in taking over power. However, General Dulun also knew in his heart that the Tsuruyama United Army was likely to take advantage of the situation to gain the dominance of Mogu City. But there is still a powerful force that has been working in the dark. In the Magic Valley City port area. The sun on the sea level of the Western Sea had already set. The moon and stars hang high in the sky. Rog and Luffy and Zoro and Usopp have been waiting outside the tent where Chopper is performing surgery. After a long wait, there was finally movement in the tent. Finally it's over. Chopper's voice came. Then Chopper opened the tent and walked out. As soon as Chopper came out, Roger and Luffy quickly surrounded him and asked. Surgery done? Roger asked. Is Robin okay? Luffy asked eagerly. Chopper said happily, The operation went well and perfect. Robin is no longer in danger. Great! Luffy exclaimed happily. Can we go in now? Roger asked. Go in and have a look, Robin is in good spirits. But don't get too upset with her, Chopper said. Rog and Luffy and Zoro and Usopp entered the tent. The four entered the tent and saw Robin lying on a bed. Nami was taking care of her. Robin also smiled when he saw the four come in. How are you, Robin? Luffy said happily. Robin looked at the four with a smile and said, I feel very good now. Chopper's medical skills are really superb. Seeing that Robin was all right, Roger was also happy. Zoro is also a rare expression of joy. By the way, do yourself a favor. Robin and I are both hungry. Hurry up and get some food, Nami said to Roger and Luffy. Go to Sanji quickly, Roger said. At this moment, there was a frenzied voice outside the tent. Miss Robin, here I come. The tent's curtain was pulled open, and Sanji rushed in. Sanji saw Robin lying on the bed safe and sound, and understood that the operation was a success. Oh, Sister Robin. Sanji rushed to Robin's bed full of love and concern. He knelt down halfway like a knight, took Robin's hand and said, Sister Robin, it's great that you are safe and sound. When you recover, I will cook countless delicacies for Sister Robin to enjoy. Nami looked at Sanji and said, You came just in time. Robin and I are both hungry. Get something to eat. Okay, I have already cooked delicious soup for Sister Robin to enjoy. It is good for the body to eat those soups when the wound is not fully healed. And Miss Nami, I squeezed a lot of your best. I like orange juice, Sanji said earnestly. Gollum. All of a sudden there was a rumbling sound of stomach. Luffy touched his stomach. Sanji, I'm hungry too. Luffy said. Sanji said indifferently, it's latest priority now, you know. There's also the ability to tell the time like the clock in your stomach. Luffy's burden is now relieved, but he feels hungry and wants to eat a lot. Curl my eyebrows, I want something to eat too. Bread and sausage will do, Zoro said. Hey, you're not going to look for it yourself. Sanji said in dissatisfaction. At this moment, the curtain of the tent was lifted again. Mont Blanc Kulik and the orangutan all entered. Chopper and the King of Ninjas and Izumi Water Goddess also follow. Ah, it looks like you're looking much better. Mont Blanc Kulik said happily when he saw that Robin was in good shape. Thank you for your concern. Robin said politely. In this battle, we have completely eliminated Grandit. Now this victory is mainly due to the struggle of the heroes. So I tell you now, we will hold a celebration party together tonight. Mont Blanc Kulik said enthusiastically. Hearing this, both Usopp and Luffy's eyes lit up, and their faces were very excited. Banquet. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed excitedly. The orangutan said excitedly, yes, for the heroes. Let's celebrate like this. The orangutan said excitedly, everyone has worked so hard to defeat the enemy, and we must celebrate it. Okay, we've set enough tables and cooked enough food on the land side of the port. Please wait and go out for this great celebration party. Mont Blanc Kulik said excitedly. Although Mont Blanc Kulik appears to be unsmiling many times, he is a man full of passion in his bones. Good. Everyone in the tent said happily. Then Rog and Usopp left the tent together. Chapter 575 Celebration Banquet. I saw that the land near the port was brightly lit, and many torches illuminated the surrounding ground. Many tables are set. The savory feast swarmed above are fragrant. Grilled lobster, grilled beef, grilled whole pig, grilled whale meat, grilled squid. And so on. Delicious meat is readily available. Chocolate cake, cream cake, coconut cake, blueberry cake. All kinds of delicious pastries are available. There are also many tropical fruits. Of course, there is no need to say more about alcohol. All kinds of champagne, whiskey, rum, tequila, cocktails, gin, yuhi wine, and white wine are all available. There is also a wide range of other beverages, such as milk and yogurt, and other specialty beverages such as cold coffee. But it wasn't the big meals and the wines that stood out the most. Instead, groups of people holding up torches filled with excitement. It was so lively. Quote, Luffy said happily. It's quite possible to hold a very cheerful feast. Usopp said excitedly. Mont Blanc Couric said, okay, then everyone. Let's start this great celebration. Okay. The crowd cheered happily. Rog and Usopp as well as Chopper and Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, the King of Ninja, Izumi Water Goddess are all participating in this grand celebration. Robin was injured but was able to sit in a chair after Chopper's treatment. Nami helped Robin sit in a chair and also participated in the grand celebration. Mont Blanc Couric stood on a temporary high platform in front of the banquet table, where he gave a speech to the crowd. Everyone, it's an honor for everyone here to sit here today and participate in this grand banquet. Mont Blanc Couric started his speech with a powerful tone. We finally succeeded in defeating Grandit and his army today, which is the reward for the blood and courage of countless heroes. This process has gone through a lot of hardships and difficulties, and countless people have shed their blood for our righteous goal. Fight hard. Those who fought with us and died are still with us now. They are in heaven watching our victories now. Watching everyone here with a smile. Because our goal is ultimately it was realized. Grandit died and his army was destroyed. This horrific storm in the Magic Valley city of Jaya Island was finally ended. So, everyone present should be proud. Quote. Mont Blanc Couric's very provocative speech. There was thunderous applause and cheers from everyone present. All are proud and proud. Enjoyed the great joy of this victory. Okay, please enjoy this dinner, Mont Blanc Couric said boldly. Then Mont Blanc Couric also walked down from the high platform and went to a chair beside the dining table to join the celebration dinner. The celebration dinner officially started. Countless people, whether they were from the Tsuruyama United Army or the Straw Hat Pirates, or even some local people from Mogu City, all joined this prosperous dinner party. The sound of various wine glasses colliding with each other, the sound of biting food, and the sound of laughter all filled this port area. That's cool, Luffy yelled excitedly from his chair. He held up a large wine glass in one hand and a huge roast beef shank in the other. Eat meat and drink. Luffy's style is unmistakable here. Oh, you really can eat it. The little brother in the straw hat has such a good appetite. A roast beef shank is faster than we can eat roast chicken legs. Quote. Many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army exclaimed with excitement. Luffy, dare to compete with me, BB Appetit. At this time, the orangutan suddenly came over. Luffy looked at him and said excitedly, okay. Come on. Okay. The orangutan looked at the roast turkey on a large plate on the table. This roast turkey is perfectly roasted and smeared with spices and butter. Butter roasted turkey, I love it. The orangutan picked up the butter roasted turkey with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Originally, the body of the orangutan was much bigger and bigger than the average human, so he put the butter roasted turkey in his mouth in one bite. Then start chewing hard with your kiba teeth. Crack it, kick it. The orangutan chewed and swallowed the bones in the butter roasted turkey. A butter roasted turkey was swallowed by an orangutan in just a few moments. The gorilla vice commander has such a good appetite. I actually swallowed my bones. I can't wait to see that I have such a big mouth. The surrounding Tsuruyama crew members were amazed. Luffy also looked at the orangutan with curiosity. I actually swallowed my bones. Luffy said excitedly. Luffy is gluttonous and has an amazing appetite. He rarely eats meat without spitting up bones. Orangutan looked at Luffy, touched his mouth and said, what's so curious about this? Originally, the bones of meat contain essential nutrients such as bone marrow. It's too wasteful for most people to throw away bones. Swallow them together. Luffy clapped his hands and said, okay, I'll come too. Luffy picked up a grilled fish steak and shoved it into his mouth. This time Luffy smashed the fish bones with Kiba teeth and swallowed them hard. Crack it, kick it. Luffy completely swallowed the grilled fish steak, bone and meat. Ah, not quite used to it. Luffy swallowed and said, picking up the glass by the way and slamming it down his throat. Orangutan looked at Luffy and said, since you are a man, you have to eat boldly. Let's compete like this to see who can eat the most meat and bones together. Okay. Okay, Luffy said boldly. Some crew members of the surrounding Tsuruyama Union Army also took the opportunity to boo. Let's be the referee. These Tsuruyama Union Army crews act as judges. Luffy and the orangutan start the game. Luffy picked up another whole roast suckling pig, and the orangutan picked up a roasted elephant fish. The two started to compete, and the two men with big appetites were about to compete. The surrounding members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces were also booing and calculating how much they could eat. You two, keep going. Luffy and the orangutan chomped down on the delicious food under the cheers of the many Tsuruyama coalition crews. Usopp was bragging about his wonderful adventures at a dinner table. Yes, that was the scene at that time. Before we came to Jaya Island, we had a life and death battle with the evil King Shichibukai Sha. Crocodile in Alabasta before coming to Jaya Island. Do you want to hear the specifics? Thorpe said proudly with a thumbs up to himself. Chapter 576 Heroes in Worship. Open Black Lens Bracket. The best error-free novel network. Google search 2000 Novel Network. Close Black Lens Bracket. Want. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces said excitedly together. They looked at Usopp like a god, and listened to him tell about his thrilling adventure. At that time, in the vast desert, Crocodile manipulated the desert ground to create a giant hundreds of meters high desert. The giant himself would shake the earth every time he took a step, but Captain Usopp and many of his friends were don't be afraid of strong enemies, fight bravely. Many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces listened very fascinated. Usopp was indeed very good at telling these stories of Hiroshi, and by the way, he added some more fuel to the story and told it more exaggeratedly. Of course, the role and experience of Captain Usopp is exaggerated, but no one else knows. Can only guess the fictional elements in it. Rog indulges in wine and food with Zoro and the King of Ninjas. Come on, cheers. The three raised the large wine glasses and then poured the whiskey into their mouths. Gudong gudong. Gudong gudong. Gudong gudong. The three drank the whiskey from the glasses. What a great wine. After Roger finished his whiskey, he picked up an arm-thick beef sausage and began to nibble. These grilled whale meat are really good. Zoro slit a large piece of grilled whale meat with his knife and started gulps. I like sashimi the most. The King of Ninjas put a plate of sashimi in groups with a fork and shoved it into his mouth to eat. The King of Ninjas, who has always been rigorous, also appeared to be quite free and easy this time. I'll join in too. Let's see who can drink more. Suddenly the orangutan came over. He kicked up a wooden barrel full of fine wine and said, Okay, Rog, Zoro and the Ninja King said in unison. The orangutan lifted the barrel and made a slit in it with a knife. Gudong gudong. Yuhi-colored wine is poured into wine glasses. After pouring out his own glass, the orangutan started pouring wine for Roger and the others. I'll do it myself. Roger said. You're welcome, you're both new friends. You're also the heroes who defeated Grandit and the others. I'll pour the wine and don't lose face. The ape said proudly. He quickly filled the barrels with wine for Roger, Zoro, and the King of Ninjas. Come on, cheers. The orangutan put down the barrel, raised his glass and said. Come on, cheers, Roger said, holding up a glass full of Yuhi-colored wine. I'll definitely take first place, Zoro said confidently, raising his glass. This wine smells good, said the Ninja King. Clang, 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 clang. After the four of them toasted, they poured the Yuhi-colored wine from the large wine glass down their throats. Rog, Zoro, the King of Ninjas and the Orang Asli began a contest to see who can drink. The same group of crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army also came around to make a noise. I like Roger Brothers who can manipulate plants. Come on Roger Brothers. I'm optimistic about the swordsman Zoro. Hero stand up. You must be number one. Come on Ninja Brothers. It's still our deputy commander of the orangutans who will win. Brave voices and laughter filled the surroundings. Nami and Robin are also sitting at a table, and Izumi, the water goddess, is also here. Sanji is also very kindly complimenting the three ladies here. There are also some female crew members and cooks of the Tsuruyama Allied forces here. At the table where Robin and the others were, there were many pots filled with soup. There are also plenty of freshly squeezed juices. Sister Robin, because your physical injury is just getting better, you need to eat these edible foods. Don't worry, these soups are full of nutrients. Make sure they are delicious and healthy. Sanji said earnestly. Seeing these delicious soups, Robin also smiled and said, Sanji, it's really hard for you. It's so serious and careful. Sanji scooped a bowl of soup with a large spoon. Please, Sister Robin, this is beef and pineapple soup, please enjoy it. Sanji very gentlemanly presented the bowl of soup to Robin. Robin took the bowl of soup and said to Sanji, thank you. Robin sniffed this bowl of beef and pineapple soup for a while, and the mellow aroma of beef and the fresh taste of pineapple penetrated his nostrils together. It smells good. It must taste even better. Robin praised. Robin spooned a spoonful of soup into his mouth. After entering the mouth, the rich beef soup is thick but rich in flavor. Chan sauce is delicious and the beef is well blended with the seasoning. The fiber in pineapple instead adds to the taste. It's delicious. Robin closed his eyes and said with a smile. Sanji's face became full of love after hearing this, and he was immersed in Robin's praise. Sanji is generally or slightly happy to receive praise from others, because Sanji is very confident in his own cooking skills. But Robin is different. Sanji jumped into the sky with joy at being praised by an elegant girl with such a mysterious temperament as Robin. Sister Robin, please enjoy all the soups I cook. Sanji said respectfully. I'm sorry to bother you, Robin said with a smile. As a knight and a gentleman, I just want to go through fire and water for Sister Robin and cook unexpected delicacies. Sanji said with great ambition. By the way, Nami, your favorite orange juice is here. Sanji respectfully presented the orange juice poured into the goblet. Thank you, Sanji. Orange juice is my favorite. Nami took the goblet filled with orange juice and said. Sanji took the strawberry cake and presented it to the water goddess Izumi. Goddess, your favorite strawberry cake is ready. Sanji said respectfully. Oh, thank you so much. Sanji, Izumi water goddess said softly. Was praised by Nami and Izumi water goddess one after another, and he was even more happy. In addition, there are many female crew members around, and some of them are quite beautiful. Sanji-san, your cooking skills are so powerful. Brother Sanji, you are not only good at cooking, but also handsome. You have both talents. What a handsome guy with blonde hair and curly eyebrows, you are such a gentleman. Your combat power is very strong. It is said that you are the Grandit you destroyed. He is really a powerful and elegant knight. Sanji heard so many compliments from the beautiful young girls, and his nose bleed suddenly. He quickly took out a handkerchief from his suit to dry his nosebleed. Ladies, I want to make a statement first. I'm afraid you are mistaken about one thing. Grandit was killed by his bodyguards who tried to use explosives and killed him. I didn't kill him. Sanji said politely and solemnly. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com first chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 577 The Wisdom of Mont Blanc Couric. Open black lens bracket the best error-free novel network. Google search 2000 novel network close black lens bracket. Oh, is that so? Then I heard rumors. But you're also very good. Yes, the enemy was pushed to the extreme, and the dog jumped over the wall to kill himself. Without Sanji-san's struggle, he wouldn't have died. As expected of brother Sanji, he is really humble. It seems like your long-nosed brother has already blown into the sky. Another wave of compliments. After Sanji heard this, his whole body was about to float up and fly into the sky. Ladies, as long as I'm here for a day, Sanji will cook whatever you want. I swear in my manly name that I'll be like a responsible gentleman to cook the best food for all dear ladies. Delicious food. Quote. Sanji suddenly stood up straight and swore with pride. There are many chefs around and they also said to Sanji, "Brother Sanji, we will continue to ask you for more advice." Sanji looked at them again and said, "Okay, you are all right." Sanji is happy now. Not only are they adored by groups of beauties, but also by a large number of chefs. For him, a man who likes women, has super-class cooking skills and a strong fighting ability, this is a great enjoyment. His own charisma and his own abilities are appreciated, which is really like being in paradise for Sanji. Even happier than heaven. Sanji turned to look at the food placed by some of the other chefs on this table. Because only Robin can only cook the soup he cooks, the others can still eat normal food. By the way, I didn't participate in your cooking this time because I was cooking for the wounded. Now let me see how much your cooking skills have improved. Sanji walked over to a steak and began to cut it with a knife and fork. This steak is topped with cheese for a delicious meal called cheese steak. This dish was taught to these chefs by Sanji when the shipyard was still floating in the sea. Sanji cut a palm-sized steak with a knife and put it in his mouth with a fork. The chefs around were all raising their hearts to their throats at this time. They looked forward to Sanji's evaluation. Sanji's expression was calm at this time, and his mouth was carefully tasting the taste of cheese steak. How is it? That's what the chefs around here most want to know. Well, the milky taste of the cheese, the texture of the beef. Congratulations, you are 10 times faster than going. Sanji finally made an evaluation. The faces of the cooks around him became extremely happy. Amazing. The group of chefs let out an overwhelming cheer. They have worked hard to learn Sanji's cooking skills for a long time. Although Sanji does not have much time to teach, they have benefited a lot every time. Now at this celebration banquet, the cooking skills of these chefs belonging to the Tsuruyama United Bureau have finally been recognized by Sanji, who is a teacher. This makes these chefs 10,000 times happier than winning Grandit. Thank you Sanji-sensei for your cultivation. The chefs quickly lined up in 3 rows and bowed respectfully to Sanji. Your own efforts are the decisive factor. Well, from now on, I will guide you as long as I am still here. You have to make persistent efforts. Cooking is also a knowledge. The pursuit of food is never ending. Sanji said calmly. The chefs raised their heads and looked at Sanji with admiration. Sanji's words just now are supreme teachings for them. Especially the phrase, cooking is also a knowledge. Okay, Sanji-sensei. The chefs said respectfully. Although these chefs have made great progress in cooking, they are still far from being masters. With the existence of Sanji, the god of cooking, these chefs can't wait to kneel at the feet of Sanji day and night to learn excellent cooking skills. Seeing how crazy the chefs were, Nami said with shame, if they knew that our Tenten could eat Sanji's food, they would definitely envy them to death. Robin and Izumi, the water goddess, smiled slightly. Chopper was complimented by the hordes of ship doctors at a dining table. Dr. Chopper, I'll give you a toast. Dr. Chopper, I respect you too. Dr. Chopper, your medical skills are superb. Dr. Chopper, I have no regrets in my life to be your student. Dr. Chopper, your advice has made my medical skills feel like finding a treasure in the ocean. The respect of many ship doctors made Chopper very embarrassed. The little guy with the blue nose stroked his head with his hoof and said shyly, I hate it, you compliment me like this. I can't stand it. No, that's a compliment. It's a fact. Dr. Chopper, why should you be humble? Dr. Chopper, you are a doctor from the Drum Country. You are really skilled in medicine. The Drum Country is really full of medical talents. In the past, there were countless genius doctors. Now there is a genius reindeer doctor like Chopper. Dr. Chopper, we want to learn more about medicine from you. The praise of the group of ship doctors is endless. Chopper was embarrassed to retort. All he had to do was toast to the ship doctors who adored him. While this grand celebration banquet is in full swing, Montblanc Curric wandered among the dining tables. Take care of all those present in person. Whether it was members of the Straw Hat Pirates like Rog, Zorro and Luffy, or the members of the Tsuruyama United Army, or even some residents of Mogu City who temporarily attended the banquet, he toasted and talked very cordially. Some of the residents of the Magic Valley City were also invited by him, and this was because the battle to defeat Grandit and the security forces had a huge repercussions. Montblanc Curric wanted to consolidate people's hearts at the first time in order to create more convenient conditions for possible actions in the future. The greatest wealth in war is the human heart. It is not enough for only a small group of troops to win, and the majority of the people's hearts and minds are harvested, then the war can truly be won. Montblanc Curric knows this all too well. As a leader of the resistance, he has these political qualities very well. Even this gala dinner he made full use of. Along with the banquet, some residents of Magic Valley City also came one after another. After all, in the years of confrontation in the past, the Tsuruyama United Army never harmed the common people, and won a high popularity for itself. However, when everything seemed to be a victory, a potential crisis was brewing. Magic Valley City is located on the western coast of Jaya Island. On a reef island in the east-north blue domain of Jaya Island. A powerful pirate force has received news of the collapse of the Grandit forces. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 578 Bellamy, the lurking sideburn. This evening, on the reef island of the east-north blue domain of Jaya Island. Although this reef island was formed by a reef, after a long period of silt brought by the sea and plant seeds blown by the wind, it has become a large-scale island. There are also some man-made buildings on the island. A pier that can berth large ships was built here. There are also 2 large forts near the pier. There are several huge warships in the dock. One of them can be up to 200 meters long and is a rare super heavy warship. There are 400-meter-long heavy warships moored around, and a peculiarly shaped heavy submarine is located a little further away. These warships are entirely a fleet. The 200-meter-long super heavy warship is the flagship of these warships. The words, Nuvich Bello, are engraved on the hull of the flagship. The super heavy warship's main mast had its sails down, but a flag flew above the top. The flag has a peculiar pirate group pattern. In the middle of the intersection of the 2 bones, there is a slanted line on a circular smiling face showing Kiba's teeth. Even if the sea breeze was not strong at night, the pirate flag was still waving. In fact, if some knowledgeable people saw this pirate group pattern, they would quickly become trembling all over. Because this peculiar pirate group pattern is actually the pirate group logo of Don Quixote, one of the King Shichibukai. Doflamingo. However, the real owner of this flagship and this fleet is not Doflamingo, but a new pirate group that joined Doflamingo. However, the owner of this emerging pirate group worships Doflamingo too much, so the logo of his own pirate group has been replaced with this logo after joining Doflamingo. The warships here in the port are all anchored in their berths, and there are some unarmed civilian ships around. The 2 large forts in the port are also brightly lit, and someone has been guarding them to prevent any possible enemy attack. Despite the prestige of the owner of this fleet and the power of Doflamingo in the background, no one dared to do so easily. But not afraid of 10,000, just in case, the personnel in these 2 large forts are still on alert at all times. On the rocky island, there is also a majestic castle with bright lights. The top of this majestic castle also raised a huge Kiba-toothed smiley face with a slashed pirate's flag. At the top of the castle, well-equipped guards are constantly watching around. In the depths of the castle, in a banquet hall, A group of people are having dinner here, discussing the emergency that has been learned. Sitting on the farthest seat was a man with short blonde hair. He was covered in bronze-toned muscles and wore a short coat. In front of him was a huge plate with a large piece of roast beef that was roasted delicately. He was finishing the roast beef in a big mouthful. The man eats like a greedy dog. Chuck, chuck. The man kept sticking out his tongue and licking his mouth repeatedly. Just like a dog, he is not satisfied with the food he eats. There is a small scar on the left side of his face from top to bottom. Those eyes were full of madness, making people feel as if they were looking for prey. It's delicious, go on, Eddie. The man spoke to a man in a seat nearby. Boss Bellamy, the situation is indeed like this. Grandit died in the opponent's battle this afternoon. Now the original Grandit forces in Magic Valley City can be said to have become a mess. The person who was asked said. Bellamy finally retracted his tongue into his mouth. He looked at each other with a bit of excitement on his face. Grandit is dead. That mean old man is finally dead. Bellamy said excitedly. This tongue-licking man is Grandit's former ally Bellamy. Bellamy is a powerful pirate who roams the waters near Jaya Island. He is also an affiliate of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, one of the King's Shichibukai. In the waters off Jaya Island, Bellamy and his Bellamy pirates made everyone terrified. Known as the side dog, often steals the wealth of others, just like a side dog hunting prey. Bellamy looked at the man named Eddie and continued to ask, Eddie, since old Grandit is dead, then I would like to hear your opinion on the situation. After all, among us, you are equivalent to a staff officer. Quote. Eddie said modestly, Mr. Bellamy, you are so complimented. But I will use my limited talent to contribute wisdom to everyone. The blonde man, Eddie, was wearing a black tracksuit. A recording pointer is worn on the right hand. This means he is a navigator. However, most navigators are accustomed to wearing the recording pointer on their left hand. Eddie's face was different from Bellamy's and everyone else in the room. He was very gentle, looks like an intellectual. In fact, Eddie is also the core staff of the Bellamy Pirates. Eddie looked at Bellamy and started his analysis. Grandit is now dead, and according to the information, the security forces under his command have also been hit hard. There have been insider rumors a few days ago that the Magic Valley City security forces, the main force of the fleet, was annihilated. Today, during the day, the giant marine dock of the Tsuruyama Coalition Army went to the port to conduct artillery operations. This proves that not only did Grandit die, but the main force of the security forces was also wiped out. In this way, the original forces of Grandit remained. It is those industries, as well as the guards, and the remnants of the security army. In this case, there will definitely be a new leader to replace Grandit after Magic Valley City. So if you want to become a new leader, you must act quickly to take over what remains of Grandit's forces. Hearing this, Bellamy's eyes became very excited, as if a temple dog had found its prey. Eddie and Bellamy looked at each other. He saw Bellamy's expression and eyes, and he knew Bellamy's wishes. Eddie continued, and now the whole Jaya Island is the most reasonable candidate to receive the forces of Grande. Naturally, you are the boss of Bellamy. Isn't it? With joy on Bellamy's face, he said, how did you analyze it? Why do you think so? Eddie continued, because Boss Bellamy was the partner of Mayor Grandit during his lifetime. Mayor Grandit was able to stand firm in Magic Valley City for so many years, and it was inseparable from the care of Boss Bellamy. Elder Lamy is the most qualified to receive the wealth and power of Grandit. It is very reasonable, and the skill of Elder Bellamy is enough to make the people of Magic Valley obey. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 579 Bellamy's ambition. Bellamy stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth like a sideburn. Good. Your analysis is good. Bellamy said with admiration. Eddie's analysis gave Bellamy's own wishes better recognition. Bellamy had the idea of taking Grandit's wealth and power after learning of Grandit's death, and Eddie's words made his behavior reasonable. At this moment a burly man said to Eddie, "Hey, Eddie. It's so hypocritical of you kid to flatter Bellamy's boss like that." Eddie looked at the burly man and said, "Rebus, don't be like this. I'm right." The burly man named Rebus continued, "But what you said makes sense." Rebus looked at Bellamy and said, "Boss Bellamy, we really should do something." Bellamy looked at Rebus, then glanced at the others, and said, "Everyone, since this is the case, I should go with my fate and do what is reasonable. Grandit's wealth and power cannot be there as no one to take over, and others are not qualified, then I will do it. No, we will do it. Boss Bellamy, we'll follow you." Everyone at the table said loudly. Bellamy stood up from his seat happily, and he said boldly, "For the strength of the Bellamy pirates. Cheers. Cheers." Everyone present raised the wine glass and drank the yuhi-colored wine inside. After toasting, Bellamy sat back in his seat again. He looked at the people present with frenzied eyes like a dog, and said, "Okay, since we have decided to do this, then we have to make a plan before taking action, and everyone can express their opinions." Eddie is still the first to speak out about his claims. "Boss Bellamy, now if we want to receive the power of Grandit, the most important thing is to receive the wealth of Grandit. Only with wealth can we have everything else, and then we can buy more people." Eddie to Bellamy. "Okay, let's talk about it. How exactly?" Bellamy said, looking at him. Eddie continued, "According to years of operation, Grandit has mastered amazing wealth in Magic Valley City, and it has become the most profitable industry to control this prosperous port city. Specifically, it is the 4 core industries. It is the Grande Silver Company that controls finance, the chain factories that control the industry, the main shopping malls in Magic Valley City that belong to Grande, and the shipping company of Magic Valley City. If you control it, then you will control the economic lifeline of Magic Valley City, and the specific wealth is even more uncountable." Quote. After hearing this, Bellamy clapped his hands and said, "I see. But among the 4 major industries you mentioned, Grandit also gave me Grandit's chain factories and shopping malls in order to win me over before his death. Shares. Only Grandit Silver does not. In this case, I can not only take them all, but also really master Grandit Silver. This simply doubled my wealth many times." During his lifetime, Grandit used Bellamy's power to gain the dominion of Magic Valley City, so he gave Bellamy a large share of the industry except Grandit Silver. Bellamy looked at Eddie again and said, "Then you will be in charge of receiving these core industries." "How?" Eddie said respectfully. Eddie served for the future of Bellamy's boss and the Bellamy pirates. Bellamy said happily, "Okay, it's over to you. Others need it and must help him. You can dispatch enough manpower and material resources to do this." Eddie said, "I promise to complete the task, and I know the cadres of the 4 major industries. As long as we go out, they will definitely be loyal to us. After all, the strength of the Bellamy pirates is there, but I have to give them to them. Enough benefits to really buy them off." Quote. "Just do it," Bellamy said happily. At this time, Rebus also said, "I also have a good idea." Bellamy looked at him and said, "Come on." Rebus looked at Bellamy and said, "Boss Bellamy, don't you think that in order to truly rule Magic Valley City, you still need to subdue the guards and the remnants of the security forces under Grandit?" "Oh?" Bellamy asked. Rebus said with confidence, "Armed force is the cornerstone of guaranteeing rule, and the guards and the remnants of the security forces that originally belonged to Grandit are beneficial to our rule. After all, governing such a prosperous city of Magic Valley is beneficial to our rule. The large-scale transit port city in China requires a lot of energy from us. The guards and the remnants of the security army are very familiar with the rule of Magic Valley City, and they can save a lot of effort by subduing them. Moreover, even these armed forces have been subdued, then the Magic Valley, those administrative agencies in the city will also follow the trend and swear allegiance to us. In this way, we can say that we have taken over the entire ruling system of Magic Valley City." Quote. Bellamy nodded and said, "Very good. Wealth and force are both indispensable." Rebus looked at the big man sitting at the dining table again, and said to him dissatisfiedly, "Hey, Thatch. Stop playing with women. You also need to share your worries with Bellamy." The person he questioned was a burly big man whose physique was comparable to that of Rebus. But he has long blue wavy curly hair. Wearing a gray plush coat. Beside him is a beautiful woman with long blonde hair. "Oh, Rebus. You're always so excited," Thatches said, looking at him. After hearing the question, the blonde long-haired beauty that Thatch embraced also snorted dissatisfiedly at Rebus. Thatch looked at the blonde long-haired beauty and said lovingly, "Okay, Lily, don't care about him." Thatch then turned his eyes to Bellamy's direction. "Boss Bellamy, everything I want to say has been said by them. But I still have one more question. That is, we want to seize the dominance of Magic Valley City. Then the Tsuruyama combined army that destroyed Grandit will not give up. Their goal is to overthrow Grandit's rule. And after that, they will certainly take advantage of their prestige to seize the dominance of Magic Valley City." Thatches said to Bellamy. Bellamy looked at Thatch and said, "You are right. Since the Tsuruyama coalition has defeated the Grandit forces, they must also take advantage of the situation to gain the dominance of Mogu City. The results of the battle cannot be given to others. So the Tsuruyama allied army must be our enemy." After hearing the Tsuruyama united army, the expressions of the people present became more serious. In fact, the Bellamy pirates have been secretly observing the movements in Magic Valley City. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 580 Decision made. Thatch continued. "Boss Bellamy, then we should pay more attention to this new enemy. After all, the Tsuruyama alliance actually has such a terrifying giant sea dock. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive, and can be used as a base. Even if it is our powerful fleet is also troubled. The former security army fleet is said to have been wiped out by the giant sea dock. Today, the fortifications of the security army on the coast are also easily destroyed by the battery of the giant sea dock." Bellamy's face became a lot more serious when he thought of this. He then said, "Is that giant sea dock? I've been there before. At that time, the owner of the sea dock was not the current Tsuruyama combined army. But I also have to admit that the giant sea dock is indeed very solid. Only when the people above are dealt with can make the giant sea dock lose its combat effectiveness. If this is the case, then I need to personally go out and give the other party a direct attack. Kill all the people on the giant sea dock." Thatch and Eddie and the rest of the senior cadres all looked at Bellamy. "Leave this to me. I'll deal with the Tsuruyama coalition. Abolish that giant sea dock," Bellamy said. Thatch and Rebus looked at Bellamy in admiration. Bellamy himself is not just as fierce and wild as the Sideburns, he himself has the courage to fight personally. In many cases, he is the first to go out and is more active than his subordinates. Of course, there is no one in the entire Bellamy pirates except Bellamy who can deal with the Tsuruyama combined army and the giant sea dock. Bellamy can become a powerful pirate who dominates the sea, not only with strength, but also with his own charm. He worships the strong, worships Don Quixote, Doflamingo, one of the King Shichibukai, and becomes a powerful pirate himself. But he also made his followers worship him. He took the lead and had the courage to rush to the front. Let the subordinates feel admiration. Bellamy said, "Okay, the main thing is settled like this. I'll deal with the Tsuruyama combined army. Eddie is going to subdue the industry officials. Rebus, you are in charge of subduing the guards. Thatch, you are in charge of coordinating the security forces. Army remnants." Others assisted. As ordered. The main officials of the Bellamy pirates, including Rebus and Thatches, said. There is actually a reason why Bellamy's arranged it this way. Because Libas and Thatches are the two strongest Bellamy pirates under him. In this way, they are given important tasks and can stabilize the hearts of the pirates. At this time, a woman suddenly asked, I have a question too. Bellamy looked at her. It was a woman with pink hair. She is the ship doctor of the Bellamy pirates. What's the matter, Murray? Say it, Bellamy said, looking at her. The woman named Muley said, but according to the information, Grandit also has a daughter named Eugenie. Will that daughter be elected as the new heir by the former Grandit's forces? Bellamy said after listening, it seems that old Grandit has such a daughter. But I don't think she can be in that kind of climate. Eddie also said at this time, don't worry. That Eugenie is a rambunctious eldest lady. She doesn't have the ability at all. Moreover, the forces that belong to Grandit are all scheming, and they are full of interests. That Eugenie is useless at all. She's just a kind and innocent lady. There's no threat to our plans. So that's how it is. I originally wanted to get rid of her, Murray said. Eddie said, it's worthless killing and abuse, and it's useless if you do it. Bellamy looked at the senior cadres at the table and said, okay, let's continue to enjoy dinner. If you have any questions, you can continue to talk. There was laughter and laughter at the table. And Bellamy's weird chomping sound. Time passed minute by minute, and finally the sun fell on Jaya Island and the surrounding sea again. The port of Magic Valley City was in a mess after a carnival celebration last night. There were people lying down everywhere and tables and chairs covered with all kinds of food. After a night of carnival last night, almost everyone who attended the banquet was sleeping soundly. Snoring, snoring. The purring sounded like a muffled thunder echoing in the area around the port. Luffy even withstood a super big belly and slept with the orangutan who also ate a big belly. The two people's game last night was really indistinguishable afterward, and even the onlookers who were counting the amount of food they ate were so tired that they fell asleep first. Then the two continued to eat desperately for a long time, exhausted, and fell asleep. But it's really strict about the amount of food. Orangutans used to eat meat and bones together, so they should eat more. But with the spirit of not admitting defeat, Luffy eats a lot of food that can compete with orangutans. Rog and Zoro, as well as the Ninja King and the ape, were lying on the ground snoring with wine glasses in their hands. The wooden barrel on the side is already full of wine. The four of them were drunk and rested, and they were very happy to drink. Sanji was also lying near Nami and Robin. Last night, the beautiful crew members and cooks of the Tsuruyama Allied forces toasted and drank this dignified man. Nami couldn't help but drink later, and she got very drunk. Robin returned to a tent peacefully and rested there. Izumi, the water goddess, takes care of her this time. Chopper also fell to the ground with the doctors who worshipped him, drunk and unable to wake up. However, there are still people who stay awake. On the seaside of the port pier, Mont Blanc Curric stands here. The burly man looked at the rising sun over the sea. The bright morning sun rose from the sea level into the sky like a newborn. Today is both a starting point and an important turning point. Mont Blanc Curric took a deep breath after leaving this sentence. Although the Tsuruyama United Army defeated the Grandit forces, it still requires a lot of effort to see whether the Magic Valley City can truly usher in a new life. Everything is subject to change, and no one can guarantee that there will be no more accidents. He looked at the rising sun for a while, then turned his head to the direction of the city again. This prosperous transit port city has experienced the impact of war and catastrophe, but it is basically intact except for the area near the port. Now all the houses in Magic Valley City are baptized by the morning sun. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 581 Mont Blanc Curric's decision. Magic Valley City is about to welcome a new life, but it still contains a crisis. Looking at the rejuvenated Magic Valley City, Mont Blanc Curric made up his mind to make this city even better. Time also passed quickly. By 10 o'clock in the morning, most of the people also woke up. Rog and Zoro, the king of ninjas, orangutans, and Nami and Sanji all woke up, Robin continued to stay in the tent because of her injuries, and the water goddess Izumi was in charge of taking care of her. Usopp, Chopper, Luffy and the orangutan are still sound asleep. Zoro and Nami walked up to Luffy and the orangutan. It's really slumbering. Both of them eat like a ball. Zoro looked at the two and complained. Nami said, would you like to give them some cold water? Nami glanced at the surrounding Tsuruyama crew members. These people are all shrinking back, and they seem to be reluctant to do it. After all, pouring cold water on the heads of Luffy and the orangutan, they don't want to cause trouble. Nami looked at these people and said with a sigh, I don't have the guts. Nami then brought 2 buckets of water herself and poured 1 bucket each on Luffy and the gorilla's head. Crash, crash. Luffy and the orangutan just twitched after being watered by Nami. If it doesn't work like this. Nami's face suddenly turned ugly. Zoro looked at Nami, knowing that the situation was bad. The people around were also worried when they saw Nami's expression. Boom, 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 boom. Quickly followed by a fistful of fists, Luffy and the orangutan screamed in agony. Ah, it's still night. Luffy sat up and said with star-eyed eyes. What's wrong? Why does my head hurt so much? Said the orangutan, stroking the swollen bags on their heads. Both of them ate like a ball, and now they wake up and see Nami standing in front of them with akimbo. Nami glared at the two of them and said, you guys have been sleeping too long. Well, now Mont Blanc Curric is going to have an important meeting. You should also go to attend. Ah, all right, said the orangutan. Luffy looked at the orangutan and asked, who the hell did we win last night? The orangutan looked at his own belly propped up, and then at Luffy's propped up belly. It's not even close, said the orangutan. Well, let's have another game in the future, Luffy said. Okay, but now we have business to do, said the orangutan. Afterwards, the orangutan and Luffy hurried to gather for a meeting. Chopper and Usopp are basically not very useful for the overall operation, though there are people who wake them up for the meeting too. Mont Blanc Curric gathered senior members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Tsuruyama Combined Army to start this meeting. Everyone, after this great victory, we have indeed wiped out the main force of Grandit and the security forces. But then it is time to discuss the future of Magic Valley City. Mont Blanc Curric Gate of Opening See the Mountain said. All the people, including Rog and Zoro, and the orangutans, listened carefully. Although we have won the victory, the situation in Mogu City has not really stabilized. Therefore, our Tsuruyama allied army should help Mogu City establish a new stable regime after completing the mission of overthrowing the rule of Grandit. This is the goal of the Tsuruyama United Army. Mont Blanc Culic directly stated the new goal of the Tsuruyama United Army. Hearing this, everyone understands things. That's it, boss. Then I think how about you lead us to become the mayor of Magic Valley City? Said the orangutan suddenly. Yes, boss. We have fought for so long. And there are many residents of Magic Valley City who support us. This is very good, orangutan also said. After being silent for a while, Mont Blanc Curric said, our purpose should not be to gain power. Many forces often replace the previous ruler after the final victory, and even become the object of revolution again. But we are different. The Tsuruyama United Army is built on resistance to oppression. The people of all walks of life in Mogu City should choose the most suitable leader according to their own wishes. All we have to do is to escort them. Quote. Rog and Sanji, Zoro, orangutans all looked at Mont Blanc Culic seriously. Judging from the current situation, Mont Blanc Culic can completely take advantage of the situation to become the ruler of Magic Valley City. But he actually made such a decision, which is simply admirable. What an indifferent person he is. Mont Blanc Curric looked at everyone and said, that's it. It's enough for everyone to know our goal in the future. He looked at Rog, Zoro and Sanji again. Everyone, thanks to you, we were able to win before. But if you don't dislike it, do you still want to continue to cooperate with us before the situation here is completely stable? Montblanc Couric said politely and solemnly. Does it even need to be said? Of course, Roger said. We will continue to fight everyone together, Zorro said. Since there is no real new life here, then we will continue to work hard, Sanji said. Sanji actually has his own thoughts in mind. That's because he saw many beautiful girls in Magic Valley City. How can he tolerate the continued turmoil in Magic Valley City? Then those beautiful girls will inevitably be implicated. Usopp was also motivated, patted his chest and said, Okay, leave it to us. I, Captain Usopp, will lead everyone to continue fighting side by side with the friends of the Tsuruyama United Army. Luffy also said after listening, Okay, let's continue fighting together. Chopper also said, Everyone is friends now, let's fight hard. The Ninja King and Nami kept silent, and tacitly agreed. Now the Straw Hat Pirates will continue to operate together with the Tsuruyama Alliance. Until the situation in Magic Valley City really became stable. At this point, the orangutan asked, So what do we do next? Montblanc Couric said, The next step is to try to get the folk representatives of Magic Valley City to negotiate and discuss the construction of a new Magic Valley City. As everyone continued to discuss, which forces should be tried to negotiate first. Just when Montblanc Couric and the others were having a meeting. The Bellamy pirates have already moved quickly in Magic Valley City. Before 10:10 was lit, Bellamy and his party quickly split up and started operations. Eddie went according to the plan to subdue the cadres of the four major industries. Rebus goes to subdue the guards. Thatches to take over the remnants of the security forces. Bellamy himself was responsible for dealing with the Tsuruyama coalition. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 582 Eddie's actions. Street near Grande Silver Row in Magic Valley City. Eddie and dozens of Bellamy's crew members walked to Grandit Silver's line. Eddie looked up at the Silver Row sign above Grandit's Silver Row. It's really splendid. Don't look at that miserly old man who loves money. But he's willing to decorate silver like this. He still knows where to be extravagant, Eddie said. Example, the silver line is different from the factory. The factory can be built in the remote suburbs, and the production environment does not have to be too luxurious. But the Silver Row is different. Silver Bank is located in a prosperous urban area, and the construction must be lavish, so that customers can feel that Silver Bank has the strength, and will come to do business. Grandit is indeed a genius with money, and he knows exactly where to be extravagant and where to be stingy. Eddie led the 30 crew members behind him into the gate of the Grandit Silver Row. After they entered the hall, they began to observe the environment here together. Wait a minute, sir. We're temporarily closed today, said a staff member in a suit. Go away. Before he could get close to Eddie, he was pushed away by a burly crew member. Eddie went a few steps again, to a counter with someone. Closed business, sign in front of it. Eddie looked at the staff at the counter with a scheming eye. The staff member he saw was uncomfortable. Okay, I want to see your president. Don't say no to him or anything like that. Just tell him that Mr. Bellamy's people are going to talk to him. Eddie's tone was calm but irresistible. Said. The staff member immediately changed his face when he heard Bellamy's name. He hurriedly said, It turns out to be Mr. Bellamy's. All right, I'll notify the president right away. This gentleman and everyone else please sit down. The staff member then called another staff member and said something. The staff member nodded and hurried to do it. Eddie and his crew were also sitting together on the sofa in the Silver Row Hall. The staff in the Silver Row Hall deliberately distanced themselves from this group of people. Bellamy's reputation is feared by many. After a while, the Silver staff member returned. But behind him was a fat middle-aged man in a dress. Although the middle-aged man is fat, he is well dressed, and his eyes are somewhat sleek. This is the president of Grandit Silver, the confidant of Grandit when he was alive. Granted Silver came over under the leadership of the staff. Eddie kept his eyes on him until President Granted Silver stepped in front of him. "President, this gentleman is the one sent by Mr. Bellamy," the staff introduced. The fat president of Granted Silver looked at Eddie, looked at him, and said politely to him, "Mr. Bellamy, you are the one who was sent by Mr. Bellamy to talk to me about things." "Excuse me, first and last name." Eddie finally stood up slowly and said coldly but politely, "My name is Eddie, and I'm the authoritative agent sent by Mr. Bellamy to discuss matters with you. You are the president of Granted Silver. Okay, let's get to the point as soon as possible." "Please come with me," said the president of Granted Silver. He led Eddie to a corridor on the side of the hall. The fat president told the staff again, "Get some refreshments for those accompanying people. Be polite." Then the staff started to get some cakes and yuhi tea for the accompanying Bellamy Pirates crew. The crew took the cake and yuhi tea arrogantly. But they didn't say thank you, and everyone had a cold face. These staff members are all people who have heard of Bellamy's before. It is unimaginable that they are so pretentious. Today, they see it. Eddie himself and Granted Silver finally made their way down the hallway into an office. "Please take a seat," said the fat head of Bank Silver politely. "Thank you," Eddie said coldly but politely. Two people sit on two chairs opposite a fine oak table. The staff served yuhi tea again. Granted Silver gave the staff a look and motioned them to step back. The accompanying house door was closed. Now there are only two people left in this office, the president of Granted Silver and Eddie. Granted Silver looked at Eddie and said, "Mr. Eddie, what on earth did Mr. Bellamy send you for? As far as I know, Mr. Bellamy never stored his money in the inside the Grande Silver. And he has no stake in the silver." Eddie looked at the president of Granted Silver, and he said, "Don't worry, Mr. President. We're not here to extort or rob. We want cooperation. Or to put it more plainly, granted the silver row belongs to Mr. Bellamy." Quote. Eddie quickly took out a piece of letter paper from his clothes and handed it to the president of Granted Silver. Granted Silver took the letter and began to read. "Mr. President, it is a pity that the mayor of Granted died unexpectedly. But Granted Silver, as the most important financial enterprise in Magic Valley City, needs a new person who can protect it and continue to thrive in the future. Then I am willing to be this person. Now the situation in Magic Valley City is turbulent. I, Bellamy, will protect the safety and interests of Granted Silver with all my personal guarantees. Including the safety and interests of Mr. President and all employees' interests. So Mr. President, please make a quick decision, which belongs to the person who can really keep the Granted Silver line." Quote. Although the letter was polite on the surface, and even said that it was for the sake of the other party, it had an unquestionable tone. In other words, Bellamy has to order the Granted Silver. After reading the letter, the president of Granted Silver raised his head and looked at Eddie. Eddie asked, "Have you finished reading, Mr. President? When you have finished, then please make a decision." Granted Silver looked at Eddie and said, "In fact, Mr. Bellamy's proposal is indeed a good one. The employees of Granted Silver and I also thought about ourselves after the death of Mayor Granted. Way out. But let me ask again, Mr. Bellamy said he would use everything in himself to defend the interests of Granted Silver and the original members. Is that true? Granted Silver is not stupid, although he knows that he can't refuse. But the other party must be given a firmer stance. Only in this way can his own interests be more fully guaranteed. Anyway, Bellamy will definitely give him a very generous treatment in order to win him over." Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 583 Mercenary Boss. Eddie said firmly, "No problem, it's not just Mr. Bellamy. Any of his subordinates, including me, will firmly defend the interests of Granted Silver. Mr. President and other employees can also get a great fortune that cannot be enjoyed. You can rest assured that the new owner of Granted Silver will treat the members more than ever." Quote. After hearing Eddie's firm guarantee, The fat and sleek president of Silver's Bank turned very happy. He even pretended to be a little moved. Mr. Bellamy and Mr. Eddy really value them. Granted Silver will definitely and firmly belong to Mr. Bellamy. The president of Granite Silver said happily and moved. Eddy said, "Okay, Mr. President. That's it." He took out his watch again, looked at it, and said, "I still need to hurry. It's going well here, but there are other things to do quickly. So I'll take my leave." Eddy got up from his chair, still steaming from the teacup in front of him. "Mr. Eddy, please wait a moment," said the president of Granite Silver. "Huh?" Eddy looked at him first. "Grande Silver needs to go through the ownership transfer procedure, and I will handle it as soon as possible," the president of Grande Silver said politely. "Ah, that's fine," Eddy said. Granite Silver quickly approached Eddy and shoved a piece of paper into Eddy's hand. "Mr. Eddy, here's a check. There's 5 million Baileys on it. It's a trifle. Please accept it with a smile," the fat Silver Bank president said slyly. Eddy glanced at the check casually and said, "It's really hard for you. I'll report to Mr. Bellamy that you are very willing to cooperate. Don't worry, Mr. Bellamy will definitely not treat you badly. You don't have to send. I have a lot more to do after all." Quote. "Then Mr. Eddy, please walk slowly." The plump Silver Line manager had a smooth expression on his face. Eddy then walked out of the office. The Silver Bank president sat back in his chair again. He had a smile on his face. He knew very well that Bellamy, as the new owner of Granite Silver, was bound to give him huge benefits. "Granite, you died too late." The fat Silver Bank president swept his gaze to an oil painting on the wall. That oil painting is exactly the portrait of Granite, who named Granite Silver, which controls the finance of Magic Valley City, after himself. In the end, it belongs to someone else after death. For this president, although Granite also gave a lot of benefits when he was alive, he still strictly supervised his work. So that a huge part of the income has become Granite's private wealth. And now Bellamy is about to become the new owner of Granite Silver. He can get more benefits by hugging Bellamy's thigh. Eddy returned to the hall and led the crew out of here. Walking out of Granite Silver, Eddy continued to walk out without looking back. A crew member on the side asked him and said, "Lord Eddy, he agreed, didn't he?" Eddy said indifferently, "Of course. But this Silver Line is really shameless. I'm afraid that the other 3 industry cadres in Granite are not much stronger." Although Eddy did not reject the banker's check, he deeply despised the banker. Eddy followed Bellamy. In addition to Bellamy's strength, he was also impressed by Bellamy's character charm. In other words, following Bellamy is also a somewhat heroic person. No matter where he is a powerful villain like this president, when he sees a new strong man, he will follow the flames and join forces without hesitation. "Okay, let's follow the plan. Go to the manager of the big mall," Eddy said. Eddy led the 30 Bellamy Pirates crew out of here quickly. While Eddy was subduing the cadres of the 4 major industries, Rebus quickly went to subdue the Magic Valley City Guards. Rebus led 100 Bellamy Pirates crew to the headquarters office building of the security force in the downtown area of Magic Valley City. Rebus led 100 lively crew to the front of this majestic office building. "It's finally here," Rebus said, looking at the office building. The office building of the headquarters of the security force is 10 stories high. The office building of the headquarters of the security force looks very solemn and majestic. Rebus and his men began to walk towards the gate of the office building of the headquarters of the guard force. "Okay, let's go in together," said Rebus. Rebus led 100 fully armed crew members and began to walk towards the gate of the office building of the headquarters of the guard force. There are also some guards with live ammunition outside the gate of the office building of the security force headquarters. The guards looked at the menacing Uri Haki, and the heavily armed crew behind him were terrified. "Who are these people? What the hell are they going to do? This is the headquarters of the security force. They are actually going to break in here." More than a dozen guards with live ammunition were all very scared. Although they had rifles in their hands, they dared not attack. The last officer stood reluctantly at the gate, and when Rebus came to him, he asked, "What's the matter?" Rebus looked at him disdainfully and said, "We are Mr. Bellamy's subordinates and we are here to talk to the commander of the security force." The officer shuddered when he heard Bellamy's name. Bellamy's subordinates, he has the guts to go against it. It turned out to be Bellamy's subordinate. "Please allow me to report if there is something," the officer said with a sad face. Rebus said impatiently, "I don't have that time. I'll go in first and wait for him inside." The officer also didn't dare to stop him, so he had to let Rebus lead the troops in. Rebus and his subordinates entered the office building of the headquarters of the guard force arrogantly. After entering the hall on the first floor of the headquarters of the security force, Rebus scanned the surroundings with fierce eyes. The faces of the guards in this hall changed. He walked to an office counter and asked, "I am Mr. Bellamy's subordinate and I want to find the commander of the security force." Just a short sentence. But the guards in charge of the work were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and he quickly contacted the commander of the guards with a phone bug. In an office on the top 10th floor of the guard's headquarters office building. The commander of the guard is sitting behind his desk thinking about a problem. Mayor Grandit died, and most of the security forces were damaged. It seems that the dominance of Magic Valley City will change hands in the future. The burly middle-aged man with a rough beard said with emotion. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com first chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 584 Liba's wrist. At this time, a phone bug on his desk suddenly rang. Bolu, 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 Bolu. The commander of the security force thought that the sudden call at this sensitive time must be important, and he picked up the telephone receiver. "Hello, I'm the commander of the guard force," said the commander of the guard force. "Commander, this is the first floor of the headquarters hall. Now the first floor has been invaded by a group of people claiming to be Bellamy's men." The opposite said cautiously. "What?" said the commander of the guard force in shock. "Bellamy's men entered here. They said they wanted to see you, Commander." The opposite said nervously. The face of the commander of the security force became a little ugly, and he thought about it carefully. Why find him? Since Mayor Grandit is dead, there must be forces who want to remaster this prosperous transit trade port city. Bellamy used to be Grandit's ally, but he must also want to swallow the whole piece of fat meat of Magic Valley City in his mouth. It can be said that Bellamy's intention is to conquer the former Grandit forces. "Commander, please come to the lobby on the first floor as soon as possible," the phone bug urged urgently. "Understood, I'll go over immediately," the commander of the guard force said quickly. The commander of the guard force quickly put the telephone receiver on the phone bug's head. The commander of the security force quickly stood up from his seat and pushed the gate of opening out of the office. "Someone." The commander of the guard force quickly called the two guards who were patrolling the corridor to go down together. He walked quickly down the corridor. Finally, keep walking from the stairs to the next floor. He walked quickly from the 10th floor through the stairs to the first floor. Finally came to the first floor hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a burly strong man leading a large group of people dressed as sturdy crew members standing here. Rebus also saw the commander of the guard force at this time. The two looked at each other and looked at each other. The commander of the guard forces between Reba was wearing the uniform of a high-ranking officer with medals, a tie, and some delicate medals on his body. And that face has a rough beard, and his eyes are piercing. It looks like a high-ranking officer. The commander of the guard force looked at Rebus and saw that Rebus was a burly and strong man. He was wearing a dark Yuhi-colored shirt, but he wore a white wool hat on his head. Blocked. That face was even more sturdy, and because Kiba's teeth were so large, it was difficult to close the mouth. But this burly man has no eyebrows. Combined with the white wool hat on his head, could it be said that this burly man has no hair? Maybe not only does he have no eyebrows, but he doesn't even have hair. But now is not the time to think too much about useless things. The commander of the guards looked at Rebus and said, "Excuse me, are you the one sent by Mr. Bellamy?" Rebus said in a deep voice, "Yes, I am the one sent by Mr. Bellamy. And I am one of his 3 capable generals, the arsenal curibus." When the commander of the guard force heard the ammunition curibus, he was suddenly shocked. He has been the commander of the security force in Magic Valley City for many years, and he has heard a lot of things here. Bellamy's power has always been a legendary existence. Bellamy still has 3 core cadres. Also become a 3-man. That is the broadsword Thatches, the arsenal curibus, and the advisor Eddie. These 3 are the top figures even within the Bellamy pirates. Among them, the arsenal Silibus is known for his impatience and arrogance. He has always been very direct and extreme when he does things, and does not give his opponent too much leeway. It turned out to be Mr. Bellamy's subordinate. "Then Mr. Rebus, you must have something very important to see me here," said the commander of the guard force. Although he knew that Rebus' thorns were not easy to deal with, after all, the commander of the security force was also experienced and could deal with the opponent very calmly. Rebus looked at the commander of the guard force and said, "Of course, I came to be entrusted by Mr. Bellamy to discuss important matters with you. Now let me say it directly, that is, Mr. Bellamy wants to be incorporated. You are the core of the Magic Valley City Guard Force. Leba's Gate of Opening has clearly stated its purpose. So that's how it is." The commander of the guard unit looked directly at Rebus and sighed. Rebus continued to add, "Now that the mayor of Grandit is dead, and Magic Valley City cannot be without a master for a day, then a strong and capable person is needed to protect Magic Valley City. And the guards know this place very well. Therefore, you need to cooperate and accept the leadership of Mr. Bellamy. In this case, all the guards of Magic Valley City will be rewarded. And the treatment is definitely better than before. All right, Commander, please be decide." Speaking of which, Rebus' tone softened a little. Rebus took out another letter and gave it to the commander of the guard force. The commander of the security force took it and looked at the contents of the letter. The above is Bellamy's handwritten letter, and the content is to recruit the guards of Magic Valley City. Of course it promises great rewards. After reading the contents of the letter, the commander of the guard unit also turned his gaze to Rebus again. The reason why Rebus directly broke into the office building of the guard force headquarters and brought so many crew members. An important purpose is to disarm the guards. Then forward Bellamy's handwritten letter. In this way, both soft and hard can better achieve the goal. Commander of the guard force said, "Now after the death of Mayor Grandit, it is true that we are in a state of chaos. If we can have a strong leader to lead us, we are very willing. In that case, we are also willing to accept the leadership of Mr. Bellamy." After Rebus heard this, his face also became happy. "Okay, the commander is a reasonable person after all," said Rebus. Now Rebus can be said to have completed the task. The guards of Magic Valley are now successfully owned by Bellamy. However, Rebus still felt that the matter was not over, and he continued to the commander of the guard force, "Commander, please gather all the key officers under your command. We will tell them about the situation." After listening to this, the commander of the guard force was also lost in thought, and then he said, "Okay." After a while, in a conference room on the 5th floor of the office building of the guard force headquarters, a meeting with dozens of people was held. In this conference room, Rebus and the commander of the security force presided over the meeting. The others present were senior officers of the guard force. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 585 The Brutality of Libas. There are many areas in Magic Valley City, including the port security area, the urban security area, and there are many sub-districts in the urban security area. The commander of the port guard, Rezel, was also here. Rezel and other high-ranking officers knew that the guard had now taken refuge with Bellamy. The commander of the guard force first glanced at the group of senior officers. Everyone, now the mayor of Grandit is dead. The guards also need to continue to work to maintain the security and stability of Magic Valley City. So we need a new strong leader to lead us. Mr. Bellamy volunteered to take up this important task. We now have no choice but to be loyal to the new leader, the commander of the guard force said, looking at the many senior officers. He glanced at the people present and found no objection. Okay, if everyone agrees, please raise your arms to vote, said the commander of the guard force. Razor was the first to raise his arm, and the other senior officers raised their arms one after the other. However, there was still one person in the crowd who did not move. The commander of the security force looked at the man and frowned quickly. Sir Winster, didn't you hear what I said? Said the commander of the guard force quickly. The man who refused to raise his arm was named Winster. Winster is a senior officer of the security force in the city, but he is different from most of the security forces who are hired by money. He is a native of Magic Valley City and wants to achieve his ideals through hard work. However, his character is also upright, and he refuses to obey others, but his ability is very strong, which enables him to serve as the backbone officer of the guard force. Winster glanced at the commander of the guard, and he glanced at Rebus. Sorry, I will not submit to any power, Winster said with great dissatisfaction. At this time, it was not only the commander of the security force who looked very ugly. Who was beside him, also turned Yuhi's face, and was about to attack immediately. Rebus came from the front and came near Winster's seat. Every foot of his was the thumping of the ground shaking. Libus stared straight at Winster like a killing machine. Even the rebellious Winster felt extremely uncomfortable for a while when he stared at him like this. You can say it again, Rebus said to Winster imposingly. Facing this burly and fierce big man, Winster was dismissive. Although Mayor Grandit was stingy during his lifetime, he was also a rich man in Magic Valley City. A stinky pirate from North Blue from Bellamy dared to ride on our head. As far as his virtues are concerned, Pay has been huddled in the Northeast Reef Island where birds don't shit, Winster said with disgust. Libus' expression froze. He didn't expect Winster to say so extreme. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but from endless anger. You. Rebus said a few words with trembling in his mouth. Many senior officers of the guard force around were so frightened that they hurried away from the two of them. Even the commander of the security force looked extremely ugly. Bang! Rebus suddenly took out a large-caliber double-barreled shotgun from his clothes and aimed it at Winster's left arm and pulled the trigger. The two bullets fired by the double-barreled shotgun were extremely destructive, and they smashed Winster's left arm into bloom. The bones, minced meat, and blood mixed together looked extremely terrifying. Ah! Winster screamed in pain. His screams made the entire conference room reverberate with this terrifying voice. Rebus again aimed the double-barreled shotgun at Winster's right arm. Bang! Another shot. Because the double-barreled shotgun was extremely powerful at close range, it almost smashed Winster's right arm. Next, Rebus continued to use the double-barreled shotgun to aim at Winster's left and right legs and fired 2 shots in a row. Ah, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Winster finally begged for mercy under the severe pain. Rebus has a murderous look on his face, like a beast. There is no regret in this world. Rebus aimed the double-barreled shotgun at Winster's skull. He pulled the trigger on the double-barreled shotgun. Bang! A harsh gunshot. A lot of blood sputtered out, together with the pulpy brain. Blood and brains were spattered everywhere, and even Rebus' clothes and face were covered with blood and brains. Rebus was not moved at all, he just raised the barrel of the double-barreled shotgun and blew with his mouth. This kid made me dirty again, Rebus said dissatisfied. He left near Winster's seat and returned to the front of the conference room. Many senior officers looked at Winster's appalling body. The limbs were beaten to a pulp, the skull was smashed by double-barreled shotgun bullets at close range, and blood and brains splattered everywhere. Vomit. Some senior officers were nauseated. "Everyone, let's continue our conversation," Rebus said in a deep voice. The commander of the security force was on the side, his face was extremely ugly. Rebus has now completely become the god of death that everyone present needs to look up to. Rebus, clothes and face were covered with blood and brains, and he continued to speak naturally. "Isn't this a murderer from hell, or what?" In fact, in addition to Winster, there were several senior officers who looked down on Bellamy in their hearts. After all, Bellamy was a pirate. And Grandit is also a very rich man. Now Libus has brutally killed Winster so much that their souls are almost scared away from their bodies. It is so terrifying that Rebus is only one of the 3 generals, so how powerful and terrifying Bellamy is. Rebus looked at the senior officers of the security force present with a fierce look that could not be opposed. "Everyone, after you are loyal to Mr. Bellamy, you can get good treatment. So I hope you can seriously implement Mr. Bellamy's orders in the future. Do you understand?" Rebus said fiercely. "Understood." These senior officers were so frightened that they were already very well behaved, and they dared not disobey Rebus' orders now. Seeing that the senior officers of the guard force were all subdued, Rebus felt that the matter was settled. He turned his head to look at the commander of the guard force again. The commander of the security force also had an ugly face. He felt very unbearable when such a thing happened right now. Rebus killed Winster on the spot, although Winster had very arrogant words. But this also confirms that Bellamy's gang is still a brutal and unscrupulous pirate group. But what Rebus did was a little more prominent. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 586 Thatch, the Cold Sword. Commander, I hope you can continue to do a better job in the future. The guards will definitely be valued by Mr. Bellamy in the future. Rebus looked at him with oppressive eyes and said. "No problem, I will be resolutely allegiance to Mr. Bellamy," said the commander of the guard force. "Okay, everyone present. Mr. Bellamy will soon send you a huge reward. Then everyone will wait for a drink and celebrate." Rebus looked around everyone present and said. Labath intimidated and lured, intimidated and appeased the high-ranking guards. The meeting went on for a while and then ended. "Okay, this meeting is over. From now on, the guards will be Mr. Bellamy's loyal subordinates, as long as everyone works hard to abide by their duties and obey orders. Everyone has a share in the generous treatment," said the voice. After the meeting was over, Rebus discussed some things with the commander of the guard force, and then left. Rebus led 100 fully armed crew out of the guard force headquarters office building. Lehockey's also glanced back at the 10-story, dignified office building. "Things are still very good. This group of people is only useful by deterrence and bribes. Wait to inform Boss Bellamy. He will definitely be very happy," Rebus said enthusiastically. Rebus successfully subdued the guards by means of strong deterrence and bribes. For example, Eddie's direct interest in the cadres of the 4 major industries will do. That is also because the cadres of the 4 major industries are all profit-seeking people, and the employees under them also only work with interests. So it doesn't matter if you change the master. Money is everything to the president of Grandit Silver, and Bellamy, the new master, can give them more generous benefits, so the president of Grandit Silver directly pledged his allegiance to Bellamy without hesitation. Lamy. However, the Magic Valley City Guards are different. The violent organs of the guards need a certain amount of deterrence to be able to deter them and make them obey orders. Therefore, Libacilloway and co-optation can successfully complete the goal. While Eddie and Rebus were in action, Thatch was also in action for which he was responsible. Thatch is responsible for the toughest of the 3. That is to subdue the remnants of the security army in Magic Valley City. In the central area of Magic Valley City, a building of the size of Hiroshi is located here. This building is 8 stories high. Although it is not as high as the headquarters of the security force, it covers a larger area. There is also a small square around. This building is the office building of the Security Army headquarters. Thatch led 50 of his men to the front of the Security Army headquarters office building. "Okay, let's get ready to go in," Thatch said to his men. Thatch led 50 of his men to start going towards the gate of the building. Thatch and his subordinates are not as aggressive as Libas, but he himself seemed to have a vicious aura. Rebus is like a fiery hot weapon, and Thatch is a cold weapon like a cold one. The security guards who were guarding the gate of the Security Army headquarters office building felt shudder for a while when they saw Thatch's. Although Thatch's is not so hard-edged, he is more like an executioner who can kill people at any time. Thatch arrived at the gate of the Security Army headquarters office building. He glanced at the 5 burly and tall security forces with gloomy eyes. "I am the representative sent by Mr. Bellamy. I want to discuss matters with the Commander-in-Chief of the Security Forces, General Durham," Thatch said in an icy tone. The faces of these security officers and soldiers became ugly. As soon as he heard that it was Bellamy's subordinate, then it must be a bad person. At this point, one of the officers said to Thatch's, "Then please allow me to brief me, sir." Thatch said, "Okay, you hurry up and report." Thatch couldn't wait, and continued to wait here. The security officer hurried inside to report. "Thatch and his subordinates are waiting here." One of Thatch's subordinates asked Thatch, "Lord Thatch, why don't you just rush in?" Thatch looked at him, and then at the Security Army headquarters office building. "The object of negotiation we have to face is a soldier who has gone through a brutal battle. A soldier has dignity, so give him a face first," Thatch said meaningfully. "All soldiers and those who fight are despised by their dignity." Thatch was deliberately polite, so it seemed to give General Durham face. In an office on the 8th floor of the Security Army headquarters office building, General Durham had an urgent discussion with a group of senior vigilante officers. Jaya Island waters on the wall. Behind him are more than a dozen senior officers of the security forces. "We really came to a dead end," General Durham said with emotion. At this time, a senior officer behind him said, "General Durham, we still have a way out." General Durham turned and looked at each other. The other party was wearing a military coat worn by a senior officer, and there was an exquisite medal on the coat. This senior officer has a sharp face and sharp eyes, as if he can always grasp the opponent's weakness. "Commander Droke, what do you have in mind?" said General Durham. This high-ranking officer is Drake, commander of the 5th Army Corps of the Security Forces. The 5th Corps led by Captain Drake never participated in the battle with the Tsuruyama Combined Army. It is the only well-preserved legion among the 5 major legions of the Security Army. However, General Durham was deeply disgusted with Drake Corps commander. Because Captain Drake himself is very selfish and mercenary. Moreover, he kept his strength for various seemingly high-sounding but irresistible reasons and avoided fierce battles with the enemy. This made General Durham extremely disgusted. Moreover, Captain Drake himself is very good at getting along well with Grandit. This made him enough to hold an important post in the Security Army for a long time before Grandit was alive. However, in this crucial battle before, Drake's army commander made a very serious mistake. He neither supported the battle at the port of Magic Valley City nor the battle at the Grandit Mansion. The reason given by Captain Drake during the war was that he insisted on defending the inland area of Jaya Island to prevent enemy sneak attacks. But this is obviously because he is worried about losing his own troops, so he does this to preserve his strength. General Durham was furious at this, but the matter was irreversible, and Grandit also died in the end. He can't sanction the Drake Corps commander now either. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 587th Uninvited Guest. This is because the 5th Legion under the commander of Drake has 2,000 elite soldiers. And General Durham now has only over 1,000 soldiers left in the security forces. General Durham is a dignified commander-in-chief of the Security Army, and he actually has fewer troops than a subordinate army commander. In addition, Drake was very close to his troops, and Grandit was dead, and General Durham could not directly order the officers and soldiers of the Fifth Army to arrest Drake. What's more important is that the remnants of the security army are now in precarious conditions, and those who are not worth it have to be honest with Drake. Captain Drake looked at General Durham with sly and sharp eyes. General Durham, now that the mayor of Grandit is dead, it is irreversible. However, Magic Valley City and the security forces cannot be without a future. So I think that our security forces should unite the security forces and those who control this city as soon as possible. The industrial cadres who are the lifeline of the city's economy, speed up the election of a new leader. Only in this way can Magic Valley City continue to maintain stability and prosperity. Drake Corps Commander said slyly. General Durham looked at the commander of Drake Corps, and he knew the general meaning of the other party. But what he said makes sense. That's it, then Captain Drake. Who do you think is the new best leader? General Durham said. The commander of Drake looked at General Durham slyly and said, I hear, there are several candidates. But I must first ask, General Durham, are you willing to play this role? General Durham shook his head and said, I'm just a soldier. Except good at commanding battles. Not interested in busy government affairs. General Durham was such a man, he was good at commanding battles. Able to steer thousands of troops. But they hate worldly government affairs. Because politicians are not like might. As soldiers, politicians need to be tactful and considerate of multiple interests. And General Duloon has an upright personality, and even if he becomes a member of this Magic Valley City, which is densely populated by interest groups, he will find many unimaginable headaches. Therefore, General Durham was unwilling to take on the role of the mayor of Grandit during his lifetime. Drake Corps Commander seemed to say with some regret, that's a pity. But in this case, we must choose a more suitable and definitely willing candidate. General Durham and everyone, are you right? General Durham looked directly at the sly man and said, the situation is critical now, you can quickly say what you think is the best person. The expression on Drake's face suddenly became a little smug. I think the best candidate definitely should not be born in the security army or the security force. It is an industrial cadre. Among them, I am most optimistic about the president of Grandit Silver. Drake Corps Commander said. After listening to General Durham, he thought about it and said, you said him, I have seen that president too. He is also a mercenary person. But if he is the mayor, he is also competent. Hearing this sentence, Drake Corps Commander became very happy. In fact, in private, the Drake Corps Commander and the president of the Grandit Silver Company have a very good personal relationship. The two often interact with each other. Even secretly, there is already a profit transaction. This time, the mayor of Grandit suddenly died unexpectedly. Captain Drake's idea was to find a way to make President Grande Silver the mayor. In this way, he can obtain amazing benefits. Of course, because of the emergency, he did not inform the president of Grandit Silver of his thoughts. President of Grandit Silver. The commander of the Drake Corps was very proud. Since General Durham had no objection, nor did the other senior officers object, it would be a good thing to do. Well then, we're ready to. Captain Drake said. But suddenly a vigilante officer broke into the office. General Durham, it's not good. The security officer said nervously with sweat on his face. General Durham and Commander Drake and other high-ranking officers all looked at him. What's the matter, so nervous? General Durham asked him with a frown. The vigilante officer looked at General Durham and said quickly, it's not a big deal, the people sent by Bellamy are here. The news was like a bolt from the blue, and the expressions of everyone present changed. General Durham and Captain Drake and the senior officers looked at each other. General Durham went on to ask the officer, where is he then? Waiting at the gate, said the vigilante officer. General Durham asked again, then what else did he say? The vigilante officer continued, he said he was going to talk to General Durham to discuss the matter. General Durham's dignified face quickly became complicated. He looked at the Drake Corps commander and the senior officers. Those present, including General Durham and Captain Drake, knew exactly what Bellamy's men came to mean at this juncture. Commander Drake said to General Durham, "Bellamy is an unofficial superpower hidden in Jaya Island. Better to meet." General Durham was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay." He looked at the vigilante officer who was reporting and said, "Please come in. Please come to this office with him. I'll talk to him." As ordered, the security officer hurriedly went down to work. After the vigilante officer left, both General Durham and Captain Drake looked at each other. In fact, they can all judge Bellamy's intentions. At such a time, he must have sent someone to obtain Grandit's former position. But they were reluctant to speak out directly. In front of the gate of the office building of the Security Army headquarters, Thatch and the men behind him continued to wait here. Some of those subordinates were very unhappy, and many of them wanted to rush in directly. However, Thatch's acted more calmly, and they obediently obeyed Thatch's orders. At this moment, the doors suddenly opened again. The security officer just walked out quickly. "This gentleman, please," the security officer said very politely. Thatch looked at him, then at the men behind him. "Thank you for waiting here," Thatch said to his subordinates. "Yes, Lord Thatch," said the men. Thatch, led by the security officer, entered the gate of the office building of the Security Army headquarters. The two first walked to the wide corridor on the first floor. As soon as he entered this wide corridor, Thatch saw the heavily armed security forces on both sides. This is the headquarters of the security forces, although the security forces suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. But there are still some brave soldiers left. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 588 Face Thatch _. The security forces soldiers on both sides of the corridor saw Thatch in a loose gray woolen coat, but they felt that the other party was like a demon with a hidden murderous intention. Thatch continued to follow the vigilante officer, and the two walked to a staircase together. Begin walking up the stairs to the second higher level. This way, the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, seventh floor, and finally the eighth floor. Thatch walked to the eighth floor without saying a word. The vigilante officer continued to lead him to the door of a room. It's here," said the security officer. The security officer then stood up straight outside the door and started reporting. "Guests have been brought. Please come in," a deep voice said inside. The security officer pushed open the door of the room. Thatch then walked in. There was a sound of a door closing behind him, and the door to the room was closed. Thatch looked at the people in the room. He first saw a tall and burly man with a majestic face. The man was unmistakably manly, wearing a well-crafted military coat and epaulets representing senior officers. He was without a doubt the most imposing one in the room. In addition, there is a sharp-looking man with sly and sharp eyes, who is also wearing a senior officer's uniform. The people in the other rooms can also be judged to belong to the category of high-ranking officers. "Everyone, I'm really bothering you today. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Thatch from Bellamy's. I have something I want to talk to General Durham, the commander-in-chief of the security forces, today," Thatch said. General Durham looked at Thatch, a burly man with long light blue wavy hair in a loose gray woolen coat. "But it is like a knife that can be fired from its scabbard at any time. I'm General Durham. What are you looking for me for?" General Durham said, looking at Thatch. "So you are General Durham," Thatch said to General Durham. He looked at this burly and dignified general. His eyes were cold like a poisonous snake, but he was always paying attention to the other side's demeanor. General Durham looked at the icy burly man and said, "Just tell me, what exactly are you here for?" Thatch looked at General Durham. "I was sent by Mr. Bellamy. The purpose is to discuss important matters with you," Thatch said. Having said that, Thatch's tone became very meaningful. Including the commander of the Droke Legion and other senior officers all looked at Thatch with great attention. Thatch looked at General Durham and continued, "That is, the leader of Magic Valley City probably needs a new character." General Durham's dignified face became even uglier. What he expected turned out to be true. Drake Corps Commander was also stunned. He originally wanted to elect Grandit Silver, president of the company, to replace Grandit's mayor. But now it seems absolutely impossible. The other senior officers also looked at each other in dismay, thinking that once Bellamy intervened, things would be very difficult to do. Thatch continued, "The passing of Mayor Grandit is a pity. However, this prosperous city still needs to continue to going. Therefore, it needs a capable and great person to guide the people here. Hundreds of thousands of people. At the same time to appease all kinds of businessmen and travelers. Therefore, the one who meets this condition is Mr. Bellamy, who has secretly protected Jaya Island and Magic Valley City for a long time. Mr. Bellamy is willing to take over and govern for Magic Valley City. Task. Quote. Thatch made the purpose very clear. Bellamy's is to rule the city. General Durham looked at Thatch's, and his heart was suddenly filled with endless anger. Bellamy put it bluntly and wanted to take everything in the city. Although General Durham never formally met Bellamy's face. But he knew very well that Bellamy was a greedy and crazy powerful pirate. Bellamy often took advantage of other people's wealth and what he thought was valuable. A complete villain. General Durham also knew about the collusion between Grandit and Bellamy during his lifetime. However, because Grandit gave Bellamy a lot of benefits, Bellamy basically seldom did anything to Magic Valley City. Makes the overall relationship in a relatively safe relationship. But now Bellamy was killed while Grandit was fighting with the Tsuruyama coalition. Taking advantage of the fire and looting, I want to capture the Magic Valley City. This made General Durham, who despised Bellamy in his bones, furious. Thatch also saw the twitching of General Durham's expression. "What's wrong, General Durham? Why get angry?" Thatch said coldly but politely. General Durham looked at Thatch and said, "Bellamy is trying to move the city, isn't it? But why did you send you to me?" Thatch said, "That's because Mr. Bellamy wants to rule the city better and needs some talented people to assist him. That's why he sent me, who is his confidant, to personally persuade the general to lead the vigilante army. For him, this is good for all parties. Think about it, generals and security officers and soldiers can get great benefits and favorable treatment. The people in Magic Valley City can get security and prosperity. Mr. Bellamy can realize his value. Does the general have to refuse such a good thing?" General Durham was quite angry, but he kept his head down and just gave Thatch a glance. Thatch sees General Durham having a hard time persuading. He took out a piece of letter paper from his clothes. "This is Mr. Bellamy's handwritten letter. Please read it to the general," said Thatch, presenting the letter to General Durham. General Durham didn't say much, and took the letter directly. The majestic general looked at the contents of the letter. "Respected General Durham, regarding the unfortunate death of Mayor Grandit, I am really sorry, but Magic Valley always needs going. Someone needs to protect it and promote its prosperity. Then this person needs to be strong and have responsibility. Because I recommended myself as the new leader of Magic Valley City. But governing such a great city requires some people with great skills. General Durham, you are a great military genius. If you can give allegiance to me, then the security army will not only get a new expansion and revival. It will also be treated very favorably. General Durham will also become one of my confidants. This is not just for my personal wishes. It is for the future of Magic Valley City. Hopefully the general will agree to pledge allegiance to me, who has ambition." After General Durham finished reading the letter, his expression softened. Thatch also saw this, and said quickly, "General Durham, Mr. Bellamy is very sincere. Please choose a new leader." Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com Close black lens bracket. Chapter 589 Death of General Durham. General Durham turned his eyes away from the stationery and looked at Thatch's. But there was a bit of sarcasm in his eyes. Bellamy's really a sideburn. He's trying to buy me. But I want you to tell him it's impossible. General Durham quickly tore Bellamy's handwritten letter to shreds with both hands. Those shattered pieces of paper were thrown away like snowflakes and slowly landed on the floor of the room. After seeing the Drake Corps commander and the senior officers in the room, they all stepped back. There seemed to be an insurmountable peak between General Durham and Thatch. Thatch's face was still cold, but it became even more emotionless. His whole body exuded that cold murderous aura. It's really a toast, not eating and drinking. I don't know how to praise. Thatch said coldly. General Durham put his finger on Thatch's nose and shouted angrily, "The man with the sideburns, get out of here." At this time, Thatch said strangely, "But you forgot one thing. I came here to complete a mission no matter what. That is to conquer the security forces. If I can't achieve my goal, then I will block everything. Everything is cut off." Thatch reached inside his loose gray woolen coat. "It seems like something is going to come out." General Durham quickly took a long sword in the room with his hand. His hand also clenched the hilt of the sword. Chong! General Durham drew his sword. And Thatch's right hand also took out a huge machete. This huge machete is 1 meter 5 long. Thatch tucked it into his back on weekdays, shielded by a gray woolen coat. But the big knife in Thatch's hand was in the shape of a machete. Seeing the huge machete clenched in Thatch's hand, the Drake Corps commander understood how the broadsword Thatch's nickname came from. Thatch, holding a huge machete in his hand, looked at General Durham and said grimly, "Do you really want to duel with me?" General Durham said with piercing eyes and a majestic face, "That's fake. I always have no way out of people I hate. Come on, bastard, let's have a duel between men." The eyes of the two met, the huge machete and long sword in their hands were always ready to attack. The surrounding air froze. Two men, one cold and cold, the other upright and dignified. The faces of the Drake Corps commander and the senior officers became stiff, and some people were even shocked and couldn't breathe. A huge machete and a long sword strike at the same time. The long sword in General Durham's hand stabbed Thatch's in the throat. Thatch's hand, like his arm, bent like a snake and slashed towards the target. That was the wrist of the right arm where General Durham held the sword. PFF'd. General Durham held the hilt of the longsword tightly with his right hand, but his right hand flew out with the clenched longsword, and finally the longsword stabbed the door of the room. On the hilt is the clenched right hand. General Durham's right wrist was slashed in an arc by Thatch's with a huge machete at an astonishing speed. Ah! General Durham quickly felt a sharp pain in the nerve in his right arm and wrist. He quickly began to retreat, and clenched the severed right wrist with his left hand. General Durham's face was full of sweat from the excruciating pain. He looked at the severed right arm and wrist, and the cut part was very neat. The sharpness and speed of the opponent's weapons are enough to see. General Durham looked again at the door behind Thatch's, where his right hand was still gripping the hilt of the longsword. The long sword pierced into the wooden door. Thatch looked at the huge machete in her hand, and there was a little blood on the huge machete. Thatch put the huge machete to his lips and licked it lightly. This blood has a very good texture and is very fresh. It shows that its owner is very strong. He is a man with combat training. It is indeed worthy of the identity of a soldier. Thatch's said pervert. You. The agony of General Durham, seeing Thatch's pervert's behavior, his anger was shocked. Thatch lowered the huge machete slightly, and continued walking towards General Durham. General Durham was also instinctively forced to retreat. No matter how brave and strong people are, it is time to back off. This is not cowardice, but avoiding the edge of the opponent. General Durham finally reached the window of the room, unable to go back any longer. I should have given you a chance and even a face, but you didn't appreciate it. Who can be blamed for that? Thatch said, looking sinisterly at General Durham. General Durham bit Kiba to hold back the pain, looked at him and said, "What do you want to do?" Thatch raised the huge machete in his hand again and said, "I said just now that this is a duel. Although I'm sure to win. But what I like most is to completely cut down the nasty things, including people." Thatch's wicked smile was reflected in General Durham's eyes. A knife light flashed. Thatch's huge machete slid across General Durham's neck. PFF'd. General Durham's head flew. There was still a trace of residual consciousness in the head of the flying General Durham. He felt his consciousness quickly dissipate, and Thatch's sinister face was forever fixed on his last moment. His consciousness completely disappeared. Boom. General Durham's head finally fell to the ground. The last fire of life in General Durham's eyes was also extinguished. But his eyes still reflected Thatch's sinister face. General Durham's burly headless body fell to the ground, and blood was flowing all over the ground. The commander of the Droke Legion and the senior officers of the security forces in this room were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Killing without blinking is not enough to describe Thatch's ruthless man. Moreover, General Durham, the commander-in-chief of the dignified security army, was killed. Thatch looked at General Durham's head on the ground, and he picked it up and put it in front of him. "I can't rest my eyes." Thatch met the eyes on General Durham's head. Thatch looked at the side window again. "Well, I'll let your head look at the outside world again." Thatch grabbed General Durham's head with all his strength and threw it towards the window. Bang! The glass of the window was smashed, and General Durham's head flew down from the top of the 8th floor. Thatch's men and 5 guards who were waiting at the gate of the Security Army Headquarters office building suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering. Then a bloody human head fell from the sky and fell in front of everyone. Boom, boom, boom. After General Durham's head hit the ground, he rolled a few times before stopping. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com close black lens bracket. Chapter 590 Prostitutes and Apostasy. Both Thatch's subordinates and the security officers and soldiers guarding the gate looked at the bloody head in surprise. General Durham. The security officers and soldiers recognized the true identity of the head. Although General Durham's head was hit badly, his angular facial features, upright face and hairstyle were recognized. The security officers and soldiers were all scared and hurried back. The head of General Durham would actually fall from the sky. They would never have imagined that this would happen. A Thatch's subordinate stepped forward, observed the head of General Durham, and then looked up at the office building of the security forces headquarters. "Knowing this earlier, why did you bother to be so polite just now?" he said. That's the character of the boss of Thatch's. He is still very face-to-face on many occasions. But it seems that the negotiation has broken down. So the general only needs to be killed. Another Thatch's subordinate said. Thatch's subordinates sighed for a while. "Do you want to go in?" a subordinate asked again. "Forget it, do you doubt the ability of Thatch's boss? He is more than enough to deal with these things," another one said. The 5 security officers and soldiers guarding the gate were all trembling with fright. They were even more shocked, and Thatch's men seemed to be accustomed to this sort of thing. In the room on the 8th floor of the Security Army Headquarters office building, Thatch looked at the Droke Legion commander and the senior officers of the security forces. All shivered when they saw Thatch, who was like a god of death. Despite Jaya Island's warm climate, they were genuinely terrified to see Thatch's at this time. These might-born soldiers faced Thatch, and it was even more difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Thatch scrutinized Captain Droke and the other high-ranking officers. "Okay, everyone, it's a pity that some people are unwilling to cooperate with me and Mr. Bellamy. But it doesn't mean that everyone here will continue to follow his old ways. So I promise you now that Mr. Bellamy wants to win over the security forces. The idea is still valid for you. So it's all up to you, Thatches said in a softer tone. Playing hard and soft is always the best way to go. I am ready to serve Mr. Bellamy. At this time, the commander of the Droke army suddenly raised his arm and said. Thatch looked at the commander of the Droke Legion, and saw the devotion on the face of this senior officer in a military coat. Although he looks a bit sharp and cunning, but now he must really say so. Then what shall I call you, this one? Thatch asked. Droke, commander of the 5th Army Corps of the Security Forces, I would like to swear allegiance to Mr. Bellamy. I will do my best to realize the great ideals. My 5th Corps will also be fully loyal to Mr. Bellamy. Droke the Legion commander said in a very loyal and military tone. Thatch looked at him. He retracted the huge machete he was holding into his grey woolen coat. He said, Okay, Drake, you are so positive. Mr. Bellamy will not treat you badly. I'm willing to do everything, said Droke's corps commander, saluting Thatches. After Droke took the lead in defecting, the expressions of the other high-ranking officers of the security army changed completely. They were scared at first, but now they became excited, and even looked at Thatches flatteringly. I would also like to give my allegiance to Mr. Bellamy. Mr. Bellamy is a strong man worthy of allegiance. Going to Mr. Bellamy is my only way out. Mr. Bellamy must lead the security forces to create new glory. Mr. Bellamy, hooray! Although these senior officers of the security army are soldiers, they have no shame at this moment. Facing the coercion and inducement of Bellamy's forces, they all surrendered. The most powerful, the commander of the Droke Legion, who controlled the 5th Army, took the lead in joining Bellamy. Thatch's face became more pronounced, although his icy face was terrifying even when he was smiling. Okay, since you all know what's right and wrong. So now no one has any objections, right? Thatch asked one last time. This time everyone was silent and looked at him very seriously. As if Thatches was already their boss. Seeing that things had been accomplished, Thatches said to the Drake commander and the others, Okay, the vigilantes are now officially under Mr. Bellamy's. It's up to us to create a new future. Yes, allegiance to Mr. Bellamy. Droke Corps commander and senior officers of the security forces said together. Thatches said, Well, I need to know more about the vigilantes. He looked at the commander of the Droke Legion who took the lead in surrendering. Okay, Droke, I'd like to know what's going on with the security forces first. Thatches said to the Droke army commander. Okay, what do you want to know? I can report the current number of personnel, troop formation, weapons, etc. of the security forces, said the commander of the Droke army. That's about it, but you'd better put it in a document, and the other officers get involved. I'll give the document to Mr. Bellamy. He needs to know more about the security forces, too. Thatches said. As ordered, I and others will write the documents carefully. Droke Corps commander said respectfully. The Droke Corps commander glanced at the headless corpse of General Durham lying on the ground again, and said to Thatches again, It's not convenient to write documents here, how about a different conference room? Mr. Thatches can also take a break. Thatch also glanced at General Durham's headless corpse, and he said to Captain Droke, Okay. The Droke Corps commander brought Thatches to a conference room with senior vigilantes. Captain Droke also ordered tea to be served for Thatches to rest. Thatches took the tea and said again, I still have some men outside, you can let them in too. Mr. Thatches still has his men, hurry up and invite them in. Arrange for refreshments to be served, the Drake Corps commander said to an officer. Thatch's men who were waiting at the gate of the Security Army Headquarters office building were also invited in. They also enjoyed refreshments together in the conference room. However, the discipline of these Thatches is very clear, just eat tea quietly, without any loud behavior. After a while, Captain Droke and the others finally wrote a document. This document includes a dozen sheets of paper. The most important one has the remaining troops and establishment of the security forces. Open black lens bracket 2000book.com First chapter update anti-theft chapter repair all in 2000 novel.com Close black lens bracket. Chapter 591 The dust settles. The rest of the pictures describe the current material warehouse of the security army and some other affairs such as the remaining weapons. Thatches took the file and started to look first. He especially looked for a long time on the picture about the remaining troops and organization of the security forces. Thatches then raised his head and looked at the Droke Legion commander. It turns out that, Commander Droke, you still have 2,000 elite troops under your command, and they are well organized. And your troops are still using land creatures to fight. You have a large number of rhinos and elephants as fighting tools, and you fight with the soldiers. Look, come on. You are really a powerful force. Thatches said to the Droke army commander. Droke Corps commander said respectfully, thank you for your compliment. Thatches added, in addition to the 5th Army, there are more than 1,000 officers and soldiers. Of course, these are only Marines. It can be said that the 5th Army is the absolute main force among the more than 3,000 remaining Marines of the security army. However, apart from a few supply ships and patrol boats, the fleet of the security forces is already dead in name only. So the 5th Corps is the only possession of the security forces. The Droke Corps commander and the senior officers were silent. This is also an indisputable fact. Thatches looked at the commander of the Droke army and said, if that's the case, how about you, commander of the Droke army, as the new commander-in-chief of the security forces? As soon as these words came out, the commander of Droke was stunned. His original plan to support the president of Grandit Silver was in vain, because he killed a Bellamy halfway. But now Thatches has said that he will be the new commander-in-chief of the security forces. Immediately, surprises and unbelievable feelings filled the mind of the Droke army commander. He even wanted to punch himself twice to see if he was dreaming. Mr. Thatches, are you telling the truth? Droke Corps commander asked seriously. Thatches looked at the commander of the Droke army and said coldly but solemnly, now there is no one other than you who can serve as the commander-in-chief of the security forces. The Droke Corps commander looked at Thatch and said sincerely, I will definitely live up to my mission. Thatches said, okay, I still need to report the specific situation to Mr. Bellamy. So everyone, under the leadership of Droke, will rectify first. Of course, the people of the Bellamy pirates will assist you. The commander of the Droke Legion was naturally full of gratitude, with a meaning of living up to his expectations. Naturally, other security officers would not dare to object. Thatch packed all the documents into his clothes, then stood up and said, okay, it's time for me to go. I have to report the specific situation to Mr. Bellamy first. Commander Droke, please take charge. It's a lot of work. Drake said respectfully, Droke must live up to his mission. Thatch then led his men away. Droke sent Thatch away very respectfully, and he and the senior officers of the security army finally sent Thatch and the others to the gate of the office building of the security army headquarters. Mr. Thatch, please walk slowly. Droke, who had become the commander-in-chief at this time, said respectfully. Thatch led his men out of here. After reaching the door, Thatch saw that there happened to be the bloody head of General Durham. Humph! Thatch kicked General Durham's head away and continued to walk forward. Thatch succeeded in taking down the security forces here. Now the violent institutions of Magic Valley City are all subdued by the forces of the Bellamy pirates. On the other hand, Eddie continued to subdue the cadres of the 4 major industries. Grandit Silver became the president, the chain factory manager and the store manager were also easily subdued by him. However, after arriving at the headquarters of the Magic Valley City Shipping Company, Eddie encountered unexpected things. Chairman of the shipping company actually led the merchant fleet to Alabasta to do business. The time was actually many days before Grandit was killed. Even before the vigilante fleet failed. But Eddie is not worried. The current results are enough to cross. Moreover, once the chairman of the shipping company led the merchant fleet back and found that the situation had changed, he had to surrender. Can the obtained duck still fly? Eddie, Rebus and Thatch successfully completed the subjugation of the core of the former Grandit forces. Once this is the case, other administrative agencies and small forces in Magic Valley City will turn to Bellamy. And Bellamy is responsible for the most important thing, that is to eliminate the Tsuruyama combined army. Only in this way can the obstacle to his domination of Magic Valley City be truly removed. In the Magic Valley City port area, Montblanc Kulik, Rog and Usopp finished their meeting. They began to prepare for action. Montblanc Cricket also has intelligence officers lurking in Magic Valley City. They provided information on many local forces. However, it was already noon, and everyone had another lunch first, and after working hard, they were ready to act in the afternoon. At a table, Montblanc Kurik and Zoro and Rog and Usopp ate together. Everyone eat well. After eating and drinking, work hard in the afternoon. Montblanc Kulik said. Okay, Uncle Chestnut Head. Luffy said, filling his mouth with bread and roast meat. Okay, let the people in the city know in the afternoon. The demise of the Grandit forces. The orangutan said with a big mouth. It's going to take a street speech in every street, Roger said. Of course, Montblanc Kulik said. The orangutan was interested at this time. He said, leave it to me, I can give a speech to everyone with my loud voice. We all know your loud voice. Usopp and Luffy and Rog and Zoro said together. The gorilla's voice is loud and clear to everyone. Orangutans can even transmit their voices into seawater and use echolocation to detect them. Robin is still in the tent, Izumi Water Goddess and Nami to take care of Robin. Chopper also went to check it out for himself. Inside the tent, Chopper removed the bandage on Robin's right chest, then applied the potion and put on a new bandage. Okay, the dressing change was successful. According to the current healing rate, the wound will be completely healed in 6 days, and you can walk freely at that time. However, it will take more than 20 days for complete healing. As for the scars on the skin, I have medicines. It leaves the skin as smooth as ever, Chopper told Robin after the change. Robin smiled at Chopper and said, thank you, Dr. Chopper. Not only is your medical skills excellent, but you are also thoughtful. Chopper, who received Robin's affectionate compliment, embarrassedly stroked the back of his head with his deer's hoof. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 592 Bellamy's Rush. Are you complimenting me, really? Chopper twisted shyly. Chopper still hopes that other people can praise his medical skills. He was abandoned by the deer since childhood, hated by humans, and very lonely. So once you are praised by others, you will be very happy. Robin put his clothes back on and went back to bed. Nami picked up 2 cups of tea and handed them to Chopper and Robin. Thank you, Nami, Chopper said gratefully. Thank you so much, Robin said kindly. Nami looked at Robin, although she always felt that Robin was hiding a secret from everyone, but Robin often seemed more cordial. Perhaps the Straw Hat Pirates really have the power to break down barriers. Miss Robin. A voice came from outside the tent. After Nami heard it, she said helplessly again, he's here again. Sanji quickly walked into the tent with flowers in hand. Sanji walked to Robin's hospital bed and looked at Robin, whose complexion had become more yuhi, moist, with an even more happy expression on his face. Sister Robin, you look much better. To wish you a speedy recovery, as a gentleman, I dedicate these carnations to you. Yuhi-colored carnation flowers wrapped in paper. These carnations are brightly colored, as if they represent fresh life. Thank you so much, Sanji, Robin said. Sanji holds a carnation and places it near Robin's bed. Carnations represent the vitality of life. If the patient is blessed by carnations, then they will definitely be able to recover quickly. Sister Robin, I hope you can recover sooner under the blessing of carnations. Sanji said with concern. Sanji, you are so attentive. I am really grateful. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to get better as soon as possible. Robin said with a smile. Sanji looked at Robin with love on his face and continued to say a lot of words of encouragement. At this time, most of the lunches outside were almost eaten. However, the table where Mont Blanc Kurik, Rog and Zoro were still eating. In fact, it's mainly Luffy who is still eating and drinking, and the others are basically just drinking a drink or something to clear their mouths. Make sure you're full. Luffy drank as he ate. Usopp looked at him and said, "Hey, it's just to promote it, why do you have to eat so much?" The sun in the sky has already risen to the most central area, and the warm sunlight is shining on the well-fed crowd, making everyone feel warm. At this moment, a fast boat approached the vicinity of this port area. At the bow of this small boat, a sturdy man with short blonde hair stood here. It's Bellamy the Sideburns. Bellamy saw the port area and the people there. "We're here, just get a little closer," Bellamy said to the crew. "Okay, Boss Bellamy." This small boat is about 20 meters. Basically unarmed, about the size of a patrol boat. There are more than a dozen crew members under his command who are responsible for sending Bellamy. Bellamy stuck his tongue out of his mouth and licked around his mouth like a sideburn. That's because Bellamy found prey. There are a lot of people here at the port. According to our information, they are indeed here. Bellamy looked at the large number of people of the Tsuruyama Union Army in the port area and said. He raised his head again and looked at a behemoth beside the port. It is the giant marine dock of the Tsuruyama United. This sea dock is huge, comparable to a mobile sea fortress. Even a 100-meter-long heavy warship in front of it is like a puppy facing an elephant. What a behemoth! Bellamy sighed as he looked at the giant sea dock. Although Bellamy had attacked this giant sea dock once before, the giant sea dock at that time was still the master of another owner. Unexpectedly, Mont Blanc Kulik and the Tsuruyama Combined Army obtained this behemoth. But Bellamy is very clear about the powerful combat capability and sturdy hull of the giant sea dock. He came here to deal with the Tsuruyama Combined Army. The best way to have the combat power of the Tsuruyama Combined Army is to destroy this giant sea dock. Bellamy turned his eyes to the super battery above the huge sea dock. The giant sea dock itself is extremely resistant to fighting, and it is difficult to have weapons that can destroy it. But the giant sea dock itself is slow-moving, so even hitting enemy ships with it is difficult. The core of the combat effectiveness of the giant sea dock is the 4 super battery. As long as these 4 super battery turrets are destroyed, the giant sea dock is nothing more than a huge object that is durable. Just destroy them, Bellamy said. Bellamy looked at the distance around him again and said, "Okay, stop here. Stay away from you later." "Yes, Sir Bellamy," the crew said respectfully. The small boat was also stopped. Bellamy looked at the giant sea dock, and then he looked at the people in the port area. "Which one do you want to attack first? I still like fresh prey the most. I have to clean them up sooner or later anyway." Bellamy decided to attack the port area first. At this time, more than a dozen crew members on the small boat hurriedly lay on the deck. Because Bellamy's about to make that amazing jump. Bellamy used his ability, his legs changed rapidly, the original flesh and blood legs quickly turned into 2 giant springs with a black-gray metallic luster. After the 2 legs became giant springs, Bellamy began to bend over and press his legs down sharply. His own strength is great, and the giant springs that his 2 legs have turned into are compressed to the extreme. Bellamy's body leaned in the direction of the port area, and he clenched his fists. Those crazy eyes stared at the port area. Spring rocket. Bellamy's legs, which were squeezed to the extreme, suddenly loosened, and the huge force generated ejected his body like a rocket. The surrounding air was torn apart, because the small boat he had just stood on shook violently because of the huge reaction force. If the heavy warship were better, the small vessel was tossed about to sail into the sea. The crew members who lay down on the deck ahead of schedule are all painfully insisting not to be thrown away. Fortunately, this small boat is small, but well made and stable, This allowed the violent turbulence not to overturn it. Bellamy, who soared into the sky like a rocket, ripped through the air at an astonishing speed, and the short golden hair on his head was swaying in the split airflow. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 593 Sudden Bellamy. Bellamy's body literally flew towards the port area like a rocket. Bellamy's is getting closer and closer to the port. At this time, Zoro suddenly saw something flying at a very high speed. But the time was too fast, he didn't have time to tell others. Bellamy hit the port area. The area he hit also included a group of Tsuruyama crew members. Boom! As if hit by a heavy rocket, the land surface that had been hit in the port area was blown apart, covered with rubble and dust. What's the matter? Montblanc Kulik said in shock. We were bombarded. Usopp quickly stood up and looked at the dusty place in shock. Who will attack here? Zoro put his hand on the scabbard of the samurai sword at his waist. An enemy is coming. Roger clenched his fists. Who? Suddenly, Luffy was very dissatisfied and continued to hurriedly swallow the food. The orangutan hurriedly looked at the place. Go and see, said the orangutan. Everyone hurried to the place where the port area was hit and walked over. A lot of the dust that Bellamy had kicked up just now had dissipated. As soon as everyone arrived here, they only saw a burly figure appearing in the dissipated dust. The other's pair of crazy eyes were looking at everything around him. The short blonde hair, the bronze-toned muscles, the tongue sticking out of the mouth. No way, it's really him, the orangutan said in horror. He's really here, the orangutan said in shock. Montblanc Kulik's face was ugly, he could see the identity of the other party. It's really coming, Montblanc Kulik said heavily. Rog and Zoro also discovered the abnormality of Montblanc Kulik. Who is this guy? Roger asked. It can't be him, Zoro said. Montblanc Kulik's face was heavy and he said, it's him, he is Bellamy. The captain of the Bellamy pirates. The expressions of the people around them changed. This guy is Bellamy. Usopp said in shock. I saw that the visitor was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a captain's coat. His body was full of bronze-colored muscular muscles, his head was short blonde hair, and the tongue of his mouth was often exposed. Those eyes were full of madness. Just a crazy dog. This is that Bellamy, Roger said with a grim expression. Is it Admiral as soon as he comes out? Zoro clenched the katana hilt at his waist. Bellamy just appeared, and it was exuding that kind of powerful breath. This allows anyone with a fighting instinct to recognize that the opponent is a powerful enemy. Okay, that's the Bellamy, Luffy said excitedly. Luffy's naive personality still seemed natural to Bellamy. He had no idea that the other party was a powerful enemy. After Bellamy successfully landed in the port area, he smashed a big pit on the ground. There were broken bricks and stones everywhere, and more than a dozen Tsuruyama allied forces who were hit here and torn into pieces by the impact. Cruz crippled Mukuro. Bellamy looked at a broken human arm on the ground and said, kill a few useless people again. Forget it, they are all enemies anyway. Although it is so vulnerable. It's no use killing the guy. Bellamy looked at his legs again, and his legs had now returned to normal flesh and blood. Chuck. Bellamy stuck his tongue out and licked it near his mouth, looking around with frantic eyes. Surrounded by panicked crew members of the Tsuruyama Union Army, these crew members all fled. Where have they seen such a terrifying enemy as Bellamy, and they were all scared away. But Bellamy's eyes stayed on a group of people nearby. These people did not escape, and they also carried a murderous aura. Looks like I've encountered some interesting prey right away, Bellamy said excitedly. Bellamy is staring at Rogue and Zoro and Montblanc Kulik and Luffy. Bellamy, what are you doing here? A deep voice said suddenly. Bellamy looked at each other, exactly what a burly man in the group said. The man stepped forward. He was wearing a captain's coat. He was burly and strong, but there was a chestnut on the top of his head. Commander-in-Chief of the Tsuruyama United Army, Montblanc Kulik is here. Bellamy, we have never had any injustice or hatred. Why did you suddenly attack us? Montblanc Kulik asked Bellamy humbly. Bellamy looked at Montblanc Kulik. His eyes were full of madness. Oh, you are the Montblanc Kulik. The one who led the Tsuruyama allied army against Grandit. Your chestnut head is so funny. Bellamy said frantically and rudely. Both the ape and the orangutan looked annoyed at Bibi. Rog and Zoro also looked grim. Montblanc Kurik did not change his face, and continued to confront Bellamy calmly. Bellamy looked at Montblanc Kurik and said, "Aren't you wondering why I would take the initiative to attack you? Let me tell you, you killed Grandit, right? But Grandit is my cooperation buddy. So, you villains, I'm going to punish you." Bellamy's reasoning is so straightforward and shameless. This guy, the orangutan said angrily. It's abominable, the orangutan said angrily. Too much, Luffy said indignantly. Montblanc Kurik was very clear about Bellamy's real purpose. He had long worried that Bellamy was about to shoot. But what surprised Montblanc Kurik was that Bellamy did not take action until Grandit himself died. Montblanc Kurik looked directly into Bellamy's crazy eyes and said, "Bellamy, I know the real purpose of your coming here. Do you want to replace Grandit after he dies?" Bellamy looked at Montblanc Kulik. He didn't deny it, just stuck out his tongue and licked it around his mouth. "Humph, I was the partner of Mayor Grandit during his lifetime. After his death, Magic Valley City will naturally be in chaos. So in order to make this city develop better, I am willing to be the next leader here. And in order to establish prestige and punish the culprit who led to the death of Mayor Grandit, I will first destroy you. Montblanc Kurik, stop quibbling. Your time of death has come." Bellamy made no secret of his intentions, and he said it in a high-sounding manner. Rog and Zoro, Luffy and Usopp, the orangutan and Montblanc Kulik all looked at Bellamy in front of him with grim expressions. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 594 Vicious Dog. Now, what everyone is facing is really a vicious dog on the sideburns. Montblanc Kulik looked at Bellamy and took a deep breath. Then we have no room for maneuver. Let me tell you, Bellamy. The Tsuruyama allied forces, and all those who are willing to help us will fight against you, a robbery villain. Jaya Island and Magic Valley City don't need any notoriety. The notorious sideburns rule. The people here do not want to be exploited and oppressed by you and your subordinates. Once you become the real leader of Mogu City, then it will be the real doomsday. The rule of Langtai, then now it is time to defeat all enemies who destroy Mogu City and move towards true peace, that is you." Quote. Montblanc Kulik scolded Bellamy in a righteous manner. Bellamy looked at Montblanc Kulik, who clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with the same emotion as a sideburn staring at its prey. "Okay, then use fists to decide the outcome. The winner has everything," Bellamy said with a bit of madness. "What?" Usopp said in surprise. In full view, Bellamy's right arm turned into a giant spring. Immediately after, Bellamy rushed over quickly. Spring, gun punch. After Bellamy's right arm turned into a giant spring, it quickly compressed to the extreme. After accumulating strength, it hit Montblanc Kulik's abdomen. Boom! Montblanc Kulik was hit in the abdomen, and he flew up under the attack of this huge force. The burly and tall body rolled out. Boss! Kulik, who rolled out in horror. Boom! Who had rolled for dozens of meters, smashed into a wooden box and finally stopped. Boss! The two said worriedly. The orangutan rushed over. Bellamy looked at Montblanc Kulik, who was knocked away, and he said loudly, "I am Bellamy the dog, the captain of the Bellamy Pirates. The person with the ability to spring fruit. From now on, everything in Magic Valley City will be surrender at my feet. The city of Magic Valley, which I rule, will become a new great city full of prosperity. I, Bellamy, are everything." Zoro looked at Bellamy and said, "A spring fruit person. Orangutan and the orangutan had already reached the position where Mont Blanc Kulik stopped. "Boss, cheer up," said the orangutan eagerly. "Boss, are you all right?" the orangutan said anxiously. Ah. Kulik reluctantly got up again, but his whole body trembled. He was half kneeling on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth to the ground. This spring cannon punch itself has a compressed spring plus Bellamy's fist strength combined into one, which is comparable to being hit directly by a cannonball. Mont Blanc Kurik's internal organs were shaken by the attack of the spring cannon, and he suffered a lot of internal injuries. Mont Blanc Kulik raised his head hard and saw someone attack Bellamy. "Asshole!" Luffy charged Bellamy quickly. Bellamy saw a young man in a straw hat and casual clothes throwing his fist at him. But Luffy's arm stretched quickly, like stretched rubber. Boom! Bellamy waved his arm quickly, punching Luffy's fist. Bellamy looked at the other party and said somewhat unexpectedly, "Devil fruit ability. Paramesha, S." Luffy looked at Bellamy angrily, and scolded, "Yes, I'm a rubber guy. How dare you hit Uncle Chestnut Head, it's abominable." Bellamy and Luffy pulled their fists back together. Bellamy looked at Luffy and said, "When did Mont Blanc Kurik have so many helpers? I remember there were only 2 apes and apes beside him." Luffy met again, and he punched in quick succession. "Bastard, you're a bad guy. I'm going to shoot you. Rubber, machine gun." Luffy punched out more than 10 punches in a row. Bellamy quickly blocked with both arms. Boom, 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 boom. Bellamy blocked the front of his head and chest with his arms. But Luffy's fist strength is also huge, enough to knock ordinary people flying. Although Bellamy is very strong, he also feels the amazing strength of the opponent when he is attacked. "You're a lot stronger than you look. Those punches are a lot," Bellamy said. Rubber, Tempest. Luffy attacked even more quickly on the basis of the original, and dozens of punches were thrown at high speed. Bellamy also felt some pressure to resist, and he quickly turned his legs into giant springs. After pressing the legs together, it quickly bounces itself off. Boom! Bellamy fell to the ground in the distance. Luffy looked at him, gasping for breath. "Hachi, Hachi!" Luffy gasped. He just attacked with all his strength. After Bellamy fell into the distance, he looked at Luffy. "This kid has exceeded my expectations. Mont Blanc Kurik has such a strong helper. It seems that I should be serious," Bellamy said with bloodshot eyes in his eyes, full of madness. Bellamy's legs and arms were turned into giant springs. He compresses his legs to the extreme. The arms are also compressed to the extreme. Spring rocket. Luffy like a rocket. It was so fast that Luffy couldn't dodge it. The surrounding air was torn apart, and a harsh sonic boom resounded through the port area. Bellamy quickly came to Luffy. In less than 1/10 of this second, the two looked at each other. Spring double cannon fist. Bellamy's arms also attacked together. The two extremely compressed arms quickly bounced towards Luffy. Luffy with cannonball speed. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs. Luffy's body was hit in the chest, and he flew out. Ah! Luffy screamed and flew out. Bellamy's body continued to slide for a while before it stopped on the ground. Luffy ended up crashing into a house in the harbor area. Boom! Luffy's body slammed into a house. Bellamy moved his arms and legs. Is it still very powerful to use these two moves together? Bellamy muttered to himself. At this moment, a figure suddenly moved over. Bellamy saw that it was a man wearing a strange armor. What is this? Bellamy felt curious for a while when he saw Rog wearing walnut-heavy armor. Go to hell. Rog swung the iron birch sword and slashed at Bellamy's head. At this time, Bellamy quickly blocked the top of his head with his left arm. He is not only powerful, but also fast. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 595 Bellamy's Strength. Rog's iron birch sword was about to slash Bellamy's head, but Bellamy's arm was also blocked there. And Bellamy's left arm also became a giant spring. Under this form, Rog's iron birch greatsword was blocked forcibly. Chong! Roger's iron birch greatsword joined Bellamy's left arm, which had turned into a giant spring. Sparks splattered violently around. Bellamy's left arm is now in the form of a giant spring, a kind of metal. So hard. Roger said in shock. The iron birch greatsword used by Rog was a little heavier, but its hardness was beyond that of ordinary steel, and the blade was also very sharp. But Bellamy was able to successfully block after turning his left arm into a giant spring. This shows that after Bellamy's body parts become giant springs, the hardness exceeds that of ordinary steel. Humph! You didn't expect that. After my arm has become a giant spring, the hardness is far superior to ordinary steel. Bellamy growled. When his left arm blocked Rog's attack, his right arm quickly tightened. The right arm is squeezed to the extreme. Spring fist. Bellamy's right arm bounced open, and he used the spring's own properties to charge his right punch. Boom! Bellamy's right fist hit Roger's chest hard. This punch is as powerful as a cannon fired directly from the muzzle at close range. The moment he was hit, Rog felt a shocking shock in his chest. Even with the protection of the walnut-heavy armor, his chest is about to shatter. Rog flew out quickly together with the iron birch sword. Bellamy looked at Rog, who flew out, and said with a strange face, "Why is the weapon he uses so strange? It seems to be made of some kind of plant." At this moment, Bellamy suddenly felt someone attack from his left rear. Also the weapon of attack is the katana. Rear left. Bellamy turned quickly to the rear left, blocking the opponent with his left arm. Clang! Zoro's katana struck Bellamy's left arm into a giant spring. What? Zoro said in shock with the katana in his mouth. His attack was blocked. And the opponent successfully predicted the direction of his attack. Bellamy quickly tightened his right arm and clenched his fist. Prepare to launch that terrifying attack again. Zoro looked bad, and quickly retreated to distance himself from Bellamy. Bellamy looked at Zoro, and saw that the other party was a resolute man with two katana swords clenched in his arms and a katana sword in his mouth. A swordsman with 3 knives. It's rare. Thatch's use of 2 giant machetes is surprising. Of course he's not technically a real swordsman. Bellamy looked at Zoro curiously. Zoro looked at Bellamy and said, "It's rare for someone whose body can turn into a spring." Bellamy clenched his fists, ready to attack. 3 swords. Ghost slash. Knowing that the core of kendo is speed and preemptive strike, Zoro crossed his arms and rushed towards Bellamy. Chong! There was a shrill metal rubbing sound for a while. Bellamy was hit in the body. Zoro's body was already past Bellamy's behind him. But his arms blocked his head and chest, and in time turned into giant springs. Zoro's powerful attack was successfully blocked by Bellamy. But Bellamy's captain's coat was cut off. What an interesting swordsman. I want to give you a good fight. Bellamy quickly tossed off the captain's coat. He clenched his fists, and for a while there was a cracking sound of bones. Bellamy looked at Zoro, and he was interested in fighting this 3-sword style swordsman. It's like the sideburns have found their prey. Zoro saw Bellamy successfully parry the attack. He regained his footing, sweat dripping from his forehead. Apparently Bellamy's body is very rigid once it becomes a giant spring. This way, Zoro needs to unleash a powerful attack with truly amazing destructive power. Okay, then come here. Zoro put the katana in both arms back into the scabbard. He took the samurai sword from his mouth. The samurai sword in his mouth is Gito. The one that was put back into the scabbard was the one character written by Shuigo and Hidao. Zoro used this trick before, he only used the word Hidao. But after a long practice, Zoro was able to pull off this trick with any of the 3 katana swords. Bellamy found that the opponent's attack was different from the past. This time the power is huge. Zoro held Gito tightly in his arms, and his eyes were already in a straight line with Gito's blade. The finish line is on Bellamy's. One knife flow. Aye. Lion song. Zoro's body and the ghost in his hand merged into one, slashing towards Bellamy like a bolt of lightning. Chong. Zoro's body passed Bellamy to his back in the blink of an eye. This move is Zoro's steel-cutting attack, which he used to defeat a formidable foe of the past. Zoro straightened up again and turned to look at Bellamy. The attack just now, even if it can't kill the opponent, it can cut off at least part of the opponent's body. Even the opponent's arm turned into a giant spring. Turned towards Zoro. Zoro saw the other party, he said in shock, "What?" Bellamy blocked the attack this time with both arms. But his arms were still intact. And there was a black sheen on the arms. It is fundamentally different from the gray-black color of the giant spring that has become before. Like an invisible force field. Bellamy spread his arms, dropped them, and breathed a sigh of relief. The black sheen on his arms disappeared, as if some force field had dissipated. Your attack just now really made me feel a little scared. Fortunately, I used armament hockey to attach it in time. Otherwise, even if it becomes a giant spring, it will be injured. Bellamy said to Zoro. At this moment, Bellamy's frantic eyes had a hint of calmness, even a hint of respect. He respected Zoro's swordsmanship. How could it be like this? This seems to be an ability that Guy has also used. Zoro said unacceptably. Zoro remembers when Alabasta was fighting Crocodile, that monstrously terrifying enemy used a force field that could attach to his body. That's armament hockey. Bellamy moved his arms for a while, looked at Zoro and said, "You're really capable. But those who dare to oppose me can't survive. Neither do you." Bellamy rushed towards Zoro quickly. Zoro dodged quickly. Now if you get close, Bellamy's attack is very likely to be fatal. The most complete Filu novel resource station. Sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 596 Join forces against the enemy. What a monster. As Zoro moved, he pulled the words of Shizuo and Hidao from his waist again from the scabbard. Proceed to fight Bellamy with 3 katana swords. Zoro now really feels that Bellamy's strength is really strong. Bellamy was also chasing Zoro, and he also felt that Zoro's body was extremely flexible. Zoro can be said to have come and gone without a trace. As expected of a swordsman, such a good skill. Bellamy exclaimed. The man with the sideburns stuck out his tongue again and licked around his mouth. Bellamy's ankles turned into springs. His ankles resonated in rapid succession at high speed. Spring resonance. Bellamy's feet vibrated quickly, and in less than a second, he stepped on the ground dozens of times. The reaction force is astonishingly powerful. Bellamy's body disappeared from where he had just been. What? Zoro is now more than 20 meters away from Bellamy's. Suddenly Zoro felt a figure attack from the right. He quickly blocked with 2 katana swords. Chong. Bellamy suddenly appeared to Zoro's right, and he swung his right fist to hit him. The punch itself is powerful. Zoro hurriedly blocked with his katana. Fortunately, Bellamy just punched normally, and did not compress his arm into a giant spring. Bellamy looked at Zoro, his left arm quickly turning into a giant spring, ready to take the opportunity to deliver a second punch. Eagle wave. Zoro's hands quickly crossed and slashed. 2 blue eagle-like swords struck Bellamy together, and Zoro bounced back with the reaction force. Zoro, who had pulled away, quickly stabilized his body. But what shocked him, Bellamy's body disappeared again. Spring resonance. Bellamy's body quickly came in front of Zoro. Zoro saw his crazy face right in front of him. Bellamy's fist was also in front of Zoro's head. He hit Zoro in the head with a quick punch this time. Boom. Zoro flew out all over. In the end, it hit the ground more than 10 meters away. Bellamy just before Zoro's body was completely stabilized, he quickly approached with a spring resonance and attacked quickly. Although the arm was not turned into a giant spring, the force was still not small. This blow also wounded Zoro. Bellamy clenched his fists and moved his ankles again. This move is really tiring. It's a lot more tiring than the spring rockets, Bellamy said. The spring resonance used by Bellamy's was actually inspired by Marine Rokushiki. Bellamy has previously witnessed a former Marine ensign who quit Marine using a skill called Marine Rokushiki, although the other only displayed a skill called shaving. But Bellamy was still shocked. Marine Rokushiki is that the feet continuously step on the ground dozens of times in less than a second, causing a powerful explosion of reaction force, allowing the body to move. To the uninitiated, it seems to have disappeared, but it is actually a kind of extreme movement. It's just hard to see with the naked eye. After Bellamy asked the man, he was greatly inspired. He used his own spring fruit ability to partially turn his ankle into a spring. In this way, even an ankle can resonate continuously for dozens of times for 1 second, and he can move as fast as shaving. This kind of attack can be unexpected, and it is a powerful move of Bellamy. But for Bellamy, it was a bit of a tired ankle. Bellamy looked at Zoro, who fell to the ground after hitting Zoro. He was ready to give Zoro the final blow. Zoro had just been punched to the ground by Bellamy, and he struggled to get back up. Damn! Zoro reluctantly stood up. But suddenly Bellamy was already rushing over. Spring. Gun punch. Bellamy's right fist slammed in like a cannonball fired from an artillery gun. Seeing that Bellamy's spring blast was about to hit Zoro in the head. At this moment, a huge hand formed by a huge tree suddenly stood in front of the two of them. What? Bellamy said in shock. Boom. Bellamy's right punch slammed into the huge hand formed by the tree between them. The power of Bellamy's spring blaster was so powerful that it shattered the huge hand formed by the tree. But Zoro took advantage of this to move away quickly. Otherwise, after being injured just now, Bellamy quickly attacked Zoro and it was almost impossible to dodge. After Bellamy successfully smashed the huge hand formed by the tree, he stood on the ground and looked at the huge object formed by the tree. I saw that this thing was a huge arm formed by trees. Bellamy's blow just now destroyed his hand. But the arm part is still intact. Bellamy looked at the end of his arm, shocked. I saw Rog operating the arm formed by this huge tree. The end of the arm is connected to Rog's right arm. What is this evil thing? Bellamy said in shock. Rog manipulated the hand of the giant tree to support Zoro in time. Zoro, are you all right? Rog said to Zoro. I'm fine. You shot on time. Zoro looked at Rog and said. After Bellamy saw Rog, he saw that there were many cracks on the chest of the walnut-heavy armor on Rog's body. Obviously, the spring cannon punch that hit just now caused a lot of damage, but he still failed to kill Rog. Rubber. Bazooka. Bellamy suddenly felt someone attack from the right. He turned around and saw Luffy running, slamming both arms at him. Bellamy quickly covered armament hockey on his chest and abdomen. Armament hockey, shining black like a force field, covered Bellamy's chest and abdomen. Luffy punched Bellamy with his arms and shoved his hands into Bellamy's stomach. Luffy's attack is very powerful, and many advanced enemies can also be knocked away by the powerful impact. Boom. Luffy's hands hit Bellamy's stomach hard. Bellamy's abdomen was covered with armament hockey, successfully withstanding the attack. Luffy pulled his hands back and looked at Bellamy. So powerful. Luffy looked at Bellamy and sighed. Luffy is also feeling Bellamy's strength now. Rog and Zoro looked at Luffy. Luffy was sent flying just now. He slowed down again and started fighting again. Rog looked at Luffy and Zoro and said loudly, "Okay, let's beat him together." Okay, Luffy and Zoro said together. Rog, Zoro and Luffy share the same hatred and are ready to continue to fight Bellamy to the death. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 597 Bellamy, Mighty Power. Bellamy looked at Rog and Luffy and Zoro. For Bellamy, Rog and Luffy and Zoro are also formidable opponents of the Tsuruyama coalition army, and the apes and gorillas beside him were slightly capable of fighting. But he has now found Mont Blanc. Cricket has suddenly appeared with a group of young helpers. The strength of these helpers is extraordinary. Not only powerful but also weird. Bellamy looked at Rog, who was very curious about this man who could manipulate plants. Being able to create weapons from plants is truly astounding. You three, come on. I'll let you taste the horror of being attacked by a temple dog. Bellamy roared wildly. The man with the frenzied sideburns clenched his fists into a fighting stance. Rog used the power of the plant fruit to regenerate the damaged hand of the giant tree. The huge arm that is enough to crush a yak is still intact. Let's rush together. Luffy shouted. Rog, along with Zoro and Luffy, charged Bellamy from 3 directions. The hand of the giant tree controlled by Rog clenched into a fist and hit Bellamy. Boom. The hand of the giant tree hit the ground. But Bellamy's body was already dodging. He had just used spring resonance to dodge the attack. Bellamy's body quickly moved to a place more than 10 meters away from the attack position of the giant tree. Rubber. Tracking missile. Luffy swung his left and right arms together and attacked. Both arms quickly elongated. Luffy's arms pulled out irregular arcs like missiles, attacking Bellamy. Bellamy hurriedly used the spring resonance to dodge, but when he appeared more than 10 meters away, Luffy's fist turned and followed. Damn! Bellamy quickly blocked Luffy's attack with his arms in front of him. His arms quickly turned into giant springs. Luffy's attack with his own defense. After all, although armament hockey can create an extremely hard force field, it still consumes a lot of physical strength. Luffy's attack with his own hardness. Boom, boom. Bellamy managed to fend off Luffy's attack with 2 arms that turned into giant springs. Fending off Luffy's attack, Bellamy felt an attack on his back again. Zoro's arms were crossed on either side, and the blades were pointing down, like the horns of 2 bulls. Knife flow, bull needle. Zoro's hands were like 2 horns. When Zoro got in front of Bellamy, he stabbed 10 times in a row. Bellamy felt Zoro's attack and quickly covered armament hockey on the back and neck and head. A powerful force field of black gloss quickly covered Bellamy's back, neck and head together. Clang, 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 clang. Zoro held in both hands stabbed Bellamy in the back, neck and back of the head. But hitting the black glossy armament hockey didn't do any damage. Zoro stepped back gratefully, avoiding giving Bellamy the chance to fight back. It's an unbreakable defense. Zoro distanced himself and observed Bellamy. Zoro can also feel the battle just now. Bellamy can feel the direction of the attack before others attack. In this way, Bellamy can react in advance. After Bellamy resisted the continuous attacks of Rog, Luffy, and Zoro, he quickly used the spring resonance to quickly open the distance. Obviously Bellamy is strong, but he is not willing to be attacked continuously and intensively as if he is in the center of the storm. Rog, Luffy and Zoro looked at Bellamy. Bellamy also looked at the 3 of them and said, "The 3 of you are really a bit tricky to join forces. It's been a long time since I fought an enemy of your level." Bellamy stuck out his tongue again and licked around his mouth. Luffy looked at Bellamy and said, "Hey, I can't hit you, what's the matter?" Bellamy looked at the 3 of them, his tongue licked, and then said, "That's because my observation hockey can predict your actions in advance. My observation hockey can make me see and hear in all directions, and anticipate your attack." Observation hockey is a type of hockey that allows users to increase their sense of everything around them. The owner makes his own master observation hockey through practice. Once this power is gained, it is possible to read the location and number of enemies outside the field of view, as well as the actions the opponent will take in the next instant. But observation hockey requires the user to be calm in order to use it. Observation hockey cannot be used effectively in emotional and irrational situations. Bellamy's has observation hockey and armament hockey among hockey. Among them, the observation hockey level is very general, and the armament hockey is relatively powerful. Rog, Luffy, and Zoro looked at Bellamy, and all three felt a headache. Bellamy was already very strong. Bellamy's now also has armament hockey and observation hockey, which makes it feel like a powerful and crazy enemy is in front. Bellamy looked at the three of them and said, "My spring fruit ability, plus armament hockey and observation hockey, are enough to beat you to nothing. Now you can't ask for mercy, because you have become my temple dogs." Bellamy's prey. It is very difficult for the prey to be targeted by the sideburns to escape successfully. "Who wants to beg you for mercy? We will fight to the end," Roger said reproachfully. "Flying you, Spring Man," Luffy said full of fighting enthusiasm. "You have to go all out," Zoro said with a katana-wielding posture. Bellamy looked at the three, and he decided to use a stronger and more violent attack. Bellamy's arms are covered in black metallic armament hockey. His two originally strong arms were covered with black luster, really like two black metal arms. Spring Resonance. Bellamy quickly turned the two ankles into springs, and then produced an extremely powerful resonance. In 1 second, the 2 feet were vibrated by the ankles for more than 50 times. Bellamy's body moved extremely fast. His body quickly moved to Rog's side. Aiming at Rog's head and punching armament hockey, S-fist. Rog quickly blocked with the giant wooden hand manipulated at the end of his right arm. Boom. Armament hockey, S-fist covered by Bellamy hit the giant wooden hand manipulated by Rog's right arm. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 598 Destruction of the Hand of the Giant. However, Rog's giant wooden hand is very huge. Although the huge giant wooden hand brings advantages in combat distance and strength, it is also a disadvantage. After Bellamy got close, he punched Roger's right arm near the stake used to manipulate the hand of the giant tree. The shock generated by the violent destructive force actually destroyed the wooden stakes. After the wooden stake was destroyed, the giant wooden hand also lost control and fell to the ground. Crap! Roger stepped back quickly. His giant wooden hand was destroyed, so he couldn't fight at all. Bellamy saw this too, and said, "Oh. It looks like your weapon also has a weakness. It looks like it can be broken if you get it right." Bellamy certainly wouldn't give Roger a chance to escape. Bellamy quickly waved his fist to hit Rog again. Roger thought it was over. At this time, a tornado formed by sword energy suddenly came over. 3-knife flow, tornado. Zoro used 3 knives together to unleash a powerful 3-knife attacking tornado. A powerful tornado of sword energy formed by 3 katana swords. This tornado itself is formed by sword chi. Its lethal coverage is huge. Bellamy couldn't dodge the attack even if he covered his body with armament hockey. "What a powerful sword energy!" Bellamy exclaimed. He quickly covered his entire body with armament hockey. The sword energy of the tornado hit Bellamy. His entire body, armament hockey, was attacked by the sword energy intensively, and he was still unscathed. Roger took the opportunity to quickly back away to avoid Bellamy. Bellamy's whole body armament hockey was also seen by Zoro. "Really tough," Zoro exclaimed. Armament hockey, dressed in black metallic luster, stood like a statue in the tornado formed by the sword chi, and he was unmoved even if the sword chi cut his body. Bellamy withstood the attack, and Zoro's tornado finally subsided. Bellamy looked at Zoro, and he said, "What a super swordsman. Not only can he use 3 katana swords, but he can also use this strange move." Bellamy then lifted armament hockey all over his body. While able to use this powerful ability all over the body, this short blonde man likes to show off his naturally tan-toned muscles in a normal state. Rubber. Snake. Suddenly Luffy attacked from the side. Luffy attacked with both fists, punching more than 10 times in a row. rubber, machine guns. But now Luffy's fists have a meandering trajectory like a snake. These fists ended up attacking Bellamy in an irregular motion from an uncertain direction. Spring resonance. Bellamy just blocked with both arms at first, and didn't do any reckless fights, and moved away quickly with the spring resonance. Bellamy arrived at a position about 30 meters away from the others. He looked at the three. Luffy and Zoro are ready to keep fighting. Rog used a long-range weapon. Rog used a new ranged weapon after the hand of the giant was completely destroyed. Attaching a stake to his right arm, Roger began to use the power of the plant fruit. With the green light flashing on the right arm, the stake began to change shape, and a hole was opened at the front end of the stake. This is the stake air cannon for ranged attacks. In addition, Rog clenched the sharp and hard iron birch greatsword in his left hand. Now it is possible to fight from near and far. Okay, go ahead. Bellamy growled. Go on, kill him together. Rog rushed to Bellamy with Luffy and Zoro. Bellamy was with the trio in a fierce battle. Around, countless crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces have been observing the battle. They were horrified when they saw Bellamy coming, but when Roger stepped forward with Luffy and Zoro and fought bravely. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied army began to keep a distance to watch the battle. Brother Roger. It's Brother Roger fighting. Brother Luffy. Brother Luffy uses his rubber man abilities to fight. The swordsman hero is also shot. The three of them are now fighting Bellamy's furiously. Bellamy is so powerful. I've only seen Brother Roger and Brother Luffy and the swordsman heroes before they are strong. How is it possible that Bellamy can disappear and then reappear? The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces, who watched the battle around, were amazed. They have long understood the strength of Rog, Luffy and Zoro, and admired the bravery of the three. However, many of them are also seeing Bellamy's powerful strength for the first time. Bellamy is not only powerful and invulnerable, but also able to move extremely fast. Many people who don't understand think that Bellamy suddenly disappears and reappears. Mont Blanc Kurik and the orangutans watched the battle carefully. How is that possible? Bellamy actually disappeared, and then reappeared, said the orangutan in shock. What method did he use? How could he have such strength? Said the orangutan in disbelief. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at Bellamy carefully, and he saw some clues with years of experience. Could it be Marine Rokushiki? Mont Blanc Kulik said. Marine Rokushiki, said the orangutan looking at him strangely. Mont Blanc Kurik continued. They met marine officers and men before when I was sailing after entering a great route. One marine officer showed his skills. That's a move called shaving. Rapid movement in the blink of an eye. According to what he said, his feet stepped on the ground dozens of times at an amazing speed in less than a second, and the force generated made it move. So this is not disappearing, but extremely fast movement, just beyond the naked eye. It's just the ability to observe. Orangutan looked at Mont Blanc Kulik and said, So boss, do you think Bellamy's master has Marine Rokushiki? Mont Blanc Kulik continued to observe Bellamy's movements. He frowned and said, I always feel that Bellamy's movements are similar to Marine Rokushiki's shaving, but there are some differences. It is very likely that he imitated Marine Rokushiki's shaving. Shaved, but it has something to do with his devil fruit ability. Quote. Also saw the problem. Although Bellamy's spring resonance produced a shaving-like speedy movement effect, it still showed a slight difference from Marine Rokushiki's shaving. However, at a distance, Mont Blanc Kulik could see the resonance of Bellamy's ankle more clearly. At this time, in addition to the members of the Tsuruyama United Army, Usopp also watched this thrilling battle carefully. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 599 Usopp's Dark Arrow. Usopp pulled the goggles off his hat and put them on, watching Bellamy carefully. His goggles also have a telescope-like effect, so he can see more clearly. This Bellamy is really powerful, Usopp said with emotion. However, Usopp discovered some things when Bellamy moved. Bellamy's ankle appeared to be a spring, and it vibrated at an astonishingly high frequency. Those vibrations caused Bellamy's feet to step on the ground with high frequency. Bellamy's ankle is really abnormal. Could it be that this is the secret of his ability to move quickly? Usopp said cautiously. Usopp observed the peculiar behavior of Bellamy's ankle when he moved, and believed that this was the real reason why Bellamy was able to move so fast. Looking at Rog and Luffy and Zoro's tough fight, Usopp also decided to do something. Usopp took out the marksman longbow, and also took out 2 bows and arrows and 2 projectiles. After quickly placing the 2 projectiles on top of the 2 bows and arrows, Usopp drew the marksman's longbow and placed a bow and arrow on the bowstring. Okay, I'll give you the critical blow. Usopp aimed his bow at Bellamy's right ankle. Usopp shot the bow and arrow. The bow and arrow flew to Bellamy's right ankle. Although Bellamy's often uses spring resonance, it also temporarily stops in many cases. Usopp was the bow and arrow that took advantage of this opportunity. Bellamy was just about to use spring resonance again when a bow and arrow hit him in the right ankle. Of course, his ankles have become springs, and he is not afraid of bows and arrows. But the bow and arrow exploded quickly. What? Bellamy said in shock. Bellamy's right ankle was hit by a bow and arrow, and after the tip of the bow exploded, his right ankle was stuck with a high concentration of viscous liquid. Taking advantage of this time, Usopp quickly placed the second bow and arrow on the bowstring. Usopp aimed his bow at Bellamy's left ankle. One more. Usopp fired a second bow. The second arrow hit Bellamy's left ankle. The top of the bow and arrow also exploded. Bellamy's left ankle was also stuck with a high concentration of viscous liquid. The ankles of Bellamy's feet were stuck with this high concentration of viscous fluid. Damn, my ankle. Bellamy found it difficult to resonate with the springs in the ankles of both his feet. Even if it is used forcibly, the frequency will be greatly reduced, and the high frequency of stepping on the ground dozens of times in 1 second, such as spring resonance, cannot be reached at all. At this time, Rog took the opportunity to discover the opportunity. Okay, stake air cannon. Roger aimed at Bellamy's body with the stake air cannon in his right arm and fired. Boom. Armament hockey at the ankle. Bellamy rolled out after being hit. Rubber. Rifle. Luffy first twisted his right arm like a twist. Then hit Bellamy hard. Bellamy was hit in the back. 3 knives flow. 1 gang force. 2 gang force. 2 gang force slash. Zoro's arm muscles suddenly became as strong as he was, and he clenched his katana in his arms, slashing at Bellamy with the help of the katana in his mouth. Bellamy suddenly felt a huge threat. He hurriedly used armament hockey all over his body after being attacked by Rog and Luffy in a row. The black metallic luster-like force field quickly covered Bellamy's body. After Bellamy's body was covered with this amazing defensive power, Zoro slashed over with a samurai sword in both arms. Chong, chong. Bellamy's chest and neck were slashed, but fortunately the powerful armament hockey perfectly protected it. But Bellamy also felt the huge consumption of his armament hockey. Defending against the opponent's attack with armament hockey also requires a lot of physical strength. Zoro's body slid past Bellamy. Bellamy stopped quickly, and he used his hands to get rid of the high concentration of viscous liquid on his ankles. After the high concentration of viscous liquid was removed, Bellamy was able to move the ankles of his feet flexibly again. Damn, someone shot a bow and arrow. Looks like someone is plotting against me. Bellamy said angrily. He looked at Rog and Luffy again, wanting to end the fight quickly. Rog and Luffy and Zoro all worked hard together to fight Bellamy. Usopp is supporting from a distance. Mont Blanc Kuruk and the orangutans also watched the battle. Boss, should we hurry up and help? Said the orangutan. I'm afraid not. Mont Blanc Kulik said with a grim expression. Why? The orangutan asked quickly. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at Rogue and Luffy who were fighting, and he said earnestly, now they and Bellamy are fighting fiercely. If we go up badly, it will be a disservice. Montblanc Curric knew very well when to play and when not to play. Now Rog and Luffy and Zoro are fighting 3x1. In fact, the battle can be said to be barely able to maintain. If Montblanc Kulik and the others went up blindly, it might be a disservice to Roger and Luffy. Just as the port area was caught in a fierce battle because of Bellamy's appearance, other people either fled or watched the fierce battle. After Bellamy suddenly attacked here, Robin, who was recovering in the tent, was also escorted by Nami and Izumi, the water goddess, as well as Chopper and Sanji, and quickly moved to the inland area near the port. Chopper transformed into a human form, and with Sanji lifted Robin's hospital bed and hurried to the inland city. Nami and Izumi, the water goddess, are guarding by the side. There's been an attack over the port. Going to the inner city. Chopper lifted up in front of Robin's bed and strode. Chopper, slow down. Sister Robin is still injured after all, Sanji said as he walked up behind the hospital bed. Sanji takes great care of Robin. Robin is now lying on the hospital bed, holding the Yuhi-colored carnation that Sanji gave her before. Sanji, you've worked so hard. I really, Robin said gratefully. Although Sanji raised his hands to the hospital bed, his feet were always on. But there was endless love on his face. Sister Robin, don't worry. It is the duty of the knight to protect the lady, Sanji said with love. For Sanji, now is the perfect time to be a hero. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 600 Sanji's Determination. Nami, who was running alongside, looked back at the port from time to time, and she said, "What the hell is going on? I heard them shouting that Bellamy was calling." Sanji said, "Bellamy is calling. He actually called. Since he is calling, he must be trying to seize the dominance of Magic Valley City. Otherwise, it is impossible for that mean Grandit's revenge. It's really like this, so can Rog and Luffy beat him?" Nami said with some doubts. "Let's do it like this, wait until we move Sister Robin to a safe place. I'll go to support the past. After all, I heard Montblanc Kulik say that Bellamy's is not a fuel-efficient lamp." Sanji said. "I'll go with me later." At this time, the water goddess Izumi also said. Sanji looked at the water goddess Izumi and said, "Goddess, leave this kind of thing to a knight like me." Izumi shook her head and continued to say softly, "I have such a powerful magic, and I have to help everyone fight." Sanji is also not easy to refuse, and he can't stop it at all. He couldn't stop this holy goddess-like woman with long golden hair. "Goddess, you really want to be like this, then I can fight with the goddess as a knight. I really couldn't be happier. Ha ha ha." Sanji's face filled with happiness. And Chopper, along with Nami and Izumi, the water goddess, continued to escort Robin to a hotel further down the city. They quickly rented a room and sent Robin there. "It's really hard for you to take care of me like this." Robin lay on the bed in the room, she said kindly. "Sister Robin, rest as much as you like," Sanji said. He looked at Chopper and Nami again, and said, "Sister Robin will leave you alone." "Don't worry," Nami said. "Robin must be safe and sound here." Chopper, now in human form, patted his chest. Looked at the water goddess Izumi again and said, "Goddess, we are going to fight together." "Okay, Sanji, let's go together," Izumi water goddess said softly. "Okay, let's go," Sanji said with love on his face. And Izumi, the water goddess, hurried out of the room together. Start your journey to the port and take part in that fierce battle. In the port area of Magic Valley City. Rog and Luffy and Zoro and Bellamy's battles are still fierce. Rog, Zoro and Luffy joined forces, and they did pose a certain threat to Bellamy. Bellamy is now also in need of full concentration into the battle. In addition, Usopp secretly shot a cold arrow, making Bellamy even more difficult to guard against. Bellamy's advantage from the very beginning was that it gradually fell into a war of attrition. Bellamy later significantly increased the speed of the battle in order to defeat the opponent as quickly as possible. Spring resonance. Bellamy quickly rushed to Roger. He waved his arms and aimed another blow at Roger's chest. Rog suddenly blocked the iron birch sword against his chest. Boom! This sudden blow hit the iron birch great sword. Bellamy's whole body was covered by armament hockey at this time, and the blade of his powerful Admiral Iron Birch greatsword was cracked. But Bellamy didn't stop attacking. His right leg suddenly raised. At this point his right leg also turned into a giant spring while being covered by armament hockey. The right leg, which had become a giant spring, was squeezed to the extreme. Spring legs. Bellamy kicked his right leg into Roger's stomach. In addition to the spring compression, his leg itself has the hardness of armament hockey. Boom! Rog was kicked and flew out quickly. Bellamy's spring legs are similar to the arm-turn spring cannon punch, and with the addition of armament hockey, the power is even more amazing. Rog was hit as if he were hit by heavy artillery at close range. The hard walnut armor on Rog's abdomen also began to shatter, and Rog's whole person in the armor was shaking. Under the action of the huge impact, Rog flew out dozens of meters this time, and hit the ground heavily. Rog fell to the ground, smashing the masonry on the ground. At this time, the walnut armor on Rog's abdomen was highly damaged, basically shattered, and his chest was also severely damaged. Rog's internal organs were injured due to the violent shock, and it was difficult for him to stand up again for a while. Cough. Rog suddenly felt blood flooding his throat and nasal cavity after his internal organs were injured. After Bellamy successfully injured Rog, he looked at Rog and was extremely happy in his heart. Okay, the first one, Bellamy said excitedly. During the battle, Bellamy was very crazy and really attacked its prey like a sideburn. He quickly re-attacked Luffy with a spring resonance. Luffy saw Bellamy charge, and he fought head-on. Rubber. Tempest. Luffy's fists slammed together for dozens of punches in quick succession. These fists densely covered Bellamy. Armament hockey, whose body is black and metallic, is not afraid of Luffy's stormy fist. He rushed to Luffy. Spring Shigan finger pistol. Bellamy's left and right index fingers stretched out, his hands like two pistols. Bellamy's left and right index fingers were turned into small springs. Of course, the index finger is also squeezed to the extreme. When the two index fingers touched both of Luffy's shoulders. Puff, puff. Bellamy's two index fingers that were squeezed to the extreme suddenly popped out, plus armament hockey. It makes the two index fingers as penetrating as firearms with very superior performance. Luffy felt a sharp pain in both his shoulders for a while, and he fell back. Blood spurted out from those two shoulders. People's shoulders are very important for both arms, and Luffy's two shoulders are very difficult to fight. Ha ha ha, is it like being hit by two firearms at close range? Growled frantically at Luffy. Luffy felt pain in both shoulders, the pain seemed to go through bone and flesh. The pain affected both of his arms, and Luffy felt like he was out of control in both arms. Bastard. Rubber. Spears. Luffy is still fighting to the death with this injury, lying on the ground but kicking Bellamy with both legs. Luffy stretched his legs and kicked Bellamy's stomach. Armament hockey with a black metallic sheen, Luffy's attack didn't shake his opponent at all. Bellamy's face became very ugly, and said angrily, I really don't know what to do. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens.